Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my peoples. What's going on? That was one of Khalil's old intros. He's probably gonna be like, "What the hell was that? Why'd you use that intro?" Okay, let's see who we got in the house. All right. So let's see, Jacob. Okay, so Jacob got a membership from Khalil's channel. Alhamdulillah. Jacob, thank you very, very much, my brother. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you to the straight path of Islam. Inshallah. Amin. Thank you, my brother. Okay, so we have here, let's see, Seventh Heaven. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my brother. All right, Claudio. Okay, wa alaikum salam. Who else do we have? Okay, Abigail. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you doing, sister? Let's see. Cake Off Malaysia and Western Home Bakery. It's you got to change it someday, inshallah. Inshallah. I like it though. Sounds good. Let's see. Okay. Who else we got? Frago. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. All right, let's see. Frago. We got Gus. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Let's see who else. Ayub. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. And we have Ilyas. Well, this isn't a salams one, but it's all right. I get the point. Maybe I missed it. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah, my brother Ilyas. And PXR Khali. Wa alaikum assalam. Let's see who else. La ilaha illallah. Jacob. Alhamdulillah, brother. Alhamdulillah. Muhammad. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Who else we got? Nasir. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Let's see who else. And Tyler. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh, my brother. And AHM. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Uncle Batty. I don't know how to say that word. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh, my brother. Who else? Nerman. Wa alaikum assalam. Jazib. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, bro. And we have the beautiful brother here, Sheikh World Dawa. He is not a sheikh, he is a milkshake. Just to remind each and every one of you, he's a milkshake, okay, guys? Young Ramses. I'm good, alhamdulillah, brother. How you doing? Yemeni diplomat. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Yo, if you guys are not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe to my channel. And if you guys are not subscribed to Khalil's channel, go from my channel to his channel, vice versa. You know, we can go back and forth. Spread the love, yo. You know what I'm saying? We need that love to spread. Like COVID.
Glad he didn't say them cheeks.
Yeah. Yo, Az, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let's see, Buck, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Let's see. Nazmi, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother. My tongue is gonna fall off. The Psionic. Okay, there we go. All right, just had a little brain part, right? The Psionic Overlord. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah, brother. Yeah, so bounce back and forth, inshallah, guys. Make sure you're subscribed to both channels. Now that I mentioned that, I gotta make sure I switch the to subscribers only.
Oh yes, good stuff. Let me go to YouTube Studio.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
All right, let's see. Save. Go to here.
I always gotta like think about this mad hard to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, come on. Chamoon. No,
All
it's not
right.
made for kids. This is definitely for adults. Okay, let's see. Customization, subscribers only. You have to subscribe for at least 5 minutes in order to be able to chat. It is what it is, guys. This is a good way to weed out some accounts. Do you know what I mean, bruv?
Do you not mean? Have you already mentioned this one?
I did. I used your old exploring arguments intro.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I actually like that. I really do like that intro. You just got to change like the end bit, and that's it.
Yeah, I got to find it again because I rendered it and it's all on my old computer, so I have to find the thing again and redo it all.
I see. Says the blind man. Acorn, my brother, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. Why are you laughing, bro?
You called him Acorn.
What's his? I can't see it. Akron. I'm sorry, because I was on my other screen. I'm sorry. So okay, so this is what I do when I stream. And I have my your page and my page open. So what I do is I put the video quality very, very low, so it's not using so much of the bandwidth. So that I just like I saw it here, but then I jumped to the other one, and I was just thinking Acorn. I don't know. Every time I see his name, I think Acorn. So it's all good, brother. I love you for the sake of Allah, man. I appreciate the $1 super chat.
Yeah, we got another brother here that I met on TikTok today.
Oh, by the way, Jacob, the Jewish brother,
the Jew guy, yeah.
Yeah, he became a member on your channel.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. Thank you, Jacob, here in the chat. But yeah, brother Nerman, he's on TikTok, and I came across his live today. And,
see, I'm not the only one. So yeah. AHM is saying that she also read the name Acorn. I don't know why I've always thought it was Acorn. It's because his name looks like Acorn. Just gotta kind of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Get the dyslexia going. But yeah, so yeah, this
yeah, I have dyslexia bad, bro. You guys think I'm lying? I really do have this dyslexia. That's why if you catch me reading, when you see me stumbling or something, is because my dyslexia is literally kicking in. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And I'm not lying about that. But anyways, all right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, you're good. No, yeah. So I was scrolling through TikTok lives today, and I came across a Muslim brother. And he was getting just bombarded by all these Christians in his live chat. So I decided to go up there with him, and and I went and basically refuted everything that was on the stream. And some guy came up and he wanted to talk about he brought up a Quranic verse, and I knew exactly where he was going once I read the verse. It said something about the Prophet, peace be upon him, his aorta was severed.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you're going to go right to the hadith that says that when he was poisoned, that his aorta was severed, and that it says that in the hadith, therefore, and that he will not be killed by this. Blah, blah. I was like, bro, you realize that he lived like 3 years after that, right? Like, he didn't die from his poisoning, bro.
I bet you they still try to argue it.
Oh yeah. And then literally while I was telling him, I'm like, bro,
why didn't you call me, bro?
Well, because the brother's live got banned before we were even able to do that. These Christians banned his live now. Now he's banned for a whole week.
Hey, okay, all you Muslim brothers and sisters in here, you need to get on Khalil about that. You need to be contacting me so we can tag team these dudes like freaking WWF.
None of these people, only one guy actually came up on the stage. All of it is just people in the comments just talking shit. Just talking smack, bro. But yeah, thanks for coming, brother. I told him to come over here. Told brother Nerman to come over here and check out the channel because He actually was on the phone, and he actually got his girl on the phone, and she's a Christian, and basically me and Pastor John had like a 3-4 hour debate on like the validity of the Bible and atonement and crucifixion and stuff like that. And it was a good conversation. We didn't get to really get to the meat of it because, I can't accept the Bible, and that's a fundamental problem. But
you want to answer this?
What's your opinion on?
Salam wa rahmatullah.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, neither do I. Sam Garand. Sam, I don't Garands. Yeah, I've never heard that name. That's why I thought maybe you could answer that.
I have not.
But yeah, guys. If you haven't done so already, please consider grabbing a membership from Khalil and I's channel, or one of the two, or something like this. We do take a lot of notes, inshallah. And obviously, we try to put out as much content out as possible for you guys. So if you haven't done so, please consider grabbing a membership, inshallah. And if you do, thank you very much. Okay, so what's up, man?
Nothing much. I gotta check my email because Jazib told me that they sent me something in the email. I'm not sure if I'm not getting it or what. Let me check it.
I don't think I'm on your stream. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make sure I open up Khalilullah.
All right, live streaming. I gotta put the thing in the chat. Bam.
All right, so let's see. The Muslim apologist. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for the 6 MYR. I don't necessarily know what that means, but may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you for your donation. Ameen. What were you saying, Khalil?
Yeah, apparently, and
as a matter of fact, I think. See, the thing is, I know your ass don't be going to the damn email as often as you should, right? Because I look through, I go through some of these emails. Hang on 1 second. What is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking here. There's Printful, Ulu, Jacob. Okay, yeah. See, Jacob, I see yours. All right. I got one from Claire Call. Yeah, brother, I'm not getting anything from you. Send me another one. Try it again. Hello. All right. Yeah, send me another message, brother. I didn't get anything from you, Jazib. But okay, so hold on real quick. Been working on something today. And I want to check it out with you guys. I want to get your guys' opinion on it, see if I could keep making stuff like this. But plus I got to show Issa.
Okay, what's going on? Show Issa what?
My account that I'm working on for merch.
Yeah.
All right. So right here we got like a backpack. Or if you look at it, I wish there was other images. I can make these bags down here too, like little fanny packs or duffel bags, gym bags, things like that, or where we can put the EA Dawa or Issa Dawa on his Printful site. You can do that. I got one that says that Islam is for women. Yeah, in the back of the shirt. My Printful. Let me see if I can just check, take a look at my store without it being. I guess I can't. All right. It says Islam is for women. It's got EA Dawa on the back. I got this one. This one's good for public. For going out in public. If you want to have discussions with people, it says Jesus is Muslim. Number 1, Jesus is not God. 2, Trinity is false. 3, the Bible is corrupt. And on the back, it's got the EA Dawa across the back. Here's a good one. Atheism is false. Debate me. There's another one right here. Christianity is false. Debate me. And here's the notorious Godhead. Where?
Bro, that's too much.
I gotta see it. So it's the whole Godhead thing right there. Let's see. There's even. Oh, here's a good one. Here's one that what you guys can do is you guys can get a spiral notebook that says EA Dow on the front of it. It says notes from the show. So you can order you one of these, and then during the show, you can take notes from the things that you've learned in the show and take notes and keep your own notes specifically in this notebook. So I told Isa it might be a good idea for him to do one on his thing that's got Isa Dawa, so you guys get to choose between which one you want and take notes on that. But there's beanbag chairs. I got coffee cups. I got tumblers. I got beanies. I got hats. Black coffee cups. Like and I mean I got plenty more to make. But this is some of the things. If you let me know if you guys are interested in this, like if you're interested in merch, because I'll continue to make this stuff, and I got to connect it to somewhere so I can like have shipping and all that stuff added to it. I'm still trying to figure that out, the best, most logical, financially logical way of doing it. So, but I just wanted to kind of show you guys what I was working on. Spent some time doing that today. So.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. The hell is a red bubble? Yeah. I'm still trying to find a way to print that or make that image. EA Dawa. It's in the deed. Orders.
I'll send down the link here in a second, or maybe Khalil can do it.
Oh, link where?
For the show. For the
Oh, okay. I can put it on yours. I already got it on mine. Let me see here. Non-Muslims, Christians, atheists, non-truthers, please hit the link. Come up here. Patrick wants to come up. Khalil, Patrick wants to debate you. All right. Tell him to come up here. Let's do it. Drink this water. Drink water. Oh, come on. Okay, give me 15 minutes, Patrick. Come and present your argument. Let me refute it. It won't take too long.
I don't know why people are so scared, bro.
Patrick comes up here all the time. I don't think he's scared. Your Hebrew Bible is not Hebrew. What does EA stand for? It used to stand for empathetic atheist. And then it's used to stand for exploring arguments. And now it stands for essential Al-Qaeda. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Uh-oh. Patrick's got COVID-19. I'll blow the wind of God.
He got the Rona.
Yeah, come up here, drink water guy. Let's go. Drink this water. That's what it is. When he comes up here, should we go? Water sucks. It really, really sucks.
Cake off Malaysia Western says Isadawa, but doesn't majority kind of hate EA Sports? That's an interesting choice. I agree.
Doesn't who?
Like people in general, like just dislike EA Sports because they're they charge a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? They're in it for the money. It's like everything revolves around money. They don't care what they put out. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's like gamer talk.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've memorized a whole bunch. I think I've memorized adequate amount. I honestly think that I've been slacking a bit. But I got Surah Fatiha, obviously, Surah Asr, Surah Ikhlas, Surah Nasr, Surah Nas, Surah Falaq. The first 8 verses first 8 ayahs to Surah Taha, Surah Kafirun. I think a few more. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a lot or not enough. It's just what I've been able to memorize. I want to get to the point to where I can. What I do is I recite for Surah for Fajr, for Asr, and for Isha. My second surah that I recite is Surah Ikhlas, because it's like reading 1/3 of the Quran. So if I do it 3 times, then I have gotten the rewards of reading an entire Quran every single day. So then I just fill the other ones in, obviously the Al-Fatiha, and then I need the other prayers. Eventually I'll be able to fill it in to where I'm not repeating a prayer at all during the day. Yeah, I have not learned Ayat al-Kursi yet. I need to learn that. You know what? That's probably the next thing I'm going to focus on.
Check it out. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم.
Alhamdulillah. Is it going to be another quiet night? Fantastic reading. Isa, Marcus wants to know if you can recite the Arabic version of that. Marcus, that was the Arabic version.
Marcus, shut your dumb ass up. Marcus, you know what? I got a question for Marcus. As a matter of fact, I got a question for all the Christians in here. Okay? And this is a challenge almost. No, this is a challenge.
This
Okay.
is.
How about this, Marcus? This is what I want you to do. You and all you other Christians is I want you to recite the Lord's Prayer for me. Please do it. I want you to recite it right now. Lord's Prayer. Go.
In its original language.
Damn it, Khalil. You're killing me. You're supposed to. You have to. So you bring the challenge, right? You tell them to recite it. They're gonna go, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." So you're supposed to say, "No, no, 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 no," in the Greek, and then they're gonna go. Let's say they do the Greek. Some like 1 in 10 million chance that would actually happen. So someone starts reciting from the Greek, and then you say, "Well, first of all, I want to hear it with the tajweed." Okay, and then if they can get that. And you say, okay, I want you to do it in Aramaic.
Because that's what Jesus spoke. All right. Pater hemam hoentues oranoes hagista theto tu anama sau el theto hebaiselia so genetheto to thelema. Yeah, toenail something. Thelema so has in orano ke epitesges. Yeah, I'm not going to keep doing that. That's
Yo, Harun. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yo, Harun, if you would like to come up, bro, you can hit that link if you want to. Yeah. Nobody wants to play. As a matter of fact, yo, Harun, come up here, inshallah, so we can talk about that whole 9 o'clock thing.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night or whatever it is, inshallah. Okay, let me see. Let's see. What the hell is that? Yeah, no problem, brother. I am going to read Surah Al-Maryam. I'll read some Surah Al-Maryam while we wait for Brother Harun to come up here, inshallah. Khalil, what the hell is that? It's like a... You're going to be punished, bro.
You know, I do that, and people like sit there like when I'm in the same room as them because you can't even tell on my face that I'm doing anything. I'm just sitting here like.
Oh, you're doing it with your mouth. Wow.
and I literally can do it for like a minute straight, just like consistently, and people start to literally like go insane. Where is that coming from?
Oh my God. All right, let's see. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Qaf, ha, ya, ain, sad. Or sad? Is it sad or sad? Ain, sad. Ain, sad. I guess it's sad. It should be sad, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm sure they'll correct us because the Muslims they're on it. Alhamdulillah. This is a reminder of your Lord's mercy to his servant Zechariah when he cried out to his Lord privately, saying, "My Lord, surely my bones have become brittle, and gray hair has spread across my head, but I have never been disappointed in my prayer to you, my Lord." So, okay, Saud, okay, Saud. Okay, yeah, Saud.
Because they're Saud and Dod.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so verse 5. I'm on verse 5. Okay, and I am concerned about the faith of my relatives after me, since my wife is barren. So grant me, by your grace, an heir who will inherit prophethood from me and the family of Jacob, and make him, O Lord, pleasing to you. The angels announced, "O Zechariah, indeed, we give you the good news of the birth of a son, whose name will be Yahya, or John, a name we have not given anyone before." Alhamdulillah. And I think it's the same with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Like the name Muhammad, no one else in history has. Wow, I got a bad. I don't know if you can hear that, but I got a really bad storm right now.
Yeah, I just heard that. I heard the thunder.
Yeah,
I kept. Is it your connection then?
What's going on?
You keep cutting out. Like it freezes for a second. I don't know if you just got bad connection because
it must be. I mean, this storm is trash. This storm is horrible, man. Like it's bad. Anyways, hopefully you guys can. Issa, you're losing connection. Yeah, my connection is actually pretty bad right now.
The scissors.
Okay, so I muted you, Kalu, just FYI. So verse 8. He wondered, my Lord, how can I have a son when my wife is barren and I have become extremely old? An angel replied, so will it be. Your Lord says, it is easy for me, just as I created you before when you were nothing. Here it goes with the whole creation thing, right? I hope you guys can hear me because, like I said, my connection is kind of wonky right now. Let's see. Zechariah said, my Lord, grant me a sign. He responded, your sign is that you will not be able to speak to the people for 3 nights, despite being healthy. So even though, he's of relatively good health, he won't be able to speak. And that was the sign from Allah to Prophet Zechariah, peace be upon him. So he came out to his people from the sanctuary, signaling to them to glorify Allah morning and evening. It was later said, John, hold firmly to the scriptures, and we granted him wisdom while he was still a child. Sorry, I had to bring Harun up real quick. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you doing, brother?
Assalam wa rahmatullah. Go ahead, brother. I'm listening. Okay. I'm just looking for that link for that video.
No, that's fine. I'm just gonna read like 25 verses, or just after Jesus part. I don't know exactly where, so you'll just have to bear with me. And we granted him wisdom while he was still a child, as well as purity and compassion from us. And he was God-fearing and kind to his parents. He was neither arrogant nor disobedient. Peace be upon him the day he was born, and the day of his death, and the day he will be raised to life. And mentioned in the book, O Prophet, the story of Mary, when she withdrew from her family to a place in the east, screening herself off from them. Then we sent to her our angel, Jibreel, appearing before her as a man perfectly formed. She appealed, I truly seek refuge in the most compassionate from you. So leave me alone if you are God-fearing. This is what Mary is saying to the angel, guys, if you're following along, inshallah. So the angel responded and said, and this is Jibreel, he says, I am only a messenger from your Lord, sent to bless you with a pure son. She wondered, how can I have a son when no man has ever touched me, nor am I unchaste? Meaning she wasn't a hoe. All right, she's not running around in the block, with J-Lo or something like this, part of this type of like entourage. No, she was one of the most upright people on earth ever in history. Verse 21. He replied, so will it be. Your Lord says, it is easy for me. And so we'll make, oh my God, I'm tripping. And so will we make him a sign for humanity and a mercy from us. That's my dyslexia kicking in, okay? So Issa, bro, what happened? Well, what's the problem, guys? Anyways, it is a matter already decreed. So she conceived him and withdrew with him to a remote place. Now, if you read about this story in the Gospels, in the Gospel of
Are we working, guys? I think you froze up.
Uh-oh, looks like we lost Issa.
Okay, we're back, I guess. Yeah, mine went just dead for a little while, so. Okay, I'm going to put in the private chat the link to that video. I texted it to you, I believe, Khalid.
Okay.
I texted that to you. Yeah, so that's the one that I want to go over. So whenever he gets back up and running, he can take a look at it.
Okay. Just a second. I'll grab it.
And she sent me a few other things that she wanted to get clarified.
Hey, let me know if you're going to go back on camera because I'm not covered.
I'm not right now. All right. Okay, so this right here is the video that we want to go over, right? You want me to put it up on the screen and show it?
I mean, I think if you wanted to, if you thought we could maybe go over a little bit of stuff before we did it tomorrow, but if you, I don't know the benefit for it if it's just a bunch of nonsense from David Wood and the apostle, whatever his name is. I try not to remember those names.
Oh, apostate prophet.
Yeah, the prostate prophet.
We just
What?
some people
I've
just
been
call
around
me
y'all too much.
Yeah, they just call him a puss. All right, let's see here. Oh yeah, I see here. There he is.
Have you seen that video? Have you seen it yet? Or?
I haven't taken a look at it.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, what it is I've got one sister that she reverted, and she's kind of suffering a little bit. We discussed it earlier today, and she keeps finding little things that kind of puts a little bit of doubt, and also all of her friends are sending her things. That guy's face is just rotting away. I'm serious. It gets worse every time I see it. I'm sorry to say it, but
Look at that mug right there.
it's literally deteriorating as we're looking at it, and it's on pause. I mean, it's.
I think even the shayateen have to make wudu when they encounter this guy.
That's horrible. My God. That's probably the worst thing I've ever heard.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but,
so yeah, all my power went out. I'm on my phone right now, but all my power went out for like maybe 2 seconds, and then everything came back. So I'm just waiting for the internet to come back. If it comes back, who knows? This is Florida, baby. Inshallah.
All right.
What a surprise we have here.
What are you talking about, Brother Haroon or old Apus on the screen?
Apus. Nice to meet you, Haroon, as well.
You too. Good to meet you.
So, Khalil, do you want to pick up where I left off? I just wanted to read what happened after Isa alayhi salam. I guess says what he says to the people.
Yeah. Let me.
I think I was on like verse 20 or like 18, 19, 20 or something.
You're on verse like 19 or 20. Okay. Okay. Yeah. She wondered. Here, let me get this right here. She wondered, "How can I have a son when no man has ever touched me, nor am I unchaste?" He replied, "So will it be. Your Lord says it is easy for me, and so will we make him a sign for humanity and a mercy from us. It is a matter already decreed." So she conceived him and withdrew with him to a remote place. Then the pains of labor drove her to the trunk of a palm tree. She cried, "Alas, I wish I had died before this, and was a thing long forgotten." So a voice reassured her from below, "Do not grieve. Your Lord has provided a stream at your feet. And shake the trunk of this palm tree towards you. It will drop fresh, ripe dates upon you. So eat and drink and put your heart at ease. But if you see any of the people, say, I have vowed silence to the most compassionate, so I am not talking to anyone today." Then she returned to her people carrying him, then said in shock, "O Mary, you have certainly done a horrible thing. O sister of Aaron, your father was not an indecent man, nor was your mother unchaste." So
Stop
she
right there for 1 second, Khalil, because I think somebody kind of did not like the fact that I used the word whore or hoe, right? When I was saying that, you know, Mary was not a hoe, which in depending on the translation, it actually uses the word whore here, right? So it's not. I just used the short form of the word. So I didn't mean anything derogatory about it, but like I said, depending on the translation, it actually has the word whore in there. So, you know, please forgive me if you thought that I was being, insincere or excuse me, not insincere, derogatory or something like this. I don't play around with the Quran or something like this. I don't do that. So, anyways, go ahead.
All right. Okay, so it says, they said in shock, "O Mary, you have done a horrible thing. O sister of Aaron, your father was not an indecent man, nor was your mother unchaste." So she pointed to the baby. They exclaimed, "How can we talk to someone who is an infant in the cradle?" Jesus declared, "I am truly a servant of Allah. He has destined me to be given the scripture and to be a prophet. He has made me a blessing wherever I go and bid me to establish prayer and give alms tax as long as I live, and to be kind to my mother. He has not made me arrogant or defiant. Peace be upon me the day I was born, the day I die, and the day I will be raised back to life." That is Jesus, son of Mary, and this is a word of truth about which they disputed. It is not for Allah to take a son. Glory be to him. When he decrees a matter, he simply tells, "Be, and it is." Jesus also declared, "Surely Allah is my Lord and your Lord, so worship him alone. This is the straight path." Yet the various groups have differed among themselves about him. So woe to the disbelievers when they face a tremendous day. How clearly will they hear and see on the day they will come to us, but today the wrongdoers are clearly astray. And warn them, O prophet, of the day of regret when all matters will be settled, while they are engrossed in heedlessness and disbelief. Indeed, it is we who will succeed the earth and whoever is on it, and to us they will all be returned. And mention in the book, O prophet, the story of Abraham. He was surely a man of truth and a prophet. Remember when he said to his father, "O dear father, why do you worship what can neither hear nor see nor benefit you at all? O dear father, I have certainly received some knowledge which you have not received. So follow me, and I will guide you to the straight path. O dear father, do not worship Satan. Surely Satan is ever rebellious against the most compassionate. O dear father, I truly fear that you will be touched by a torment from the most compassionate, and become Satan's companion in hell. He threatened, "How dare you reject my idols, O Abraham? If you do not desist, I will certainly stone you to death. So be gone from me for a long time." Abraham responded, "Peace be upon you. I will pray to my Lord for your forgiveness. He has truly been most gracious to me. As I distance myself from all of you and whatever you invoke besides Allah, I will continue to call upon my Lord alone, trusting that I will never be disappointed in invoking my Lord." So after he had left them and went and what they worship beside Allah, we granted him Isaac and Jacob and made each of them a prophet. We showered them in our mercy and blessed them with an honorable mention. And mention in the book, O prophet, the story of Moses. He was truly a chosen man. It was a messenger and a prophet. We called him from the right side of the Mount Tur and drew him near, speaking with him directly. And we appointed for him out of our grace his brother Aaron as a prophet. And mention in the book, O prophet, the story of Ishmael. He was truly a man of his word and was a messenger and a prophet. He used used to urge his people to pray and give alms, tax. His Lord was well pleased with him, and mentioned in the book, O prophet, the story of Enoch. He was surely a man of truth and a prophet, and we elevated him to an honorable status. Those were some of the prophets who Allah had blessed from among the descendants of Adam, and those who we carried with Noah in the ark, and of the descendants of Abraham and Israel, and of those we rightly guide and chose. Whenever the revelations of the most compassionate were cited to them, they fell down prostrating and weeping. But they were succeeded by generations who neglected prayer and followed their lust, and so will soon face the evil consequences. As for those who repent, believe, and do good, it is they who will be admitted into paradise, never being denied any reward. They will be in the gardens of eternity, promised in trust by the most compassionate to his servants. Surely his promise will be fulfilled. There they will never hear any idle talk, only greetings of peace, and there they will have their provisions morning and evening. This is paradise which we will grant to whomever is devout amongst our servants. We only descend by the command of your Lord. To him belongs whatever is before us and whatever is behind us and everything in between, and your Lord is never forgetful. He is the Lord of the heavens and the earth and everything in between, so worship him alone and be steadfast in his worship. Do you know of anyone equal to him in his attributes? Yet some people ask mockingly, after I die, will I really be raised to life again? Do such people not remember that we created them before when they were nothing? Not from nothing, guys, not from nothing, when they were nothing. By your Lord, O prophet, we will surely gather them among the devils, and then set them around hell on their knees. Then we will certainly begin by dragging out every group of the ones most defiant to the most compassionate. And we truly know best who is most deserving of burning in it. There is none of you who will not pass over it. This is a decree of your Lord must fulfill. Then we will devour those who are devout, leaving the wrongdoers there on their knees. When our clear revelations are recited to them, the disbelievers ask believers mockingly, which of the two of us is better in status and superior in assembly? Imagine, O prophet, how many people we have destroyed before them, who were far better in luxury and splendor. Say, O prophet, whoever is entrenched in misguidance, the most compassionate will allow them plenty of time until, behold, they face what they are threatened with, either the torment or the hour. Only then will they realize who is worse in position and inferior in manpower. And Allah increases the guidance in those who are rightly guided, and the everlasting good deeds are far better with your Lord in reward and in outcome. Have you seen, O prophet, the one who rejects our revelations, yet boasts, I will definitely be granted plenty of wealth and children, if there is an afterlife? He has looked into the unseen or taken a pledge from the most compassionate. Not at all. We certainly record whatever he claims and will increase his punishment extensively. And we will inherit what he boasts of, and he will come before us all by himself. They have taken other gods instead of Allah, seeking strength and protection through them. But no, those gods will deny their worship and turn against them. Do you, O prophet, not see that we have sent the devils against the disbelievers, constantly enticing them? So do not be in haste against them, for indeed we are closely counting their days. Watch for the day we will gather the righteous before the most compassionate and as an honored delegation, and drive the wicked to hell like a thirsty herd. None will have the right to intercede except those who have taken a covenant from the most compassionate. They say the most compassionate has offspring. You have certainly made an outrageous claim, by which the heavens are about to burst, the earth to split apart, and the mountains to crumble to pieces, in protest of attributing children to the most compassionate. It is not.
So, real quick, go back to 91.
91.
No, I'm sorry, 90.
90.
By which 89.
Yeah, 89.
Okay, you have certainly made an outrageous claim. Okay, so this is speaking especially about the Christians that they make claims that they have no right to make, which is that Jesus is God. And then you also have the Jews who attributed sonship to Allah, saying that Moses or this prophet or that prophet, they're sons of gods, son of God, and things like this. So verse 90 says, by which the heavens are about to burst. So this claim is so is such a horrible claim to make against the law that the heavens are about to burst and the earth is about to split apart and the mountains to crumble to pieces in protest of attributing children to the most compassionate, which is Allah. So when we argue with the Christians, not so much the Jews don't, they don't really, come up and discuss with us much. I mean, they do every once in a while, but this is what we believe our Lord is telling us, is that this claim is so outrageous that the heavens is going to burst open. And this is what we're here to do, is to try to put the pieces back together, the metaphorical pieces. Okay, guys. So try to put the pieces back together and help people understand the truth of our Lord, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is why we do this almost every single day, right? And we don't make these claims, without evidence. The evidence is here. It's right in front of you, right? Because the Christians say, well, how dare you say this about us or about Jesus or about this or about that? Well, we believe in Jesus. In fact, my name is Isa. That would have been his name, right? So we absolutely love and respect Jesus. And we're just here to try to set the matter straight, that Jesus was simply a prophet, a very beautiful, mighty prophet of Allah, and we believe him to be the Messiah. I mean, how is that disrespectful in any way? I think what is very disrespectful is to say that Jesus is God or the Son of God or something like this, especially when you look in the New Testament and you'll see that Jesus says, you're trying to stone me for claiming to be God. Well, hey, isn't it written in your law that I say ye are gods? And what Jesus is doing there, he is quoting from the Old Testament. He's not saying, I say you are gods. That's not what he's saying. He is just quoting what God said, supposedly, in the Old Testament. Because I don't believe that God would call the Jews gods. Sorry, it's almost done. I think there's like 5 more verses or something, or 4.
All right. So
Sure, Jamal.
What?
He just said wrong.
wrong.
He's wrong.
Yeah.
He's a Christian, so
Yeah.
of course we're wrong. Yeah, we're wrong. But everything that we're reading here, we have Isnad, we have Tafsir ibn Kathir, we have other Tafsir sources. I'm sure of it. I don't know the names of these other Tafsirs.
Uh-oh. I think he's going out again.
Peace be upon him. Who's going out? I'm going out.
Yeah.
Am I going out?
You're clear now, but for a minute you were just like,
yeah. Okay. So we have something to stand on, right? So when you read our scriptures, right, and you say, I think this is what it means, and we say, well, that's not what it means, and we have the evidence to back it up. Right, we have the tafsir of the scholars and the Sahaba, the companions of the Prophet, and those that came after him. Right, we have their understanding. We don't lean on our own understanding. But what I can do is I can go into the Bible, read it, and I can mix match it however which way I want, and no one can tell me anything. I can claim to be God right now, like many Christians do. They claim to be God, disciples, prophets, you name it. It's in there. Unfortunately,
I'm God.
I'm God. COVID-19.
No, I was talking about the one guy. The one preacher you showed me. He's like, I'm God.
Ghetto preacher.
Oh,
Which
man.
I'm God and you not.
And you not.
Yeah. So Jamal is thinking that I'm like still disrespecting. It's no disrespect to speak truth. Actually, it is disrespectful.
Does he think the disrespect is funny because he put a LOL at the end of that?
Yeah, I guess he does. Anyway, sorry. Let's finish this off.
Yeah, so it says, it does not befit the majesty of the most compassionate to have children. There is none in the heavens or the earth who will not return to the most compassionate in full submission. Indeed, he fully knows them and has counted them precisely. And each of them will return to him on the day of judgment, all alone. As for those who believe and do good, the most compassionate will certainly bless them with a genuine love. Indeed, we have made this Quran easy in our language, O Prophet, so with it you may give good news to the righteous and warn those who are contentious. Imagine how many peoples we have destroyed before them. Do you still see any of them or even hear from them in the slightest sound? I mean,
MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And this is the truth from your Lord.
all right, let's see here.
All right, let me bring this brother up and this brother up. Okay. You just destroyed my night.
Why?
Look at that face. Shayateen
Yeah.
101. Top notch, Shayateen.
I think I have the funniest video of a discussion he actually had saved. I'll find it and I'll screen share.
So on Facebook, Sal, was this you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh man. All right. So real quick, just want to say hi to Reincarnation. What's going on, bro? Good to see you again.
Hi. How are you guys? Are you all right?
I'm doing all right. We're just gonna go through a video real quick.
Apostate Prophet. Yeah.
Yep. Apostate Prophet, and also wanted to say hi to Challenger. Hello, you there?
I'm here. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, yeah. Do you have the link for me? Last time we talked about
The what?
the link for the fly wing husky.
I have no clue what this. Can you guys understand him?
Could you say that again, Challenger?
Yeah, we have a
He
hadith.
said, do we have the evidence regarding the wings of the fly? The one side has the cure, the other side has the disease or something like that. He said, do we have evidence of this?
Yeah, you were supposed to email me, and I was going to email you the link. If you go into the description of the video, you'll see EA Dawa or you'll see ki.gauntlet. I'll email you the link. Once
So
I get that from you, I'll give you the link.
Yeah, could you post it on now? Just put it on screen so everybody see it.
Well,
Yeah,
like I said-
I'll do it.
Okay.
That's all right.
Okay.
Because
No,
one of the
not
brothers,
Please, not article. I want to know what the university, who's the people they carry in their
brother, what? No, stop. What do you mean? You don't want the evidence. You want
We've
I
given
want
him
some
the
other
evidence.
evidence.
We've given him the evidence, and now he wants
Yeah.
evidence of the evidence now.
friend. I
Okay.
have a-
Challenger, listen, we have the evidence. So what you're gonna have to
Show
do
me the
now,
evidence.
hey, listen. We were going to look, Khalil or Ilyas Khalil, he posted it in the link in the comments. So if you'd like, go to the comments. He just
Put on-
dropped 3 Challenger. I swear to God, you're gonna get kicked off. Can y'all be quiet, please? I don't want to kick you off just like that, but I'm not trying to fight with anybody today. I don't mind arguing with people.
I am.
I just don't want to fight. Okay. Well, Khalil does. So I really truly do not want to fight with anybody tonight. Khalil does. Okay, that's fine. But here we have the Smithsonian. We have Science Daily and J Stage. So just go on my channel. You'll see the links. So take those links and
so what about
and look.
your channel? How I look for the links?
Yeah, Issa Dawa. Just go to YouTube, search in the search, just type in Issa Dawa. That live video that I have, just hit it and you'll see the comments.
I talked with Khalil. He showed me this is article. Article is not proved by science. It's only
My blood pressure is literally going up right now. I am
Yeah.
telling you, I'm telling you that we have the articles for you. We have the information for you. All you have to do is go to my channel.
The science say one wing husky.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think we said to him that we're gonna answer him via email. So there's really
Yeah. I don't think any of us are experts in this. So if we have the information, links and things like this with articles, then just take the information and read it, or go to any imam or something like this. You can challenge her. You can go to a masjid. That's probably the best thing for you to do. Maybe some of those jinns will disperse while walking into the masjid. But yeah, they'll be able to answer your questions far better than we can if these evidences don't work for you. I don't know what to tell you. We're here to just present some of the
evidence aren't
going
to work for him. He's never ever going to accept it. Even if I get down to the exact scientist who did it, he's just going to denounce that scientist.
Yeah,
that's what this guy does.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
Let's see. 1 second. I think, brother. Let me bring him up real quick. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother. What's up, man?
Alaikum salam, brother. I posted the link to the I guess you could call it the evidence of the evidence, because it shows the lab tests done with the dipping of the flies. It's in the backstage chat.
Okay, yeah, no, I see it, brother. And yeah, I seen this myself, and I even had the links in so another brother sent me some emails, and I was gonna go and get them, but he's already fighting, and like there's no.
It's because he doesn't care about getting an answer. He just cares about continuing saying that we're wrong. Like the guy's not interested in learning anything.
Yeah.
But all right. So let's check this. I got it sped up to 1.25. Hopefully everybody can carry along with it. But we'll just go one question at a time. These are the brother Haroon Isa. While you were gone, he sent this video in the back chat. So
are we gonna do this now? Or are we gonna do this?
He said we can do it now, and then we can do it on his channel tomorrow night.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
we might be able to collectively get more and more answers and be even more prepared for tomorrow night. Also,
yeah, I'm gonna take some notes here also, so we can kind of recall
keep it short.
what was on.
Okay, so obviously this is a video by our good friend Apus. See what he's got to say
today and ask 10 questions that Muslims should answer to themselves or to us.
Oh my God.
We are aware that the Quran refers to disbelievers as worst of creatures. It says that those who disbelieve in Allah, the Jews and Christians, the polytheists, and others, are the worst of creation. Can you...
Okay, so the answer to that is yes. Yeah, I am aware.
I agree, yeah.
Next.
Wait, are you guys having a discussion with Apus tomorrow?
No. We're having a discussion with somebody that brother Haroon knows. And I think she mentioned this video.
Okay. Is she coming on here?
No, it'll be tomorrow, inshallah. She'll be listening from the sidelines.
Gotcha.
If she was to reveal herself, or anyone was to find out, she'd be in big trouble, because she's in India. The family there doesn't allow it. They're really hardcore Catholics, and it's. So
Gotcha.
she sends these things every now and then, and she's asked me like 4 times about it, and I've been doing a bunch of other things. I haven't been able to get to it, so I was going to just kind of collectively go over it one day while she could see it.
Okay, so is this the first point right here?
Yeah, I think the first question was, do you know about the worst of creatures?
Worst of creatures. It says that those who disbelieve in Allah, the Jews and Christians, the polytheists, and others, are the worst of creation. Can you believe that Allah hates his own creation so much for refusing to believe in him? And how would you...
Yeah, I agree.
If different religions said the same thing about you, what would it feel like if you...
Why does this guy like look like he has disease like on his lips or something, bro? He needs like a bottle of chapstick or something.
That's what happens when you do what he's doing. That's I mean, his life is, I'm sure his life is upside down in reality. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's what happens when you open doors with doorknobs with your mouth.
Is there an attractive view that you could pause him at? Is there any, I mean, every time you stop it, it's like this.
Ooh. Just do a voiceover. We should do a bad lip reading on an A-plus video. Anyways.
You were referred to as the worst of creatures just because you did not believe in someone else's religion.
Why doesn't it bother you that all of your apologists are liars? I mean, when they tell you things like the Quran has been perfectly preserved and the Quran has all these scientific miracles and so on, these are indisputably lies. And we catch them lying over and over and over again, and it never seems to bother their followers. So why is that?
Why does the Quran contain stories that are taken from different cultures, from folk myths, or from different religions? Such as, for example, Dhul Qarnayn, a character found in the Quran that corresponds to Alexander the Great, and legends that people told about him. What about the people of the cave, for example? People who went into a cave and slept there for a few hundred years. The information found in the Quran about them is not even very clear, but this is a folk tale taken from Christians, things that they told to each other. These things made it into the Quran because people asked Muhammad about these things. He had no answer. He went away, probably got those answers from somebody.
Did you hear the word probably? He's basing this off of his own conjecture.
Almost everything is their own conjecture.
Oh my God.
Khalil.
Yeah, and if oh my God. So if God had revealed these stories to the prophet, what's the problem with that? Just because they match up with some other stories doesn't mean that it's not a revelation from God. What if it was important information that he wanted to make sure stays with the people? Well, no, Sherlock. He's gonna tell the same stories.
And then told people about these things, and they were then included in the Quran.
Why do you listen to your apologists and scholars when they contradict your God and your prophet? Take an issue like what the Quran says about the Bible. The Quran affirms the inspiration, the preservation, and the authority of the Jewish and Christian scriptures. But your apologists and your scholars tell you that the Bible's been corrupted because they know that the Bible contradicts the Quran. And so who do you believe here? Do you believe your God and your prophet, or do you believe your scholars and apologists? And every single time you go with mere human beings who are contradicting your God.
Do you know who Yahweh is? Who is Yahweh? Is Yahweh Allah?
Yeah, I've been waiting for like a legitimate question.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of like headliners that there's no body to it.
We don't believe in anything. Like we don't hold to the Tetragrammaton. Why are they asking about YHWH?
Does anyone else?
Do we have?
Do you know? It's like when somebody asks you a question, like,
there you go, brother Haroon.
Like, have you stopped stealing? And the only answers that you can give them is like yes or no. It's like either way you answer that question, it's just like can't really answer it.
Does anyone else find it hilarious that David Wood is simping to an anti-theist? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just funny that he's getting all buddy with Apus when Apus, like,
brother, is what happens when you enter the group of Jahil.
The problem is that they're anti-theist people. I don't think David Wood is truly a Christian. This is just clout chasing. You know what I mean? I truly believe that this is just clout chasing.
Yeah, it's all about money. It's all about money.
Yeah. I think they met each other at a Star Trek convention. So.
I think Apus is the first atheist that believes the Bible is a reliable source of information. Because he does believe that, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea about this name?
If he believes that, he must be just full of shit. I'm sorry. If he believes that, it's because his senses are just upside down. 100%. Anyone who believes that the Bible is a reliable source of information, you're lying to yourself, or you just don't have the brain capacity to. And I'm trying to say this as gently as possible. I don't think there's really any other way to say it. but you just don't have the brain capacity to understand, unfortunately. Sorry, go ahead.
Unfortunately.
The Abrahamic God, the biblical God, is known as Yahweh because that is his name according to the tradition, according to the text, according to the beliefs. But yet,
how many times did he say according in that sentence? According to the beliefs, according to the traditions, according to the vending machine.
Islam is completely unfamiliar with this name. You are completely lost when it comes to this name. And you should be aware of
Do you see what I mean? Wait, stop right there. So he's pretty much saying the Torah says, this is the name of God, right? And he's taking the standard that the Bible is a reliable source of information, and then he's saying, look, the Quran got it wrong, right? Like, these are the names, and then he's going to contrast it to the prophets as well. Like, it's just this guy actually, like, there's just no. It's such a contradictory belief. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Oh my God.
like John or Jesus or Elijah, whose names praise Yahweh. And according to the Quran itself, Allah gave some of those names. So Yahweh was very important. But we don't know who Yahweh is and what Yahweh is. What is all that about?
What?
Don't the Jews say that God doesn't even have a name? Like he has a name, but we don't know it, and we're not going to mention it. It's like actually too good for us to even mention. Like they don't even give God a name.
Why does your religion claim to respect Jesus when it actually insults Jesus? I mean, you think, oh, well, we're calling him a prophet, so we're respecting him. But if you...
Is this the same guy that ended up deleting his YouTube channel?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he gave it to that one. Yeah, Hatun, whatever from London.
Or not Harun, Hatun. Yeah, Hatun, that's her name.
You look at what you actually claim about Jesus.
Harun's like, did I get one?
In the history of the prophets. I mean, he came, he won all these followers who converted to Islam, and then everything fell apart because he did such a horrible job. Everything is corrupted. He couldn't win a single lasting convert. And that's what you really teach about Jesus. And so you claim to be respecting him, and yet as soon as we dig beneath the surface, we find all kinds of blasphemy.
What about the Kaaba? In Islam, the Kaaba is extremely important. It is seen as the first house built for mankind in the name of Allah. According to the Islamic narrative, it was an extremely important house. Allah values it so much. It was built for humanity, for the people, to come there and to circle this cube. But yet, when we look at the actual history, we have no historical records, nothing about the Kaaba. Abrahamic religion, biblical religion, and tradition is entirely disconnected from the Kaaba. The very prophets and books that Islam...
That's not true at all. You can go into the Bible and talk about and watch where Abraham is building the Kaaba. It's what's called the Valley of Baca. If you look at what Baca is in the Valley of Baca, if you look at where Mecca is, it's within a valley with mountains on each side. And then you look at the Valley of Baca. Baca is an ancient name that was later renamed Mecca.
Yeah, and then Marcus here says pagan box, right? Hey,
the disrespect, LOL.
Yeah, so he's calling the Kaaba a pagan box, and he doesn't realize that his entire religion and everything that he believes in is paganism.
Yeah,
and polytheism. Like, you shoot yourself in the face every time you make claims like this, Marcus, whatever your name is. Anyways.
refers to from the past are entirely disconnected from the Kaaba, and all we have is that the Kaaba is a pagan temple adopted by the Muslims.
What do you mean when you say that Muhammad was the greatest man who ever lived, or at least among the greatest men?
Let me so the Kaaba, of course, was as we believe was built by Ibrahim alayhi salam and Ishmael, and after some time went by, obviously, they started worshiping idols in there, right? So the house of Allah, the Kaaba, belonged to Allah at one point, and then they started adding, idols and things like this that they used to worship. 365 idols. And then, of course, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, reclaimed the Kaaba as a house of worship belonging only to Allah. So very, very simple.
The guy who had sex with a prepubescent 9-year-old girl. He took the wife of his own adopted son after causing the divorce by lusting after her. He bought, owned, sold, and traded.
That's a lie. He did not lust after her. So what was the steps his stepson? Not that it was his stepson, but his adopted son rather. What was his name? I forget his name. Is it Zaid?
Hold on. I'm not good with names.
What was it? Zaid? Yeah, it was Zaid. Yeah, Zaid. So Zaid and his wife, I forget the name of his wife, but she was unhappy, if I'm correct, yeah, with her. So I don't know exactly the story of how it goes, but that Zaid and his wife, they weren't a match. So they got divorced. They waited the 3-month period, and that's it. And then the prophet married her. But this had nothing to do because he lusted over her. This is a lie that the Christian and atheists try to put out there,
right,
to deceive and confuse the people.
African slaves. He tortured a man for money. He allowed his followers to beat their wives into submission and to rape their female captives and to hire prostitutes. You can make a list of the worst things a human being can do, and Muhammad did a lot of things on the list. So these are normally things we would mean that's a good person doesn't do. So what in the world do you mean when you call Muhammad great?
Why do you trust Muhammad? Why do you think he is a reliable prophet? Why do you consider him a final messenger? Islam tells you that he is the final messenger. He's perfectly guided by Allah, the most perfect human to ever walk the face of the earth. But when we look at the reality of things, we see that Muhammad suffered from situations that look like he had mental problems. It looks like he had a brain problem or mental problem.
The irony of both of these guys talking about how Muhammad had mental problems when he had A-Plus had a discussion with Daniel Hakikachu, and due to the discussion had a freaking panic attack in the middle of his YouTube video. And David Woods probably got a hammer in his back pocket right now that he beat over his own dad's head when he almost killed his dad, and it was literally considered he was diagnosed as a psychopath. Like, come on.
Which gave him a lot of suffering. Revelations that he received, which are Quran verses, gave him...
The kettle calling the pot black?
Why is that how Allah reveals his scripture to Muhammad?
Why do you get mad at us for telling you the truth? Your scholars and apologists spend your entire life...
I'm not mad at you. You're entertaining. I laugh at you. Because you will not answer me back. I've challenged you, David Wood, to a debate. Why haven't I heard from you? Why is your boy Sammy, some old scammy Shamoon, running from me every single time I try and debate him? Why is that?
Sammy the runner.
You guys, you got my email. If either one of you nincompoops look down in the description of the video, go ahead and email me back.
Life lying to you, making things up about Islam to make you believe in it, making things up about other ideologies to keep you from believing in them, and they're constantly lying to you. And then we come along and we say, no, that's a lie. But instead of getting mad at the people who've been lying to you your entire life, you get mad at us for caring enough about you to tell you the truth. Why is that?
As said, there are so many more questions.
Caring about their pocketbook. That's what they're caring about.
Oh. Yeah, so we can go over that.
This is the same guy who walks around as his live streams. I think are like videos that he makes with like women clothes on.
Mm-hmm. Both of them do it. I've seen both.
Do they?
Of them like that?
I don't know about A-Plus. I know. David guy does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hammerwood.
Old hammer time. Hammer time. Yeah, we'll I'll be more than happy to go over all of these, but like we have to let this sister know that like none of these are actual questions. Like these are not like genuine questions for Muslims. These are questions based on lies. Now, what we're going to have to do is extensively go through each of these claims,
right,
and show how what they're perceiving them to say is not at all what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it'll be an easy. I think it'll be an easy solution because the majority of
Refutation.
it's just, yeah. I want to get Brother Jay also. I want to get him involved with it. He's a wealth of knowledge. He's just too modest to accept it. And I mean, I can mention any topic of anything anywhere, and then he has the answer for it immediately. And he's, I mean, quoting hadith and scripture and everything. I mean, just to the letter. So that's what I'd like to get him involved in with you guys' technology and everything. I think we could help get her questions eased, hopefully, inshallah.
Well, what we can do is just do like a just how we did here. Go over the video and every point they bring up, pause
Right.
it, and then refute those points. And that wouldn't only be for her; it could be for all people.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, that's true.
I guess I'll probably like pick two of those. I'll pick like two of those and try to get information about them to refute
Okay.
Mr. David Wood and
All right.
yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Why
something
don't-
else, but
Why don't they just stick to one argument? I mean, I've seen them before, and I am an atheist, but they never stick to just one argument that they can. You know what I mean? They should
because
do that.
they're deceptive pieces of shits. Just it is what it is.
I'm sure somewhere. I'm looking right here. What is this channel? You guys ever heard of Answering Christians? Yeah, apparently there is there's a video right here. A guy by the name of Answering Christians 1. I think I've actually spoke with him before. He's got a direct video. He's got a direct video refuting or going through all 10 of these questions. I may actually look at some of these videos to see what they got to say. Yeah. Okay. I'll save that video right there. All right, cool. Yeah, so Brother Harun, you said about 9 o'clock tomorrow Eastern time on your channel?
Right. Yeah, about 9.
Okay.
On there, I'll get it.
I'll make
loaded
sure
up and ready. Yeah. So.
And if you want to, if you don't want like other people's joining the live stream while we're doing this, just I mean, you haven't sent me your number. I'll get it from Khalil. So
yeah, he's got my number.
Yeah.
You can just send me the link, and then I'll just forward the link, the StreamYard link to Issa, or I'll just give Issa your number.
Yeah. He said he can give me his number. So what I'm gonna do is open up a WhatsApp like group for us, inshallah,
Okay.
and then we'll go about adding some people on there, and
We
then
could
that
just
way-
make it like YouTube Muslim Brothers.
Yeah. Okay.
Like all the Muslim brothers who give dawah on YouTube, we can just make a group for all of us.
That'll work.
Yeah.
You can just share my number with him. I didn't get that email from you, Issa. I was checking my
it's go okay. Do you see where the private chat is?
Hang on just one second. Yeah, let me get it back up. Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it in right now.
You got my email though, right?
Oh no, yeah, that's right. You did send me an email.
Okay, you got
You
it.
did
For
send me
some reason. Yeah, I didn't get. I thought you said you replied to me or whatever, but I didn't see an email from you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. You sent me an email. I got your email. So, and I gave you my phone number, I think, on the back chat of that live.
No, I didn't get that number. So if you just put your number in the email or get Khalil to text
Yeah, I
it
will.
to me, and then
I'll just text you. I'll text you. Khalil's gonna send me your phone number. Khalil, you mind sending it to me? His number in the text, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yeah, and then I'll go ahead and start that that WhatsApp thing. That way we are all together.
All right. All right. So,
all right. So after this one, I'm gonna have to go ahead and get off. I had celebrated a birthday tonight. I had a birthday dinner for myself. We didn't celebrate it on my birthday, but I'm now 44 years old. So how about that?
Oh, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you many more years, brother,
Inshallah.
here on this fine earth, acquiring more and more good rewards, inshallah, good deeds.
Right.
inshallah.
I mean. Well, yeah, Harun, if you have to take off, brother, you know, you're not under no obligation. If you want to leave, no problem, brother.
Yeah,
you know, we're not.
I'm gonna go ahead and head out and let y'all find some trouble.
Yeah, I know you're old. Man. We can't just keep the old man up.
That's it. That's it.
I sent that number over to you, brother Harun.
Okay, all right. Jazakallah khair.
So Harun,
Yeah,
you
I
sent it
just
to me.
got the message. Yeah, he sent it to me.
Yeah, I sent his number to you.
Yeah.
Or I sent Issa's number to Harun.
Okay, yo, just text me real quick, Harun, before you do anything, because I know, you know, with your old mind, you might forget. You know, I don't
completely forget the whole thing. It never happened.
He's like, delete. Is this the button? Baby, go and give me my glasses.
All right, I sent you a message just now.
I'm surprised, man. You're up past your bedtime.
Yeah, I know it. Man, it's 11:29. It's 3 hours after my bedtime.
You know, your bedtime is normally about 4 p.m. Wake up
that's
about
right.
2 in the morning.
Yeah,
You know, it's funny. Why do they do that? Why do like older folk do that? Right?
I don't know.
It's weird.
think
They
it
go to
has
sleep at
something-
4. We go like real early in the morning.
I think it has something to do with like aching and pains, like they lay down and they get in pain or something. I don't know. I bet everyone that I've known that does it. My mother will sleep till about 2:30. I mean, she'll sleep all day. I don't know. She's the odd one.
Yeah. You know, I'm just messing with you, brother. I mean,
Oh, no, you're good.
I'm not that far away.
Yep.
I'll be getting off of here like 2 in the morning. Khalil will be here till
Shoot,
like
I'll go to sleep twice, and y'all are still going.
You know it.
yeah. That's just coming up in the army. You know, I didn't sleep much, bro. Like 4 hours of sleep was enough for me. Even now, 4 hours of sleep, even though it might hurt, but 4 hours of sleep is enough. My wife is like, "How do you do it?" I'm like, "This isn't good. This sucks. I wish I wasn't like this, but sometimes I'll go to bed and I'll start thinking about death.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, I'm sitting there and it's like I can feel it happening. I don't know, man. I can feel it coming on, and right there, I take my shahada, and I just kiss my wife and kids. Like if it's tonight, it's tonight.
Yeah.
People think I'm lying. They probably think I'm being funny because I was joking. This is true stuff, man.
Mm-hmm. That's why we got to do what we're supposed to do the right thing, so you won't have to worry about that. I've been, I get in my good situations and I just say, Allah, take me right now. I have no fear because I've done everything that I'm supposed to do and prayed exactly on time. I did, all my stuff. You won't have a fear. That's the beautiful thing about this religion.
Yeah.
So, Ace, I appreciate you appreciating my accent, and I wish I could hear it. I can't hear it. Just
by the way, people on this live stream, if you don't mind, go over to Harun's channel. It's Harun, the American Muslim revert, or just the American Muslim, right?
The Harun, the American Muslim revert, but you should be able to, once you first put it in the search, Harun the American, usually it pops up.
You trying to say you're popular, bro?
I don't know. It happened. I've got people that are saying that I'm,
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, so literally you type in Harun, the first one after you type in Harun, the American Muslim pops up.
Yeah, can one of you mods, inshallah, on both channels, just drop the link to Harun's channel, inshallah, and go over there and give the brother a subscribe, inshallah.
Jazakallah khair. I appreciate that. And,
absolutely, brother.
You'll see a bunch of interesting stuff there. We got.
Never mind.
You see young Harun over there standing in front of the pyramid.
Uh-huh.
I was, mashallah, back then. That's a good looking guy. Look at him.
That's a good looking guy. Hey, I was a good looking guy too back then.
There you go.
Not anymore. To my wife, that's the most important thing, right?
Yeah, that's it. The only one that matters.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what we lack in our young looks, we gain in a lot more places, and knowledge and abilities that we didn't have back then. So
yeah, but, so with knowledge, so just having knowledge itself is one thing, but wisdom to apply that knowledge is another.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
and that only comes with age and experience.
Look at that yeehaw buddy hat right there.
Oh yeah,
I found that in a gas station in Houston, Texas. So that was that's my new go-to hat.
Harun, I'm gonna have to charge you, man. That's copyright infringement. Yeehaw, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, so that was.
As an atheist, I actually have a fear of death because I don't know what's going to happen after I die for certain. It could be something really bad. So I don't know how to. I don't know. Are you guys
in any case, it's probably the worst case scenario for you.
Join something that's going to make you happy in life. You see us, these 3, 4 guys, they're sitting here, 5 guys, however many. We do something every single day. We see our friends. We talk to them about things that we enjoy talking about, which is
things that matter.
God, yeah, which is our religion. We eat together. We go bowling together. We do things, and then at the end of the day, if we were mistaken, we still had a good life. And which I don't believe that we're mistaken. We still had led a good life. It was a clean life, healthy, and that's the thing. I mean, find something that's going to make you, happy in this life, and hopefully that thing that's going to make you happy will be helping you for the next life also.
Yeah, that's actually called Pascal's wager.
Yeah, Pascal's wager. But I think that's a really bad argument though, because
there are other religions. We get it. Yeah, there's other religions too. I get it because there's other people that use that same. They'll say the same thing. Pascal's wager. Oh, it's not crap because you would have to apply Pascal's wager to all the religions, right? And I heard that today.
I just think about it as like probability, though. Like, think about it like this, right? I'm sure you guys know the game Russian roulette, right? But in this case, think about it as like all of the cases, or like all of like the bullet holes, right, are full, right? And that gun is going to be shot, right? And if you choose a religion, you take one bullet out, right? So let's say there's 9,000 religions or 10,000 religions, whatever you want to say.
I like this. This is a yeehaw buddy Western gun that he's talking about. The revolver.
Yep.
But the thing is,
like that. So imagine there's like all of it. Yeah. So
was nice.
imagine like all of the bullets are in there, right? And then as an atheist, you don't take a bullet out. So it doesn't matter what happens. Every time that person takes a shot, you are going to die. Like
You're
you are
always
essentially going to lose. It's a lose-lose situation. Whereas say if you choose a faith, whether it be, the big three or whatever faith from there, or like just deism or whatever, you at least remove one bullet, right? So the probability of you getting hit, right, becomes less. And so I'm not saying obviously that this is a case for God, that therefore you should believe God, etc. No, that's not the case. But I'm just saying, when it comes to just probability wise, if Islam is a true religion, right, then we are saved, right? If Islam is true, you are still like not saved. If Christianity is true, you are not saved. If whatever's like, here's the thing: if you are right, you will never know. You're an atheist. You'll just go back to like pre-existence, pretty much, like what like that state. So you would never know if you're right. But if you're wrong, I mean, yeah, I just don't think I need to finish that
So
sentence.
what's your qualms with the existence of God?
Well, no, first of all, with Pascal's wager, sorry. What if like Islam or Christianity were the work of the devil, if there is a devil, and that's the only way to go to hell is to be Muslim or to be Christian or to be Jew? Do you know what I'm saying? Or what if atheists, or if that's wrong, what if atheists if there's nature's heaven and nature's hell, and atheists are the only ones to go to nature's heaven? Those two are also possible. So it works either way. Pascal's wager. I could use an atheist Pascal's wager if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but the when you
So
the way we use Pascal wager is like this, right? So we believe that Allah is the moral, the constant morality. His divine wisdom and knowledge is the best wisdom and knowledge, and his morality is obviously objective, not subjective, like humans. Today murder might be wrong, but who's to say murder later on down the line is not wrong? I mean, you can't say that for certainty, right? So, hang on. So, I'm just giving an example. Me personally, I think that no matter where along the line, I'm sure atheists and Christians and Muslims will all agree that murder is wrong. I'm just using an example, but I don't. I guess that's pretty bad example considering that we have other examples like you know I got children here, so I'm not going to say the words, but man, woman, doing these things, right? This is unacceptable at one point, but then along the line, it became a little more acceptable, a little more. That's why now you'll see a TV show rated, I don't know, PG-13, and you're like, this is rated R. This should not be watched by children at all. Why? Because people and what they thought is right changed over time. So I say that just to say, in Islam we have the objective morality, which is Allah. He's always constant, never changes, right? His rules are his rules, and we follow them. They will never change, right? So we're gonna live a good, healthy, wholesome life, knowing that we're not gonna be changing the way humans operate and things like this. I'm trying to use different words because of my children. Okay, so the way humans operate, right? Just because we change all the time, and whoever voice screams the loudest wins, right? And we know that this is to be true. So if you are an atheist, even though you might be against, man, woman, so even if you're against it, there are other atheists who are not. They don't have a standard. They just believe what it is they believe. Where does their morality come from?
Well, I think morality is objective under atheism and I think I know that. I think that we have empathy. I know that we have empathy and that there's some standard, there's some like sort of rules that one would live by because we know that. But the problem is because it's conditioned. It's not just innate, fully innate. It's also conditioned in the environment around us. So there's mistakes, there's faults that we make along the way. Well, there's faults. There's like, there's social Darwinism. There's not just empathy. There's the delusion of social Darwinism, and you can become delusional about morality. That's possible. That can happen too, and that does happen, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to just real quick about Pascal's wager. This is just, I know some might disagree with me here, but in Islam, Pascal's wager doesn't work. We can't use it. Belief has to be from within the heart. You can't just fake it, essentially. So what I'm trying to say is Pascal's wager, it's even Islam finds it
did Islam rule against it?
I mean, some of the scholars I listened to said you can't fake it. Belief has to be from within the heart. You can't just be like, well, let me just do it to be safe. You have to believe in it.
You're muted, Khalil. You're muted.
Yeah, that's I wasn't insinuating just to fake it until you make it kind of thing.
But neither was I. That's what I'm saying, famo.
No, it's not that you're like there's a lot of people that are like just disingenuous, right? Yeah. Like you can provide them proofs. Like for instance, like there's people that deny that 9/11 happened, like altogether, like that it was just some like CGI or whatever. There's people that believe, no matter the evidence you bring forth.
I'm one of those people,
You don't think, okay, but look.
No, planes did not hit the World Trade Center. They're not.
Okay, no. I'm literally saying that there's people that like that don't even believe that the towers went down.
Oh no, they definitely
there's
went down.
There's people like that, like that skeptic, and then there's also people like you can bring as much evidence, for example, about like the moon landing, or as much evidence about the shape of the Earth. People will always be disingenuous, right? No matter what. And so, like, there's people that fall. Wait, Khalil, you're muted.
Are you serious or are you joking?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
About what?
The planes hitting the building.
Yeah. Well, no planes hit that building. So you're telling me, Khalil, are you telling me that an aluminum plane hit the wall? Like, bro, you remember yesterday or when you were talking to one of the brothers yesterday, how you said the Roadrunner and it went right over his head? Right. So, in the cartoon, like the Roadrunner, he hit the wall like this. Check it out. And it leaves an imprint. Come on. You're telling me that an aluminum plane hit a steel frame building and just cut right through it like butter? That is bullshit. Would never happen. Sorry. Doesn't happen. Have you seen Loose Change 9/11?
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
9/11
was an inside job.
No, I don't disagree that it was an inside job. What I disagree with is that we have like actual proof that planes hit the building. I'm not saying those planes weren't helped with certain bombs that may have had things that caused steel.
Leo, if you say to me that they were maybe Tomahawk cruise missiles, I would agree. I would agree 100%. But a plane, it's not going to, not even a drone, brother.
How do you deny the video footage that we have of planes literally flying?
Okay, how about this? The Pentagon. Did you see that little tiny ass?
No, the Pentagon is questionable. You were talking about the towers.
No, I know, but all this is related, brother. All of it's related. If you look at what happened at the Pentagon, first of all, when you listen to the story of how these people were circling and making these maneuvers in these planes, it didn't happen. Right? The jet engines, where were they? The engines of the planes, where were they? Never found. Never found. So if it's never found, then what the hell hit it? It could have been a missile. It could not have been a plane that is going to land or hit these buildings and just leave like these holes in there. Brother, this went into like the third ring of the Pentagon.
No, like the Pentagon is a lot more questionable. There's a lot to do. But you said that the planes did not hit the towers.
I don't believe that the planes hit the towers. I think it was something else that did that. Let's say there were
That
planes.
looks exactly like a plane.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is, hang on. What I'm saying is, it's easier for me to believe you to say, look, they were planes, but there was, some type of ordinance that was attached to them or something like this that caused it. If you say that, I would say, yeah, okay, I agree. Yeah, I would agree on that. But it wasn't no damn plane, like just a regular plane hit the building, and then that stuff just like the entire building just collapsed on itself in free fall speeds, like 8 seconds.
No, there was talk of multiple bombs going off on other floors of the building. It was definitely helped. Yes.
Shape charges.
No, yeah, I'm with Khalil. There definitely were airplanes that hit the building, but I don't really.
You're not understanding what I'm saying, brother.
No. I'm with you.
The airplanes is what they're saying. The airplanes is what they're saying that these supposed Muslims, and as a matter of fact, these Muslims, I from what I understood, they went to their embassy in Saudi Arabia and was like, wait, they have me on TV. Like, this is not me. I'm here. How is this possible? Right? What I'm saying is that it wasn't regular planes, like a commercial airliner. And if it was a commercial plane of sorts, it must have been carrying some sort of ordinance to create those holes. Because you cannot fly a plane, no matter how fast, into these buildings and it create a perfect cookie cutter like this, and then you got this perfect like hole in some steel reinforced building. It's not going to happen. Aluminum will always look. They have videos online of like in an aluminum plane, obviously, like being sent at like 500 miles an hour. Into like something equivalent to like what the World Trade Center was, bro. It completely obliterates that plane. And you look at this wall or whatever, you're like, nothing happened to this wall. You'll see like some markings here, but that's about it. Listen,
I'm with you. I believe it was an inside job. It's just, I mean, it could have been rogue planes, but I mean, whatever plane it was did hit the building, but. I am with you. No building, no high-rise skyscraper has collapsed due to fire before and after 9/11. As a matter of fact, the architect, the manager, I forgot what his name was, that worked on designing the Twin Towers, is on video saying we built these buildings to withstand multiple impacts of the largest jetliner at the time.
And so the thing that I find the most question about what happened was the fact. Are you listening, Khalil? Was the fact that the nose of this plane, you can see it going through one side of the building and protruding through the other side of the building. That's absolute nonsense. It never happened. That's why I say it's highly questionable that it was a plane. You'll see the nose of the plane stick out of the building on the other side, and then it comes back. You're like, what the hell? How did that happen? So once you see this, then you're like, okay, I think he has a point.
I'll rewatch it again. I'll watch it again. It's been many years.
We'll watch it together.
Let's do it.
Hold in hand with chicken wings in our hands, dog.
Yes. Do you not mean, bro?
Okay.
Do you not mean, bro?
Let's go back. Let's go back to the topic. I think Harun wanted to ask a very good question.
Yeah. So what is your qualm with the existence of God, reincarnation?
Yeah. So I have a possible disproof attempt, but that could be wrong. Me and Khalil have gone over that. But also, that aside, I think there's no evidence where there should be of a God. So I think that the argument from contingency might fail, although I'm trying to take a big step back on that, because clearly I don't understand lots of the responses to the argument from contingency. So, and also, but when it comes to Allah specifically, I think there's a number of things I disagree with on that. So I don't believe in or wrong.
So something from nothing. Where did everything come from in your belief?
It came from something eternal, necessary, and independent, is what I currently believe. And that thing would be a non-mind, something which isn't a mind. which is creates automatically, and it creates mechanically, automatically, unintelligently. But it doesn't come from an absolute nothing. That's impossible. I would say. Or,
Wait, did you say it comes from intelligence?
no, non-intelligence and non-mind, something without a mind.
Non-intelligence.
Without a
So
mind,
why
yeah.
is that the case? Like why does it come from something without a mind?
Well, that's deduction. I mean, so it couldn't have come from an infinite regress, couldn't have come from nothing, and couldn't have come from. I don't think could have come from a mind.
Why is that?
Because, well, yeah. Why is that? So you've got things like, sorry, my Alexa thing's off. You've got things like no evidence where there should be for the mind. So that would be the core
Well,
belief. For instance,
well,
if there's no.
You do understand that like we can't rule a possibility out because we have no evidence for it. Like for instance, like I mean this in and of itself would be evidence of absence. Sorry, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's fallacious to say
You're
that.
talking about like
Now,
argumentation from silence, kind of like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
so something like that, yeah. So just because we can't see evidence, and especially when we're looking at something like pre-matter or like we're saying like pre-universe, it's very hard to find something materialistic or within like the physical realm, or any evidence outside of that, right? So that's why, for instance, like the multiverse theory, the cosmological cyclical theory, like these type of theories that talk about like something's existing external to our universe, it's very hard for there to be any type of evidence for it except for mathematical possibilities. And so to say that, we like, because I don't really understand the whole claim of like there should be, evidence for God in this case, like physical empirical evidence. When in fact, like God would be placed in the category of the supernatural. The supernatural deals with things outside the realms of science, right? In the sense of, science deals with the nature of natural events, processes, or phenomena. And so it's sort of like as if I gave you a ruler and I told you to give me my weight, right? It's going to be very hard for you to do that because you're not using the right tools. And so to look for a supernatural, so to look for evidence, empirical evidence of a supernatural being, right, would be this sort of the same thing. You're using the wrong tools, right? The only thing that can extend our limits for knowledge to all possibilities would just be our logic, right? Our thinking, right? And I think that is the greatest tool that we can use to make sense of reality. Like for instance, so before I go further, would you agree that we can't limit the scope to just non-mind?
Well, yeah, no, there could be minds as well, and it's not just empirical evidence, like you say. There's evidence from personal experience. There's logic, which is important, was very important. But I don't agree that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence is evidence of absence because, okay, say you don't have any evidence of gold on Pluto because you haven't looked very much or you haven't looked at all. Well, then you just take the agnostic position. You don't know. But when you've looked on Pluto extensively for gold, you've scoured Pluto, you've scanned Pluto, you've looked everywhere there should be gold, you still haven't found any, well, then you're going to start to doubt. So absence of evidence is evidence of absence when there's no evidence where there should be.
Okay. Now, to respond to that point, I would agree with you if that thing is physical, right? So if you're looking for, say, gold in that aspect and you have the tools to, say, detect gold and you don't find any gold, then absolutely I would agree with you. But say, let's say, for instance, you were blind and you were amputated, so you can't feel or anything. You were just like a torso, pretty much. Like that's it, right? And you were on Pluto or Venus, and let's say like you could move around, but you couldn't touch anything, and you couldn't see anything. You couldn't observe gold, right? Now, in this case, just because you weren't able to find gold based on I mean, obviously, you wouldn't have any readings of the external world because you would lose senses there. But let's just say in this case, you wouldn't have the tools to detect the gold. We can't say that just because you do not have personal evidence, right, of empirical evidence of that gold existing, that we can't rule out and say that there is no gold, right? Similarly, in this world, we don't have the tools to detect the supernatural, right? It's outside of our capabilities. And so we can't rule out that possibility. And in fact, I think there's a lot of arguments, like logical arguments. So, like, I know there's the one from consciousness. I don't know if you've heard. Um, that could say that, there in the beginning there must have been something with an eternal conscious state to have endowed human beings and all conscious entities with this consciousness, right? And it actually goes in line with evolution as well. So I think to just limit the scope when there's arguments on both sides as to why there could be a mind and why there couldn't be a mind. I think it's I think it's just confirmation bias because I don't think if we're really trying to understand the fundamental reality of our world and we're trying to understand the truth, what is true, what is not. If you want to hold true beliefs, I think we shouldn't discard certain positions just because it may lead down a route that you aren't willing to go down, or like you aren't, you know, like essentially you have bias against it, right? So I think if we're being fair, I think you would agree that the intrinsic probability of the universe being created by a mind and a non-mind would just be 50-50 at best before we can move into certain arguments that may sway that probability.
Well, I think there's no evidence of any type. So from logic, from philosophy, from whatever type you want to go into, there's no direct or indirect, I believe. So it doesn't rule out the possibility altogether of a mind. It's just that it's just unlikely. I think I doubt it. But as I said, I don't understand the argument from contingency, as Khalil knows very well at all. So I'm trying to take as big step as I can back, assuming my disproof is wrong. It probably is on atheism. I'm just trying to go as near to agnosticism as I can with a general theistic God. But then there would still be Allah, which I'm still very doubtful of. But yeah, when we're talking about just atheistic God, as I said, I have to take a big step because Khalil has shown and Hamza's Den has shown there's a lot I need to learn about the argument from contingency. And I've heard of the argument from consciousness, I've heard the term, but I'm not familiar with that. So I couldn't really speak on that at all at the moment. So if there's something.
Which version have you heard from contingency?
Well, there seems to be different phase 2 ones. Like, okay, so something's necessary, eternal, and independent. I agree with that already. I agree with what we call Khalil told me was the phase 1. But then Khalil says there's phase 2, and there's like 3 different versions I've heard of so far. There's the version which says there's limitations with independent things, so there must have been something unlimited. I think it goes that created the limited thing. There's another version which is countering my argument that there's a necessary eternal independent universe. That's impossible, apparently, because you can't. The effect can't be eternal with the cause. I think that's the term. Effect can't be eternal. But then there was Khalil's version to counter it, and you're saying it something like it's. I can't remember now. It's impossible for there to be for it not to be a mind, for it not to be omniscient. If it's going to be necessary, it must be omniscient. If it's necessary, if I agree with that, and there's no way. So yeah, those are the versions I've had.
Okay, so I think you heard the one via propositional logic. I'll give you one right now. This is sort of like unknown, or it's known among some philosophers, but I'll give you one right now. Let me know what you think. Okay. Okay, so the first one would be something like there's some explanation that is either known or not known for everything, right? This is pretty much like the principle of sufficient reason. I think this is widely agreed upon by most philosophers. Would you agree to that?
So can you say that again? So I do have memory concentration problems. Can you say that again? So there's things
So
which are known and unknown.
yeah, so there's some explanation. Sorry, there is some explanation for everything, right? Whether we know it or do not know it, there is an explanation for it. Would you agree to that?
There's an explanation, not for everything, for all contingent things.
Contingent, yes. That's pretty much.
That could exist. I think that's possible. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So existence requires explanation. So non-existent doesn't require an explanation, though ceasing to exist would require an explanation.
Those ceasing to exist would require an explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those existing would require an explanation.
Yeah. So everything that exists, like now or in the past or in the future, would requires an explanation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So the world's, or I should say, the universe's existence requires an explanation. Would you agree to that?
Well, this universe does, but there would be. I'm saying there's a necessary universe as a possibility, but
well, we're not there yet. We're not there yet because we're just trying to.
We're trying to get contingent, anything contingent, including the contingent part, the contingent universe, this contingent universe, the contingent universe would require an explanation. Yes.
Okay. All right. So the reason for the universe is, okay, how should I state this? Okay. So the reason for the universe must either be, or sorry, the explanation for the universe must either be within it or outside of it. If it's within it, the world is a necessary being, right? If it's outside of it, the world is a contingent being. So examples of, say, necessary beings or truths would be some things that couldn't fail to be true, whereas contingent beings are true, but might have not been. So, for example, the Allies winning World War II, right? That would be considered a contingent fact because we can configure a perception of, say, the Allies losing World War II, right? What that would look like. It is very much possible. And so that would be something like a contingent truth, which is similar to a contingent being. Like you didn't have to exist. I could picture a world in which I never met you and you never existed, and it would be the exact same. And so you could also do that with me, right? So we would be contingent beings in that sense, right? So, and then there's impossible beings that cannot exist in virtue of their own nature. So things like this would be like true contradictions, right? And then, okay, yeah. So that's pretty much like the three categories of existence. So would you agree to that?
Yes, yeah. On the last point, things are contingent that possibly could have been otherwise, possibly absent. I agree with that definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so the universe is a contingent being, right? It didn't have to exist, and so the reason or its explanation for its existence is outside of it.
Yeah, I think it's outside of it. Of this universe, yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. And then I'm trying to figure out how to word it. So I think the next would be like that which the universe depends on is itself necessary or contingent, right? It either exists by its own nature or it doesn't.
Sorry, what do you mean by its own nature?
So it essentially like there's no, so that which the universe depends on, right, for its explanation, that it's that being or that entity, whatever it is, right, its explanation is either within itself, in that case it would be necessary, or it is outside of itself, where in that case it would be contingent. You would agree with that?
Yeah, because then you just get an infinite regress, wouldn't you?
That's where we're going.
Yeah.
Okay,
just
perfect.
within itself. Yeah.
Perfect. So postulating an infinite series of contingent beings as an explanation of the cause of the contingent universe, right, doesn't explain the actual existence of the contingent beings, right? It doesn't explain why things which might have not existed do in fact exist. And so the PSR, right, would require such an explanation. Give me 1 second, sorry, someone's calling me, but I'll be able to hear your answer, but I won't be able to respond. Give me a second.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. You get the infinite regress, and yeah, we might have to go over that again. Wait. Yeah.
Perfect chance for me to step in. Sorry, I was muted. So I really want to see how this ends, and I like the steps that Brother Kino's going through. But I got to get out of here, and I'm going to come and watch it tomorrow. So I
Okay.
appreciate you guys having me. And
No problem, brother. You're more than
Yeah,
welcome
right.
anytime.
Nice.
Kevin,
nice
we'll
meeting
see you. We'll see you
care.
tomorrow at 9, something like that, 9 Eastern
Yeah.
time.
that'll work. I'll message y'all. We'll be in contact. And
Okay.
everybody else, brother and Reincarnation Entertainment.
Nice to meet
Good
you.
seeing you. Y'all take
Assalamu
care.
alaikum, brother.
Bye.
Alaikum
Bye.
salam wa
Bye.
rahmatullah.
Alaikum
Wa
salam
alaikum
wa
salam wa
rahmatullah.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right. Hey, brother, we're gonna have you drop down, brother. Do you have anything else you want to add, inshallah? Brother, brother.
Oh no, that was it. Jazakallah khair, akhi.
Okay, brother. Jazakallah. Thank you for the links. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you, brother. Inshallah. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum.
Myself, brother.
All right. Where'd
Okay,
Kino
I'm
go?
back.
Did he hit a
I'm
phone
back.
call? Okay, he's back. He's back. Okay.
Yeah, I just had to let my brother in. Just came back. So where were we? So I think I said
infinite regress. Yeah, it couldn't be an infinite regress. I'm phasing out now, but my memory's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for
go ahead.
explanations.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I pretty much said if we, posit an infinite series of contingent beings as an explanation for the cause of the contingent universe, right? That doesn't explain the existence of the contingent beings themselves. So,
Where
for
did they
instance,
come from? Yeah, where did they come from? I mean, it had to come from something.
Yeah, give
Turns
me a
out-
minute, brother Musa. We'll bring you up in just a minute. Let Kino just finish this argument with the brother.
okay. So pretty much, like for instance, Hume, right? I was reading a little bit into what Hume thought about contingent existence, and he pretty much said that if we had an infinite regress of explanation, so E1 is explained by E2, E2 by E3, and so on, then everything in the regress would be explained, even if there was no ultimate explanation. But the PSR looks for that ultimate explanation. Why does the series exist? And so that's what we're trying to get to, right? So pretty much, if we hold to the PSR, right, there must be a necessary being, right, which exists by its own nature and is not dependent on anything else for its explanation. And
Yes.
on which the universe, right, the totality of contingent beings that we know of, right, depends on. And so we would say, as theists, that necessary being would be God. Now, there's many philosophers that are agnostic that say that something like matter could be that necessary being, and that's fine so far. I mean, we can get there, but I think, I mean, so would you follow this line of reasoning so far?
Yeah, definitely. I take that Graham Oppie, what he basically, I understand he says, he just says it's necessary, just not God. But yes, but I do follow you so far. And I don't think it could be matter. I think that it's unlikely, very unlikely. So yes, it's every contingent thing came from the necessary thing. That's what we're basically saying, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So I think that's pretty much like what's described as sort of the explanatory gap. So to get from that necessary being to God is usually what people will sort of argue on and have certain arguments for. Now, Khalil has run you the arbitrary limits argument, correct?
Khalil, could you confirm that? I'm not sure. not sure
So-
that's what it was.
Okay, I'll run it by you. It's not going to be verbatim, but I think it's what I got of it. So here I'm going to. So okay, pretty much I'll do it off top. So it's any kind of limit has a further explanation. A necessary being doesn't have a further explanation, right? Because it exists within its own nature, and so therefore a necessary being doesn't have any limits.
Well, I think that the if I could respond to that, I think that the dependent thing is limited. I mean, that's clear that it's limited, but that doesn't mean the necessary thing is therefore unlimited. It could be that it's limited. It's at least as likely at first,
Why is that?
first glance. Well, it's at least as likely because does it follow? I mean, I don't see how that follows because the dependent thing is limited. Therefore, the necessary thing. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it into an argument format for you, and then I'll
Okay,
give
I'll
you
try
the
to follow.
case.
I'll try my best. Okay.
I'll write it down. Just give me 2 minutes, and then I'll put it into with the inference and everything. Just give me 1 second.
While he's doing that, all these arguments are beautiful and correct, and there are lots of very good arguments. I would point you to Sir Roger Penrose, who's not religious at all, and he just won the Nobel Prize in Physics. And basically, I mean, he seems to have acknowledged that there is a God, depending on how you put that. But ultimately, and the reason I came on is you have to pray. You have to pray to God. If I believe in God, and I believe that if you sincerely pray, he will answer you.
So if I prayed now, he would answer me, or eventually.
Eventually, yeah. If you pray sincerely, pray, and there is an agentic God who wants you to turn towards him, then he will answer you.
Well, I can try. I'm certainly open to try. I mean, I'm an atheist, but I'm not gonna. I'll try to pray and see if that works. I'll try my best.
Do you want to do a prayer now? I mean, it's up to you. We
sure.
So if it's okay with the brothers here, I'll start a prayer.
Yeah, Jacob, you can't really come in here debo on our stream, son.
Go ahead.
I mean, I do agree with what he's saying, absolutely. But yeah, we definitely ask for guidance in Islam, and so the person himself, like Jacob was saying, I mean, you have to be sincere. So I do agree with him. I'm not saying that he's wrong, right? But we do have differences in our belief, right? Some of the things that we believe. But I mean, I know that Jacob believes in one God. I believe it's that same one God of Abraham. But yeah. So if you want to do something kind of neutral there, Jacob.
I was definitely planning on something neutral, but go ahead and lead it, Isa.
No. Go. You the one that made the suggestion. I'm doing my daughter. Hey, okay. Jacob, by the way, no hard feelings, brother, about the other night.
If there are zero hard feelings. I think what you guys are doing is great. I support you. The only reason I came on is because ultimately I think I was like, why aren't these guys mentioning actually praying to God? So if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. And we do actually mention that to people to be sincere.
And I'm sure you do, and yeah, because that's really important. Because there's a lot of very good arguments, and I agree with all of them. So just a very simple prayer. Dear God, we want to know if you are there, and we ask that you turn towards us and help us. And we ask this sincerely. Please Amen.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, yeah, I said it in my head.
I mean,
I said it in my head as you were saying it. So yeah,
yeah.
I tried to do it.
So listen, reincarnation. If you genuinely are, sincere, like truly sincere, all you do is ask, the one true God to reveal Himself to you, and not in the Christian form. We don't believe some angels or some Holy Ghost is going to descend and tickle your nipples or anything like this. We don't believe this. Okay, we simply say, "Ya Allah, guide us onto the straight path." And ask for His guidance, for His help, for His understanding, and things like this. But don't expect some jinn to, or not a jinn, Holy Spirit. Well, I guess if that's what you want to call it. But yeah, so we don't ask for these things. But this is something that you yourself would have to do. We could always we do, and I say, may Allah Subhanahu wa Taala guide the brother here, reincarnation, and show him the truth about Islam. I mean, this is what we say almost every single day to all kinds of non-Muslims, even ourselves. But you yourself have to put in that effort. If you walk to God or to Allah, Allah will run to you. This is what we believe, not literal running like he's a track star or something. But that if you come to Him with open arms, He'll come to you with open arms as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try doing that. I've tried doing it just now in my head. If there is a God, or God, reveal yourself to me. I don't know if you exist or not. Show me the way if you do exist. I will try that. I mean, I'm open to trying that. I'm still an atheist, but I don't know there's no God anyway. So, you know what I mean. So I'll try that.
What you want to do, brother, is when you're off the stream and you're about to go to sleep or something like this, after you've taken a shower, maybe, and you're just wanting guidance. You don't really want to do it now. I mean, you could do it now, right? I'm not saying you can't, but this is something that is quite personal between you and God. And like I said, if you're sincere, just wait until you're off stream. Go to somewhere quiet. And just ask God for guidance, man. Seriously, may Allah guide you.
Assalamu alaikum, guys, and hello to
yes, Acorn. What's up, brother?
Not much. How are you?
Good, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, reincarnation, I came on for a different point, but I have a very neutral prayer for you if you want to maybe write it down or watch it later. And I've recommended this to a friend of mine as well. You can just ask, since you're an atheist and you don't believe in God, you could just say, "Oh, creator of everything," or "Oh, ultimate creator, guide me to the truth, wherever it is and whatever it is." And then if you do that every night and you're sincere, we all would believe that you would be guided to the truth. And I think that's pretty neutral, right?
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Yeah. I'll watch the stream back and I'll do that. I'll do that prayer and see if what happens.
Yeah, and earlier you did talk about kind of this fear of death, and then Brother Harun was saying, well, as Muslims, we don't have this. And I think you brought up the example of other religions. I don't think that applies, to be honest. And I'm going to say this in the nicest way possible, because I think people who are not Muslim in some capacity are pussy-hearted in a way that we are, and pardon my language, because the only people who actually believe in something today are the Muslims, and there's a very, very easy way to actually substantiate this. So if you go to the 3rd chapter of the Quran, I can't remember the exact verse, there was an instance where the Prophet was interacting with some Christians, and you know how Christians can be, and he offered them a way to validate who has more faith in whatever they claim to believe in. And so what you can do as Muslims is shouldn't do it to everyone, but people like David Wood or Sam Shamoon, you can issue a challenge to them. And I myself have issued this challenge to at least 10 Christians so far, and 0 have obliged. People who are extremely hateful, saying all kinds of hateful rhetoric. And all you have to say is, let us agree to invoke the curse of the one true great creator on you and your entire family, if Islam is true, and on me and my entire family, if Islam is false. And there are 0 Christians in the world who will actually give you an amen. So there are like 10-year-old girls who have more faith than the biggest pastors, biggest preachers. And so that's my point. If you want like that non-fear of death, Islam is the only
Isn't it
answer.
called a muthalaba? Something like
Mubahila, I think.
Mubahala. Yeah, mubahala. But the whole thing about the punish or this curse upon the family, I don't think that actually works that way. It's the curse upon me and you, whoever it is that you're challenging, because how can you curse someone for not having done anything, right? We don't believe like this in Islam. But I get what you're saying, brother. I'm not trying to fight with you.
Yeah.
But you might know more than I do about this. But this is the Muslim brain being activated, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like there's an injustice going on here.
No, for sure.
If I do this challenge, hang on, brother.
Yeah,
if I do this challenge, will I get cursed and my family? Well, what did my family had to do with it? If I took the challenge, it had nothing to do with that, right? But I do understand what you're saying. I mean, if you can provide like evidence that, it means the person and their family, I'm willing to accept that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. I see what you're saying. Like, I think part of the kind of like purpose behind it is to kind of put people in their place in a way as well, because the Christians at that time, they wanted to accept it, but eventually they backed out. And like the whole point of it is that no one would accept such a challenge in the first place. So it helps kind of people like put things into perspective. But the ayah does say like on you, because what he did was he gathered parts of his family, and the Shia love this verse because obviously it's convenient for them, or so they think. And basically, like the ayah did say, family, the idea is that you wouldn't go around to very friendly Christians on the street and you wouldn't say this to them because it's not a very nice thing to say. But there's people who carry a lot of hatred in their heart, and essentially what it does show to them is that they have very little faith in what they actually claim to believe. So this isn't necessarily like a logical argument, although I would say the only people who believe in something the most, in a way you could argue, that would necessitate truth. But if you want to talk on the emotional side, I don't think anything can give you emotional peace like Islam can do. But I wanted to talk to you about basically when you said that you believe that there's something necessary which is pre-eternal and which is independent, and you said it didn't have a mind or a will, right?
Yeah. I don't think it has a mind or a will or intelligence. Yeah, that's correct.
So you believe, like, from what I understand, it's basically like a mechanical, let's say, reaction that gave rise to whatever was next in the chain of events, right?
Yeah, I call it automatic. That or I'm not sure. Yeah, automatic, mechanical automatic. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
I use the word mechanical, but
yeah. The problem with that is this thing that was basically necessary and pre-eternal and infinite. Something infinite gave some rise to something that was temporal, right? Like something infinite gave rise to something that was finite.
Yes, something infinite, eternal, gave rise to something that's not eternal. Yes.
So then obviously it begs the question, it obviously did this at a point in time, because if it didn't do this at a point in time, then the entire world would be infinite with that very same infinite necessary being. So if it did it at a point in time, then the question is, why did it do it at the point in time it did it and not at an earlier point in time?
No, sir, you've lost me there. I've got memory and concentration problems.
Okay.
Could you be a bit more concise, a bit more slowly?
Yeah.
I think the thing is maybe timeless. Maybe that the eternal thing is timeless, so time wouldn't apply to it.
No, that's fine. I understand that, but time obviously applies to us and this planet and our existence. Yes. So the whole question is that this thing that is infinite, right? It decided to create something finite, and it decided to do so at a particular point, right? Or let's say this thing that's infinite, that's finite, which is, like this Earth or whatever was second in the chain of reaction, it was at a point in time, or it was at a certain point. So then the question becomes, why was it at that particular point and not at another point?
Why was it at that particular point and not a particular? Well, a point of time implies time, doesn't it? So
yeah, but he created, or like you're saying this. Let's just say this mechanical action, right? Which you're talking about. Why did it occur at the particular moment that it occurred, and not at another moment? That's what I'm asking you.
Why did it occur at a particular moment? Not sure. I just say it just happened. I don't know why or how, not why exactly how, but I just say it would have just happened.
But like
outside of time.
Yeah, the issue is that if it happened at a particular point and not another point, and this mechanical reaction was only a reaction to the existence of the necessary being, right? The necessary being itself always existed pre-eternally. So this mechanical action then, why was it not constantly happening pre-eternally? Because if it's just a mechanical reaction to the existence of the necessary being, then that would mean that this mechanical reaction would be taking place infinitely into the past, because this infinite being existed infinitely to the past, in which case you get back to the same issue of the infinite regress of causes.
No, but the infinite thing at first would have been timeless. So the mechanical cause would happen outside of time, right? And then it would have created time. Is what I'm saying.
But
I'm not
you're
sure I'm
saying
following
the mechanical cause, right? Like you're saying the necessary being didn't create, but it was just basically a mechanical reaction from the existence of the necessary being that gave rise to everything else, right?
Well, it is the necessary being. The necessary being is the thing that created the dependent thing. So it did it automatically as an equivalence to will, but without will.
Right. So you're saying if it did it automatically, that's what I'm saying. Like the necessary being has always existed pre-eternally. And if it didn't have a will and it didn't have a choice in the matter, but it was just necessary that, or it was that this mechanical force existed, or this necessary being existed, and then automatically there was this mechanical reaction, then this mechanical reaction would have also happened infinitely into the past, right? Because the exact same circumstances that gave rise to it in one particular moment could have occurred at a prior moment or the moment after.
But what's confusing me is you're saying infinitely into the past, but there wasn't past, present, and future as time. So there wasn't that. What I'm trying to say is that, as you know, that there wasn't. Sorry if I'm getting this wrong. That there wasn't time, so it would have happened outside of it, and then it would have created time.
Right.
It didn't happen infinitely since the past.
You're saying it was pre-eternal, right? Like the necessary being, you've already come to the point where you believe it's pre-eternal, right? Which means like it always has existed. So this mechanical reaction, if it occurred as a consequence to some particular circumstances that are purely physical, purely mechanical, then the point is that it would necessarily also occur at a point before or a point after. But what happened is, as we would agree, that this mechanical reaction occurred at a particular point, and from something infinite, we got something finite. So if you have something happening at a particular moment in time, you would have to explain why it happened at that moment in time. And in order to do that, the only explanation would be that this independent entity has the capacity to will, and hence we can explain why it happened at one moment and not another.
Yeah, I don't. Sorry, I'm slow. I don't understand why the time aspect of it, and also you say physical.
Mm-hmm.
What do you actually mean by that? Do you mean matter, energy, physical? Is that what you mean when you say physical?
I mean whatever you mean by mechanical reaction, right? Like whatever led from the necessary being to whatever the first thing that was next after that mechanical reaction. All I'm saying is that mechanical reaction, you're saying the necessary being didn't will it, but it was just a reaction to something. It was just the next step. So all I'm saying is the necessary being itself is finite, and this mechanical reaction itself is finite, whereas the necessary being is infinite, right? So
the necessary being is infinite. Yeah, no, I agree with that part. That the necessary being is. I understand what you're saying.
If something finite comes from something infinite, then
Yes.
you would have to explain why that finite thing came at the particular moment it did, and not one moment before or one moment after, or a million moments, so to say, colloquially, before or after.
Oh, well, first of all, what can I apply to Will? Will, you're saying that Will can get out of that like loop?
Mhm. Yes.
Will can get out of that.
Yes.
But so if Will can get it out of it, but automatic can't get it out of that.
Automatic can't, because then you can't explain why it didn't happen before or after with Will. Will is the only necessary explanation at that point. Like, it has to be Will, because the very simple answer as to why it happened at one moment in time and not another moment of time, even though the circumstances were exactly the same, you just have this infinite necessary being that exists in the exact same way. Then with Will, you can be like, well, it has the capacity to make a decision, and it made a decision at this point in time and not another point in time.
So you think that the will is within time? You're saying it's before or after time, that at some point it had to create time, and it's within time because it's the before and after.
I'm saying the will is something that the necessary being possesses.
Yeah, and it was and there was a before and there was an after, so it can will itself, will the universe to exist, will something else to exist.
Yeah, like, which is why we had something willed at a particular moment in time, right? Because if it had no capacity to will, and it was just a mechanical reaction, and this thing existed infinitely, then this world would have to also exist infinitely, because this mechanical reaction should have been occurring infinitely as well.
Yo, Acorn. Acorn.
That's just think about it. Rewatch the stream. I think it's enough to like think about. But I stole this.
Can I go back to the?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. Yo, Acorn, I appreciate that. You so just like I said before, guys. So paid members are allowed to come up here and engage with our guest. If you're not a paid member, then you would just have to wait when no one is here, and then we'll bring you up and you can ask questions of us then and things like this. But I think we're gonna go ahead and move on to Khalil and Kino to pick it up from here, my brother.
Yeah. Sounds good, guys. Take care. And
hey, that was some good argumentation, brother.
Walaikum salam, bro. Yeah, good stuff. I
Yeah.
didn't jump in because I mean you were like,
yeah, it's all stolen from
Mister, thank
Sharif,
you.
right? So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, guys. Assalamu alaikum.
Bye.
Assalamu alaikum. All right. Where were we? Oh yes, I was gonna get the argument I've written down here. Sorry, I went to go grab food. All right, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Nope.
You cannot see my screen. Liar. All right. Okay. You see this? All right.
Yes.
Reincarnation.
I do.
All right. So pretty much first premise would be something like a necessary being doesn't have a further explanation. This is just the definition of it. Second premise would just be something like limits are arbitrary and beg further explanations. And then the conclusion would be therefore a necessary being doesn't have any limits. So which one would you contest? Would you contest 1 or 2?
A necessary being doesn't have a further explanation. That's true. What's it mean by limits are arbitrary and beg further explanations? That's confusing to me.
I'm glad you asked. All right. Look, I'm gonna scroll down. I got a little something here.
Great.
All right, you ready? I came prepared. You ready? All right. So let's say Johnny is a necessary being. Okay. Johnny is 7'5" tall, feet tall, I should say. Right. The question is, right? Why is Johnny 7'5"? Right? Why is he not 7'6" or 7'4"? Right? Why is that the case? It just begs the
That's
question.
technical foul.
So, but if we say this, right? If we say X is a necessary being, right, and X has no limits, we really can't say anything. It doesn't beg any questions. Like if we were to limit it, it would beg the question like, why is that the case? right?
So couldn't it be just like, you know, eternally limited, necessarily limited? Does that not make sense?
Could you repeat that again? Sorry.
Why couldn't it be just like necessarily limited? If you know what I mean, why couldn't it just have?
Well, because then it would have
further explanation.
this. He's pointing out that it has an arbitrary limitation, and if something has an arbitrary limitation, like he said earlier with you, that do you find it reasonable that contingent things have external explanations for their existence? If you're saying that there's an external explanation for why this thing is limited, you could say it's necessarily limited, but the thing is contingent by definition if there's an explanation on why it is the way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're trying to say, Kino, right?
Mm-hmm. Right on the head.
Well, could it be limited, or the dependent thing is limited because it was created limited by something that is limited? I mean, isn't that just possible?
The necessary being was created by something.
No.
Was necessary.
The dependent thing, the contingent thing.
The contingent. Okay.
Yeah.
The contingent thing can be limited. That in and of itself would be a property of it being contingent. But if we say that a property of, say, something contingent, right, the negation of that of that existence of that same category would just be something that is not limited, right? So we would say something like, you know, limitations are can't spell it. I'm getting contin. Oh my god. Okay, and then we would just say that I don't even know. My brain is not functioning correctly at this time.
Well, better than mine. Believe me, mine's terrible. I've got severe problems with that. So.
Okay. So it would just be the negation. So when we say that, so like say for instance, whoa. All right, there we go. So when it comes to contingent existence, right? Its distinct property would just be it being limited, right? It would be limited in either its physical proportions or say its attributes, something non-mental, or sorry, something non-physical, and also non-mental as well. So that would be the physical. Whereas the necessary existence, so like contingent, the way that we come to contingency is this, right? And this is pretty much how it started. Basically, we said, what are things that exist, right? When we look around this world, we see you, we see me, we see Isa, right? We see Yeehaw Cowboy. Isa, we see many things that could have failed to exist, right? So contingency would just be the things that could have failed to exist, right? Failed to exist, or have further explanations, right? So the other thing, the other type of existence, we don't know because we haven't observed that necessary existence. It would just be the negation of it. Let me see. Actual. So it would just be the negation of this. So this sign here is the negation sign. I'm gonna put it to that, which pretty much just means like the opposite, or the exact opposite. We would dub this as necessary, right? So it would just be the opposite of this, right? So couldn't have failed to exist, right? And doesn't have further explanations. OCD. Okay. So pretty much when we get to here, right, when we say that limitations is a distinct property of contingent, existence, this would make sense, right? Because limitations, we could say that, for instance, like Johnny here, right? Why is he 7 foot tall? Why is he not one less? Why is he not one more? Right? Whereas for a necessary being, if we were just to say, is I don't like the use of tall here because it has like a temporal like significance. We should just say like is powerful, right? Like this, we could say, okay, this would be like in and of itself, there would be nothing wrong with this statement, right? We wouldn't ask, like we could ask how tall is it, and then from there we could go from there. But if we just say it's infinitely possible, like powerful, then there really isn't anything that we could give to defeat this sort of proposition. But to say that, oh, let's go back and he was, what is he, 7'5", it's very hard to get there. But yeah, so would you agree then that a necessary being does not have any limits? Because this in and of itself isn't that like problematic as it is right now. Like I think the gap problem is a bit harder to get by, and I think Khalil will probably deal with that for you, where he goes into the mind and why this necessary being must have a mind because it grounds truth. I think that would be a harder sort of discussion to have because it implies a lot more like metaphysical components. But I think so far, would you agree that a necessary being does not have any limits?
Well, no, so actually, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean by limitless or limited. So does limitless just mean all powerful?
Or sorry,
the equivalent of that? Yeah.
So I should just say like unlimited, or sorry, I'm just unlimited. Guys, don't roast me. I don't know if that's correct. My brain's. I'm super tired. So unlimited, right, is a distinct property of necessary existence.
So unlimited just means unlimited in power.
Unlimited in anything. So you could say that he is unlimited, like in goodness or attributes or characteristics, in pretty much everything. So we could say powerful. You could say good. You could even make the case for evil.
Yeah.
We're not saying that this isn't making a case to sort of like a classical theistic position. We're just saying that whatever the necessary being is, it's all we know is that its attributes and characteristics are unlimited.
Yep. It could be unlimited in its evil. But that's where the will comes in. It chooses to act upon its goodness rather than its evil. Because if you look at the very nature of what this thing is in a specific light, a specific religion, if it is speaking truth and telling people to give to charity and repent, I mean, obviously it's not acting upon its evil.
You feeble-minded nincompoop.
Fucking poops.
Does that make sense?
Well, I agree that the contingent thing is at the moment limited, but I still don't see how it follows that, because contingent also just means possibly absent and limited, but necessary. Why does no? I'm sorry. I probably just have to rewatch the stream.
They're trying to figure out why there needs to be a necessary being. Why there just couldn't be contingent things.
No, we've gotten to the point where he agrees and believes that there is a necessary being or entity.
Okay.
He's trying to get around, like, I pretty much gave him like a little argument here I put together. He disagrees with the premise too. I ran him, good reasons as to why that, actually follows, and there's really no reason to reject it. But I think he gets, why contingent existence has limitations, but he's stuck up on why necessary existence has to be unlimited.
Because if it was limited, then there would be necessarily an external explanation for why the limits are limited in the way that they are. which means the necessary being would have an external explanation for at least part of itself. And necessary beings don't have external explanations. So the only way to make sure that something is truly necessary, it would have to lack any external explanation for why it is the way that it is. And the only way to achieve that feat is for it to be unlimited in all of its properties, because if it is unlimited, then there would be no external explanation. Therefore, the necessary thing would truly be necessary.
So it can't be limited and not have an eternal explanation, just because that's just how it is.
Yeah, because if you say that there's a limitation that doesn't have an explanation, then you would have rejected what you agreed to earlier when it comes to the principle of sufficient reason. You have to throw away the PSR to be able to do that. And that means you throw away contingent things having external explanations. To which, I mean, that opens up a whole other can of worm of problems.
Okay. Well, I think at the end of the day, I'm just going to have to rewatch the video again, and
Sure.
I'm not fully keeping up with everything because I still just don't get why it can't be limited as a possibility, the necessary thing. That's not clicking for me.
Sure. So let's try this. Give the necessary being a limitation.
Okay.
What would a limitation be?
Like limited in power.
Okay. Why? So it has a level 75 power, right? Whatever that may be, right? Why? Why is it only 75? Why is it not 76?
Well, because that's the way it's always been and always has been, and it's just that's just how it is, limited, and we don't know why that is. We may never know why, but it just has that limitation.
Well, whether we know why is irrelevant, there would still be some type of ontological explanation, whether human beings know what that explanation is or not. If we say that the weak PSR, we hold to the PSR, there would necessarily be an explanation. You have to have some kind of explanation. Whether we know what that explanation is or not, it would still need one, since there is an arbitrary limitation. You can't just, because it would be special pleading to say, okay, so everything that I see, like these glasses right here, have some sort of explanation because these glasses are not omniscient. Why are they not omniscient? Because it doesn't have a mind. Why doesn't it have a mind? Because the person who engineered this did not engineer it with a mind. So the why this is limited the way it is described by the engineer who made the glasses, right? So the glasses don't have a mind because the engineer is the explanation for the glasses. Therefore, the glasses are contingent because its arbitrary limit has an explanation. The necessary being, if it's limited, according to the same principle that we use to describe why the glasses don't have a mind, is the exact same principle that you would use to explain why this necessary thing is only limited to 75 power. You would not be able to have limitations upon it for it to be truly necessary. According to the PSR, if there are any arbitrary limitations, it's by definition contingent. There's just no way around it. So to believe in a necessary being, you have to believe in a limitless being. It's just the only logical conclusion.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to look over it because it's just not clicking in for me at the moment. I thank you for explaining it and taking the time. It's always not a hill struggle with me to explain something with you. I'm much better when it's written down. But yeah, no, it's interesting. You're saying it's basically it's impossible for it to be limited if it's necessary.
Yeah. Just because of the principles that we've agreed upon that we use to judge certain things, to say that it can be limited and also be necessary would completely contradict the principle of sufficient reason.
I'm going to have to learn the PSR properly then. I'm going to have to learn that.
Sure.
Yeah. Khalil, do you mind if we just go around in circles for a bit on my possible disproof? So I've been thinking about that a lot.
On your disproof, are you talking about the whole omniscience thing?
Yeah. Do you want to go around in circles a bit?
Yeah, I mean, if Kino wants to jump in too, I mean, or Isa, either one of you guys, because I've kind of like talked to you a little bit about this, but
I'm down.
maybe they have some different
Absolutely.
answers.
Shoot.
Okay, so it's basically the latest thing is so God knows He's going to make the grass blue, and He makes the grass orange would be a logical contradiction. I think we both agree to that. But if you say or He could have made the grass orange, I'm trying to say that's also a logical contradiction. I think you don't agree with that, Khalil. You wouldn't agree with that if He could make or He can make it orange.
Wait, so you're saying God foreknows something that He will do?
Yeah, He's
Are you saying that?
So he knows
Therefore, He doesn't have free will.
Yes.
It's the omniscience paradox.
Well, I'm arguing as a contradiction, as not a paradox.
Wait, what's the contradiction there?
He's saying that if God knows what He's going to do, then He couldn't do anything other than what He knows He's going to do. Therefore, He doesn't have the ability to do other than what He knows He's going to do. Therefore, God does not have free will.
Did you talk to him about the middle knowledge and the types of knowledge?
Yep.
Yeah, he talked to me about that.
Yeah, that'd probably be the answer.
Yeah, we were talking about contingent knowledge, and we didn't understand that. I don't think we got around to that last time because we were going around in circles on the thing. Contingent knowledge.
Yeah. So what I had explained to him, Kino, was that God knows what He's going to do. The reason why He knows what He's going to do is because He has knowledge of what He would freely choose. And that's the necessary knowledge that's activated or actualized is Him knowing exactly what He would freely do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just Him knowing what He's going to do, therefore no free will. Just like with us, God knows what we're going to do, but it doesn't mean that He causes us to do it. He has actualized a world to where He knows what we would freely choose. And that's the world that He actualized is a world to where we would do what we would freely choose. Therefore, we're still held responsible for what we do. It's the same thing with Himself.
Isn't knowing and freely choosing, though, a contradiction? Because it's like saying, you know something and you have options to choose between. But that wouldn't be options. That you wouldn't have any options. If you knew for certain what you were going to do, that wouldn't be free will because you wouldn't have.
If God always existed within time, then yeah, that would be an issue.
But he exists outside of time, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would hold that He, in the initial state, existed outside of time. Currently, right now, He's in time.
Okay, but so if we say he's outside of time in the initial state, wouldn't that still be a contradiction? Because if He knew what He was going to do for certain, how He wouldn't have any options? So that's not choice. That's not free will. He wouldn't know what he wouldn't be able to know and freely choose. That would be a contradiction right there. That's not a paradox, but a contradiction.
But the knowledge that He has is of what His free will would be.
The knowledge that He has is what of His free will would be.
So you could say He is forced to actualize what He would freely choose.
He is forced to choose what He would freely choose. Yeah, it's the freely choose point I'm having the problem with right here. Because why would He? I mean, He be.
If God was to know all possible things, right? That would mean He would know all things that He would choose, and He would know all things that He would not choose, correct?
If He knows all possible things, then He would have to go down a certain route. He wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying that if He is truly omniscient, He would know everything that He would choose, and He would know everything that He wouldn't choose, correct?
Yeah, I'm still having a problem with you using the word choose at all.
No. So I'm not saying He actually chooses that. What I'm saying right now is that He would know, if He's truly omniscient, He would know what He likes and what He doesn't like, right? What He would choose and what He wouldn't choose.
What He desires and doesn't desire.
Exactly. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
He necessarily actualizes the world to where He actualizes what He would desire.
Well, he has to bring it about. You mean when you say actualize, bring it about?
Yeah, he actualizes. That's what it means to actualize.
Okay. Yeah, but okay. So he knows all the options, and he knows what he desires and what he doesn't desire. But the point is the end point is still what he knows. He still knows the end point
Yeah,
where
but
he's going to
that's
go.
once again, that's completely skipping over the whole idea of him knowing what he would freely choose. The only way that you can make this a contradiction is if you ignore the whole idea of him knowing what he would choose. To which, if he doesn't know what he would choose, then he's not omniscient, and we're back to this thing not being necessary and having arbitrary limitations. But that's why I would say that you're free to have this argument, but this argument doesn't work with the God that I believe in, because the God that I believe in is omniscient, and the God that I believe in knows what he would freely choose and actualizes that world.
So when you say, can we just to see if this is the problem
Sure.
with what we're not understanding is when you say freely choose, what do you mean? So he has options and he just says, oh, I could do this, I could do this, I could do this, but I'll do this. I can make the grass blue, I can make the grass green, I can make the grass purple. I'll decide to make it green.
I desire for the grass to be green. Therefore, I'm going to actualize a universe with green grass. Based on his knowledge of him desiring green grass.
Yeah, I don't see, because I would just say the same thing. Like, I'm not sure if I am going wrong, where I'm going wrong with that. I'm trying to see where I'm going wrong with that right now, and I have been trying to do that quite a lot. Yeah, I would just say the same thing, and you would say I was skipping over. Yeah, okay.
Do you have anything to add, Kino, that may help us from going around in circles?
Yeah.
No, you're right. I don't know. I think definitely watch over again. But
yeah.
It's sort of like this, right? The way that I think about, or at least the way that theists would think about omnipotence is that, or is this the is this the omniscience paradox?
Omniscience paradox, yeah.
Okay.
And he's claiming that not only is it a paradox, but it is a direct contradiction.
I just don't see the A and not A when it comes to, like, say, mental states. Like, yes, I would agree with you that God can know and then also not know. Like, that would be a true contradiction. But
yeah, so God, his A and not A would be God freely chooses, but since God has omniscience of what he would do, he can't freely choose. So he chooses and he doesn't choose simultaneously.
How would that not be choosing, though? Like, for instance,
if he eternally has knowledge of what he's going to do,
right,
then how did he choose it?
Yeah,
he would choose it because he knows what he would want to choose. I mean,
Because
I just don't think that's a contradiction, though.
Choose. Correct. Yeah. So what reincarnation is not on. He's arguing it from a point to where you were just looking at God's knowledge of what he would do, not his knowledge of what he knows that he would desire, and then actualizing that universe. There's that middle part that's being left out. That's why I would say that if that part's being left out, then God's not omniscient, right? Honestly, it would almost be a self-defeating argument, because if you say that God doesn't know what he would desire, and God doesn't know that he would actualize what he would desire, then there's something that he doesn't know. Therefore, he's not omniscient. Therefore, there's no omniscience paradox, because he's not even the necessary being. Then he wouldn't be omniscient. So there's no omniscience paradox for something that's not omniscient.
Right. But he always knows what he always knows what he desires, though. That's the thing. He knows and desires it. So if you have all the
and then actualizes that.
Like, that isn't a contradiction. If you want to say that it somehow reduces his free will, we can talk about that. But I don't think we could say that it's a contradiction.
Say it reduces his free will, because then that would be an arbitrary limitation.
Yeah, but I just like I think that's a more fruitful, because I don't think we have a and not A here, at least in this case. But Do you know? Like, I was actually reading into this. There's a man named Leibniz, right?
Yep.
He is a mathematician. He's actually the one that invented calculus, right? The binary code that all of our computers use today. Anyway, regardless of that, he basically has a theory. It's called the two twin trains theory. Have you heard about this, Khalil?
Yeah.
So basically, picture two trains, okay? They're going up, they're going down, they're going side and to this side, and they're going to that side, right? They're side by side, right next to each other. They're traveling at the same speed, and they look identical to one another in every way, shape, and form. Just like imagine two twins, right? Now, they look like they're connected to one another, right? Because they're moving up and down to the side and side, right? All at the same time, but they're not, right? They're just synchronized, right? Every time one goes left, the other one goes left, one goes down, the other one goes down, exact same second, right? So Leibniz says, when I reach for, a cup of coffee, the universe, right, had already decided millions of billions of years ago that that was going to happen, right? Your intuitive sense just coincides with it perfectly, right? That they are both synchronized, right? And that's pretty much what he calls the two twin theory, right? The correlation theory, that your desire to grab that cup of coffee doesn't affect your hand, right? It doesn't move your hand. That would be impossible. It'd be something non-physical moving something physical. So he just says that they correlate perfectly, right? And to this day, there hasn't been a refutation for this, right? And a lot of physicists agree that the universe is determined by cause and effect. And so, when it comes to like the free will aspect, I mean, this correlation theories is something that stood the test of time when it comes to theories, at least. There's been some slight refutations, but they're not all that intuitive. Like, you'd have to jump through a lot of hoops to say that you still do not have free will. But in this case, God's knowledge, his foreknowledge of what he's going to do in the future. But like, then again, it's just like, how do we, like, it's very hard to even think about how God sees time. You see what I mean? Like, do all time, like, time would, I would just say, would just be a somewhat like of an attribute of God. Like, it wouldn't exist external to him. Do you see what I mean? So it's very hard to say.
You're not mean, bro.
In it's sort of like, it's sort of like if I was to ask you, like if I code a program, a game, and the game runs for a minute, right? And I know everything, all the possible scenarios in this game within that minute. Could I still choose what I'm going to do within that minute? I still could, right? Similarly, for God to know something that he's going to do, right? It's very, like I don't see the A and not A in this. But we can talk about the free will aspect, but there's many ways to like go past this and find like a refutation for it, because one thing about philosophy is that there's no silver bullet, right? Like, there's nothing, like, for every position there's always going to be a way to get out of it, right? There's no gotcha moment, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is really interesting stuff. I'm really tired now. I have to actually go now. So thank you for everything. But I have my tutor today, so I'm going to go over all this that we've been through in the video. We're going to replay the video. We're going to go over everything, that both the argument for contingency and my I don't even want to call it disproof now, just my attempt, maybe lame attempt at disproof. I'm going to go over that as well, because that's interesting. And if you don't see, if there isn't a contradiction, then there isn't a contradiction, and I'll accept that and move on purely to the argument for contingency, the limitations, arbitrary limitations, PSR, and I'll have to learn that and everything. So thank you for your time. But Khalil, if you did want to set something up, a session, a one-on-one session, if you do that, I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
I'll email you then.
Okay, brother.
That's great. Thanks so much, guys.
Yep. See you later.
Take care.
Thank you, Issa. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Take care.
And then there was 3.
And you're on the hot seat, Kino.
Ooh.
Caliente, bro. Caliente.
He's just trying to be friendly Muslim so bad. You can't be friendly Muslim, Issa. You got too many people complaining about how mean you are.
What was that?
I said you can't be friendly Muslim because you get too many complaints of people saying how mean you are.
I guess I'm really not that mean. Just very straightforward, bro. I'm a straight bro, sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
I take headshots out here, son.
Someone said, "Can I join? I need to prove something."
Okay, sure. Yeah, hit the link at the top of the chat, and you're more than welcome to come up here. You're not mean, bruv? All right, that's
It's got a
officially-
library pick, profile pic, so might
it's,
be someone willing to learn.
It's definitely a t-shirt now. Anybody have any suggestions for t-shirts? For some text on a t-shirt? Ooh, I still gotta make an Infinite Wombs one.
That's a good one. Let's see. Did you see the meme I posted in the group chat?
I saw the one with that I put on the screen earlier.
Did you see the other one?
No, hold on.
It's a video I made while while I was laying down.
That's beautiful, babe. All right, let's see. Oh my god! Wow. Hold on. You have a video too, right?
Appreciate it. I want to be appreciated. I want to be appreciated.
Oh my gosh. Old A-puss. Your alarm has been set for 3 hours and 17 minutes. I don't necessarily get that. What is that supposed to mean?
Your alarm has been set for 3 hours.
Khalid had posted it.
I think he feels dead. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Learner, hit the link and come up.
Yeah, bro. Come on. Jamon.
Shamonly.
Wait, let me see.
Issa, do you want me to send over that little thing I made?
Well, yeah, I got it already.
Oh, I want to show you something. I want to show you something.
Like a transparent version of it?
Sure, buddy.
Oh, you said you already got it. You got a transparent version?
I don't know which way.
So, like,
you mean PNG file?
No, transparent. That means it doesn't have any background whatsoever. Like, so when you go to put it on a shirt or something, there's not like a white or black background.
Right.
Yeah. Do you have one of those?
No.
Okay, I'll send you one.
All right.
MashaAllah.
Yo, okay.
Oh,
I found something.
What?
You're gonna laugh. Wait, hold up. That's not that one. Okay. Put this there. Put this there. Share screen. All right, let me know. Wait, hide. Okay.
The mission to spread this to the entire world.
You guys hear this?
Yeah.
the entire world, so that
Wait.
the mission to spread this to the entire world, so that
Wait a minute. Something's going on. That's not supposed to happen. Hold on.
What?
the mission to spread this to the entire world, so that everyone comes.
Okay, there we go. We're good.
The mission to spread this to the entire world, so that everyone comes. This is the major place. This is
where
the
did you do that?
mother of cities.
Where
mother of
did you
cities,
do that?
And yet it has no history within
Where
Christianity
does
and Judaism
Allah
at all.
say about Abraham and Ishmael were sent to the whole world? Where are you getting that from?
Yeah, I didn't say they were sent to the whole world. I said that they should spread the word that people
No,
from
you
all
didn't say
around the world
should.
come to him.
It's exactly what you just said.
Yeah. Did I say they were sent to the world? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
if I
yeah.
said that.
You
That's
did
not
say
what-
that, yeah.
That's
You
not what
did
I
say
meant.
that.
The issue
But what
was
did you mean then?
that it was the first house built on earth for Allah by Abraham and Ishmael, and they were told to tell the people from around the world to come to the
You
Kaaba.
said it again. You just did it again.
Oh man, I love this one. Oh my days.
So he literally said that they were sent to the whole world again after saying that he didn't say that.
Yeah. Like what? It's just I found this one, and then there's this one by Farid that responds. It's hilarious. Where is it? Wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, it's right here.
How to talk.
Okay. All right, here it is. This is actually kind of funny. This is on Christian Princess. Your favorite Christian guys. Let's hear him. So wait. Do you guys see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that should be good. It's on this monitor. Okay, we're good.
How to talk. Then attempt to review to me.
أحمد ابن حنبل أو لا إنه أحمد الإمام أحمد
Ahmed. معليش. Go learn how to count before attempting to refute me.
نمبر 1 صحيح البخاري نمبر 1 صحيح مسلم نمبر 1 3 سنن ابي داود نمبر 4 جامع الترمذي نمبر 4 النسائي and then number 6 سنن ابن ماجه. Those are the authentic books, you idiot. Number
Look at this words. I still can't believe it.
Number 1 صحيح البخاري number 1 صحيح مسلم number 1 3 سنن ابي داود number 4 جامع الترمذي number 4 النسائي and then number 6 سنن ابن ماجه. Those are the authentic books, you idiot.
I have a hum.
Oh my God.
How do you have the audacity to call somebody stupid? I still can't believe it, man. Every single time, man. Every single time. That video, man.
Dude still won't answer me on Skype.
He's running?
He's never ever spoken to me before, and I've called him multiple times. Like somebody would come into the live stream and be like, "Why don't you go talk to Christian Prince? Here's a Skype." And I'm like, "All right, let's call him right now." And they're like, "Yeah, he's waiting for you right now. He's literally waiting for you." I let him know, and then I call 3 or 4 times.
You know what that smells like? A little female dog. That's what that smells like to me.
Khalil, by the way, your mic is slightly cracking. Like, it's not too crazy, but it's very slight. Like, at the end of, like, your sentences.
Better?
Talk one more time?
Talk one more time?
Okay, yeah, that was
How about
good.
this?
That That's good.
All right, alhamdulillah.
I can hear you. You're good. Let's see. Khalil, that God, that good, don't bore your audience. All right, what should we do? You guys got questions? The Lord in this area, Christians always make walking stereotypes himself. That's true. That's true, Famo TV. This brother, actually. Should I tweet out the stream?
If you want to.
Get more people, yeah. Dun, dun. I'm gonna post in a few discords.
Isa, are you there?
Yes, I am, Leo.
My wife wants to know if her baby mama is awake.
No, she's not, bro.
She received chloroform about 3 hours ago.
Not funny.
Okay, Isa was just trying to ask her if it smelled like chloroform. Does it smell like chloroform to you?
Yo, Khalil, your mic is wonky. It's all bugged out, son.
All right, I just shared it out. Let's see.
Shafiq, you there?
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How are you?
What's up, man?
By the way, I'm from the Pakistan, and I'm here. They see one convert Christian. Maybe for the sake of money, he convert his Islam, converted to the Christianity, and nowadays he is so promoted by the Indian government, and he right now like getting so many minions, like you said, Khalil brother, and Hindu minions. And right now I just asked him that he says in his interview that I convinced by the Christian scriptures and these all types of these. And then I asked him, give me that scripture and let me check it out. How did you convince? And he didn't answer. Could you please elaborate that? How could he be convinced by the Christianity?
I don't know how anybody leaves Islam and is convinced of Christianity. I can't answer that. I mean, just
I think
emotion and feel good, I guess.
I think what it is they want to live a life.
Right now we see.
Sorry. I think
now,
there
right
might
now,
be
when
like
I
little
see his
lag.
stream, he gets so much super chats and so much funding by the Muslim Islam haters, and like super chats and fundings on his streams. One sec.
Oh, the
Hello?
Islamophobe. Okay.
Is it okay?
Yep.
Can you hear?
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah. Right now, when I see his stream, he gets so much super chats and so much funding by the Islam haters. Like right now in India, like so much violence against Islam, and the Muslims are like get so much down by the other religion. I don't know how and why they are promoting these types of agendas, and the nowadays it gets so bad in the India. I think my mic is not properly working. Maybe.
No, I hear you. Yeah, I think honestly, people like the only cases I see people leave Islam is realistically it's just for emotional reasons. So they'll want to do all of the things that Islam prohibits, such as drinking with their friends, like having girlfriends, boyfriends, like sexual promiscuity, like these sort of things that Islam prohibits against. Like people, especially younger generations, when they grow up and their parents don't teach them why they're Muslim, they don't explain to them why they're Muslim, right? And they just tell them do this, do this, do this. The children will oftentimes just fall away from it, and when they reach the age of say 18 to 19, 20, 21, 25, like when they start to move away from their parents, those type of people will often leave Islam altogether. And
Is it me or
so
Kino's mic also lagging? I think Kino, I think your mic is lagging as well. Sounds like Khalil's.
Okay, one sec.
Is my mic lagging, guys? Am I
No,
crackling?
your voice is.
Yeah, I know. I'm the man. Thank you.
Yeah, I was saying that nowadays getting for fame, they just against Islam, they get the representing the Islam, and when we ask them to do a debate on that issue, they didn't do, and they just representing and just asking the question to the the normal peoples, like they don't know, and the best. Yeah.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think people like it all has to come down to parenting. I feel like parenting, and also just like there comes a certain point. Like my parents didn't teach me why I'm Muslim or whatever faith. Like that never happened. And so I think it comes down to the parents taking the obligation. Like nowadays, parents will just put their children into like Sunday school and or Saturday, Quran classes, and that's it. Like, oh, they'll make sure they force them to pray and force them to use Quran. It's like you're not really explaining why they're doing the things you're doing, And I think that has come that sort of has become a bigger issue within the last generation. So the last generation, because of obviously the more of the political issues within the Muslim region, like teaching your kids like the reasoning behind it has often sort of been like disregarded. They're just like, just make sure as long as my kids, reading the Quran, as long as my kids praying, then my kid is good. And realistically, your kid's doing all these actions. What happens when you die? Right? The parents never think about this. Like, what happens when you die? You think your kid still going to do that? Like, especially when it comes to more, Western nations, and they come to more, as the world progresses, and there's the LGBTQ ideology that's widespread. There's drinking, clubbing, all of this, like bars and clubs, and all of this is like mainstream, and everybody's doing it, even in universities, etc. It's very hard for them to say, why am I being prohibited from this? And then what they'll do is they'll run to, say, atheistic, sort of, I don't say ideologies, but they'll go down the route and they'll say, well, there really is no proof from God, so I'll just become an atheist. I'll live my life as if there's no tomorrow, and that's it. And realistically, they've never been taught the reasons as to why they were Muslim in the first place. I think that's like the biggest takeaway from this is, at least for me, I'm 100% going to be teaching my children um, the importance of it, and at the right age, because obviously you're not going to talk like not philosophy, but like small like philosophical subjects, like you might introduce your kid and just be like, has something come from nothing? And the kid thinks and ponders about it, and with their fitra, right? You sort of get to that state where it's the kid realizes himself from an early age why he's doing it. He realizes there's a creator, rather than just being like pray, pray, pray. It's very tough, very very tough to convince a child. So I think with the right parenting, you could definitely raise good pious children. But I think when it comes to your friends, it's gonna be like the best you can do is sort of show them mannerisms. I would say is a big one, and also just like there's really like every human being is free. Like if they really want to go out and party, if they really want to go do this and that, like it's there's really nothing that you can do. It's going to be out of your hands. But at least get them to come to the masjid with you. Get them to sort of be around Muslims still. And when they get lost, because everybody gets lost in life, you know, they'll still have that connection at least with the masjid. Oh. Khalil, you there? Am I tripping?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just researching and purchasing a new mic.
Ooh, which one are you getting?
Fancy. It's real nice.
What the hell kind of mic is it?
I don't know. It's different colors.
Yeah, like the actual mic, the thing that you talk into, like changes colors.
Is it the one that you tap to make?
Is it red?
Yeah,
it's black and red.
well, I got the one that's white.
Yeah,
it's a
it's so
white
nice.
mic. It's actually pretty dope.
Much is it?
$150.
Not bad.
So then I got this one for backup.
Back up into the trash can.
No, I'm not throwing this away. What are you fucking crazy?
Yes.
Hold on, let me see here. Did you not mean, Brad? He said you got that stuck in my head.
Snake Juice says your mic is broken because you've been dropping it for so many times.
Oh yeah, because I've been dropping it too many times. Mic drops.
Oh. I'm sleepy. It took me a minute.
All right, Amazon. Amazon.com.
Look.
Yeah, not yet shipped. Arriving tomorrow by 10 o'clock.
What are some arguments against causal realism? Have you ever thought about that?
No. Well, I'm not even sure what causal realism is.
I'm trying to.
That's right. It's called a HyperX.
Oh, I know this one. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. That looks.
You can
sexy,
like
I can't lie.
the internal pop filter. I got the white one, so it's got a headphone jack in the back. Actually, that's like a USB-C. That's a USB-C?
Yep, that's USB-C, and a headphone jack.
And a headphone jack. Wow.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very very nice. Very very nice.
Yeah. But you can like change what colors you want this, so I could just make it red to match my chair and shit. But yeah, it actually is coming quite quick. I literally just ordered it, and and I'm receiving it tomorrow by 10 p.m.
My headphones are coming too.
Yep, August 1st.
SubhanAllah.
Wait,
August 2nd.
yeah.
Wait, was today the
Order placed August 1st. What?
Yeah, that was today.
No, it's August 2nd, 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah. So it should be. So you placed it the 1st, so the tomorrow of the 1st would be the 2nd, babe.
Wait, that's going to be arriving tomorrow?
Night by 10 p.m.
By 10 p.m.
That's Amazon is
The
Amazon's actually
distribution
doing
center,
good.
there's a fulfillment center that's like 30 minutes away, and there's a distribution center that's 7 minutes up the road. So it doesn't take long.
I got a white boom arm to go with it too.
Somebody said don't show your order number. I don't know what that's about, but I don't know.
My order number?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Try and take my order. Now I have now I have the if anybody tries to do it, I got it on screen. I'm not worried about that. Then I got this thing too. It's for my desktop when I go to pick it up, so I can use all 4 of my monitors. Plug it in and it actually picks up the Wi-Fi signal without having to be hardlined.
Sheesh.
But yeah.
Did I run? Yo, did I tell you about the argument against divine command theory?
The argument against divine command theory?
Yeah.
No.
So, okay, let me run it by you, okay?
Give me a second real quick before you do that. Give me a second, because
all right,
I'm gonna switch real quick. I'm gonna
Mics?
switch it up. Not mics, no. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be switching mics, but it's gonna technically, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna be on your phone?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to my phone real quick.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, but there's an echo.
Yeah, I'm leaving the echo.
Okay, there we go. Yep, we're good. I can hear you. All right. You want me to run it?
Yeah.
All right. So, divine command theory, right? You better perform good. Okay, Snake Juice. Jeez, you got me shook now. Okay. All right. So, divine command theory, right? For any agent X, X is morally good because and only to the extent which X wills what God wills. That's pretty much like divine command theory. All right. So one says, according to metaethics, compatible. Sorry. Okay. According to no metaethics compatible with traditional theism, is the sentence "God is morally good" religiously trivial. All right. Every tautology is religiously trivial. Right? No tautology is religiously significant. Right?
Okay, say that premise again.
So premise 1 or 2?
2.
Every tautology is religiously trivial. Basically, like the reason behind this premise is that like no tautology contains like enough information to make like a difference, right? So it's like no recognizably like religious claim is true or false or probable or improbable or whatnot, like within a tautology. Like it doesn't explain anything. Like there's no information. If we just say God is good, like what's that even supposed to mean? See what I mean?
Okay.
So third premise would be if two sentences have the same meaning, then one of them is a tautology only if both are. That's pretty much what a tautology is, right? Then 4 would be, according to divine command theory, for any agent X, X is good has the same meaning as X wills what God wills. Correct? That's pretty much just restating like the actual definition, right? It's for any agent X, X is good has the same meaning as X wills what God wills. So premise 5 would be, therefore, according to divine command theory, God is morally good. God is good has the same meaning as God wills what God wills. This follows from premise 4. Premise 6 is God wills what God wills is a tautology. Premise 7, therefore, according to divine command theory, God is good is a tautology from 3, 4, and 5. 8, according to divine command theory, God is good is religiously trivial. 9, divine command theory is incompatible with traditional theism. This follows from 1 to 8. Therefore, if traditional theism is true, divine command theory is false. Follows from 9. 11, if moral nihilism is false, DCM is true, divine command theory is true, then traditional theism is true. And then we can rewrite it from that, and we could say if traditional theism is false, then moral nihilism is true, or DCT is false. Or another way to say it is, if traditional theism is false, then divine command theory is true only if moral nihilism is true. Then we could say traditional theism is true, right? Or traditional theism is false in virtue of the principle of bivalence. Therefore, divine command theory is true only if moral nihilism is true. Does that make sense?
Do you have this written down somewhere you could send to me?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Because it's a lot easier when you read it.
Yeah.
It's very hard to get lost in this sort of stuff. Like, especially
it's very easy to get lost in this stuff.
It's too, like, the first 5 times I even read it, I was like, does this make any sense? Okay. I sent it to you. Wait. That is weird. It sent a smiley face instead of whatever that next one was supposed to be. I think an 8.
Assalamu alaikum.
Who is this? Wa alaikum assalam.
Yes, sir. So what were you arguing for, Kino? Just now?
Arguing against divine command theory.
Is that like divine simplicity? Or like what?
No, it talks about it's in the realm of just meta ethics of what is good, what is evil. How do we determine an act is evil or not?
Basically, is God good because he does good things, or are things good because God does them?
Okay. How do you answer that question, Ahmed? I want to know.
Yeah, I think that question comes with the presupposition that you're having faith in the God you believe in, right? So it's like, how can I say this, right? It's like, yeah, it's pretty much the way I would simply answer it is what God does is good because it's God, because it contradicts his nature to be evil. So yeah, whatever God does is good. Yeah.
Wait, I'm a little confused by that. What do you mean?
All right, restate the question and let me answer it more simply.
So the Euthyro dilemma will say that if you argue that God is basically, if you argue that God is the only basis for objective good and evil, right? Is it good because God commanded it, or is it because the commands of God are good, right? Because if you go with the first one,
Yeah.
then morality becomes arbitrary. So, for instance, God could say, kill all 50-year-olds and above, and by definition, that would be good, right? However, that
Hmm.
doesn't agree with our sense of, say, ought, right? And on the other hand, if you take the other horn, if you say that it is good because the commands of God are good, then you already know what good is, and you are judging God's commands by what you already know. So there's an external good to God. So that's pretty much the dilemma. I think I was reading a little bit of Thomas Aquinas. He basically said something like, what did he say? Never mind. Wait, I don't think it was actually him.
I mean, I would say, yeah,
Who was it?
whatever God does is good because it's God who says or does it. It's not
Yeah, so
dependent
pretty
on us
much.
to perceive whether it's not dependent on us to perceive whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, so pretty much, I think it was
How would
actually
you
William Lane
argue?
Craig.
How would you argue against like Christians when they say when we talk about 1 Samuel 15:3? Like you would have to say that it's good that
I agree. Yep.
infants were slaughtered.
I would have to, yeah, obviously. But the thing is, that doesn't exist in Islam, and I'm sure if something's even close to similar like that, it would have a rational explanation, but they simply just have none. You
I think I
understand?
actually gave an explanation for it, right, Khalil? Did you read it? The thing I sent?
No, I haven't read it yet. Now,
Okay, I'll go over it. I actually answered this exact response, right? So basically, Exodus 20:13, Deuteronomy 5:17 says, "You shall not murder." Right? Another way we can say this is, "You ought not murder." Right? Now, 1 Samuel 15 says, "Now go attack the Amalekites and destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men, women, and children, infants, cattle, sheep, camel, and donkeys." And so we can rewrite
Or
that
you
and
could, yeah,
say,
or you could just replace that with go murder. Yeah.
yeah. So we can rewrite this as, "You ought to murder," right? So that in and of itself would be a contradiction in the sense that the A would be "You ought not murder," right? Sorry, the A would be "You ought murder," and the not A would be "You ought not murder." That's an A and A, which is otherwise known as a true contradiction. So possible ways out. A Christian could say, "This isn't murder because God commanded it, therefore it isn't murder, and it is justified, so it's just killing." Right? Now, this is pretty much what the divine command theorist would say. And so that would go along the lines of, like, for any agent X, X is morally good, only to the extent to which X wills what God wills, right? This is problematic, leads down, if that is true, it goes down the moral nihilist route, which is very hard to come out of. Objection 2 would just be like the verse in 1 Samuel 15 is just a command for Saul, not for humanity, unlike the verse in Exodus. But then that becomes a problem, because if we say that if we say the Samuel verse isn't a command for everyone, unlike the verse in Exodus, then what follows is this. 1, being morally good is just another way to say X is good if you act in accordance with Y standard, which is good. The standard of good, Y, is what God said in the verse in Exodus, right? 3, God commanded in Samuel to do not Y, or to say in another way, God commanded in Samuel's to do the opposite of the standard of good, right? God commanded something that is not in accordance with the standard
Yeah, I
that
think
was
I think
good.
that's the whole. Yeah, that's
That
the
which
whole
one second,
problem.
one
Yeah.
second. Yeah, I'm not done. So basically, God commanded something in accordance that was standard that was good, right? That which is not good is evil, so God commanded evil acts, right? And this doesn't fit the classical, theistic narrative. The other point, I think it was actually someone said something about how the order in the conquest is directed towards eradicating the Nephilim bloodline that was being carried through the giants. And
Yeah.
that just seems very problematic because it's just like we're pretending that the race you're about to genocide are just subhuman monsters. Like, like I can't imagine how anybody would have a problem with that. Like, I think there's pretty obvious ways to critique that. And then there's the final objection, which just be like, they were sinners. The penalty of sin is always death. And it just begs the question. It just seems absurd to like rather make a case against it. Like you create the problem, which is original sin, and then you provide the cure, which is death. Very, very, I don't know. Seems dubious to me. And then also it depends on like the age of accountability, because some Christians believe that the age of accountability is you don't have sins until you reach that age, or some Christians say you do account for sin, but if you die before that age, you are given God's grace into heaven. So there's two types of stance on that. So it really depends on like what type of Christian you're talking to. And I don't know. I think
And
I honestly think the last
the
one
age
is
of accountability is not even found in the Bible. It's just a Christian belief that they
Yeah,
made
no
up.
such thing. I mean, most of the things you're talking about are all just, opinions and made up things you won't find in the Bible.
Did Jesus say children go to heaven?
What children? I don't think he said that.
What's
Jesus
a
never
child?
said.
How old is a child?
Jesus never said the kingdom of heaven belongs to children.
How old is a child?
Yep.
Someone who is not. Well, that's open to interpretation, but I would say that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So someone who is not. I would say someone who has not grown up. I mean, based on what the church fathers probably have determined, someone who has not grown up to know the difference between good and evil would qualify.
Oh, yeah, well, is there an age that children reach to where they just magically one day wake up and be like, "Hey, I realize it now"?
Well, I would say it's based on the probably based on the maybe the culture at that time as to what what transcends into what an adult is, right? Particularly, I would think that might indicate what a child is, right?
Yeah, very good, very good.
Based on the culture, I would say.
Correct. Yeah. So a lot of times, children has to do with somebody who is not rationally equipped yet, to where they don't understand what they're doing. When they do something, they don't quite know their intentions yet.
Correct. It's the case of in the Bible when the kids were trying to get to Jesus and everybody was trying to prevent them from getting to Jesus because they were saying, hold up, this is like grown people trying to have a conversation here. And Jesus says, don't keep them away from me, because the kingdom of heaven belongs to these. That's what he said.
Okay, but then does that not contradict? So you're saying that children aren't like punished for what they do because they haven't reached that age of accountability. But
Correct.
Then when the children called Elijah baldy, Elisha prayed to God. God sent down a curse that brought 2 female bears out of the woodline and mauled all 42 of these children to death.
Yeah, because remember, when it says, when I say the age of accountability, it does not necessarily mean that they did not. Those children who mocked Elijah were not did not know the difference between good and evil, right? In America, for example, the age of 18 is when you're allowed to vote. When you're allowed to, in some cases, I don't think you're allowed. I started driving when I was like 16 or so. So, but 18 is like the de facto age that most people are allowed to do things, right? At least in this country. So, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, just because you've not hit that age that you don't know the differences between right or wrong, right? I was driving when I was 16. I knew how to drive a car at 16. So it doesn't necessarily mean that, those children were, like infants or something like that, or 5 years old. Maybe they were 15-year-olds, right? So they knew what they were doing.
Sure.
So
exactly.
That's why we asked, what's a child?
Yeah, so I would say someone who doesn't know the difference between right or wrong. That'll be the definition.
So my
how do you
my
determine that?
5-year-old,
It'll
my
depend
five
based
my
on the
5-year-old.
culture. It'll depend based on the environment. It'll depend based on that on the situation, right? I mean, you might
Yeah,
if you have
on
a
the
society where
individual.
if you have a society where a 20-year-old doesn't know the difference between right or wrong, well, you have to make laws, or you have to look at the situation and then judge accordingly. You can't just have a blanket statement and deal with that.
You're like the age of 18.
Yeah, so we've had enough scientific evidence to indicate that when you get to that point, you can make reasonable decisions. Now, even though they say your front brain does not completely develop into your mid-20s, but when you're 18, you can make at least pretty good amount of adult decisions. And so we would think that is fairly a reasonable age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but these infants in 15:3, I don't think these infants had that idea of right and wrong.
Which infants?
The infants of Amalek in 1 Samuel 15:3 that God commanded the Israelites to slaughter.
Well, I'm not going to question what God in His own wisdom knows what He's doing. Now, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When Al-Qadr killed the boy, who told him to do it?
You think God gave him a direct revelation?
Yeah. So how do you know that when that incident happened with those infants, God didn't give a direct revelation? How do you know that?
Well, so you're asking me to prove a negative. That's problematic in its
No,
own sense.
I'm just using your own.
No, I never use argument. How do you know this didn't happen? I never use that argument because it's a bad argument.
Well, I'm just going by your own criteria. So
no, that's not. What I'm saying is that's not at all my criteria ever.
Okay, then
Like if I was to tell you, prove to me that I didn't, see aliens 5 minutes ago.
I can't prove that.
You can't do that exactly.
Prove to me Prophet Muhammad didn't split the moon.
So what I would say is God in His own wisdom knows why he said that or why He did that.
But we could see that murdering is unjustified killing, right? So you would just say if God justifies it, then or God commands it, then it's justified, right?
But you have, like I said, you have the same problem in Islam, bro.
No, I don't. I don't ever. Nowhere in the Quran or Hadith does it say that God commanded somebody to kill a child.
Who told Al-Qadr to kill the boy?
I could say I don't know.
All right, let's
right?
okay, that's fine. Let's do this. Let's consult Tafsir. Let me go to the Tafsir. I always get around say Tafsir instead of Tafsir.
You mean the Hadith?
No, not the Hadith. This is actually Quran, chapter 18, verse 74.
There's a surah. A tafsir is a comment. Yeah, no. Come on, you're gonna tell me that tafsir is Quran?
No, I'm just saying. I'm looking at the Quran itself, and it says that Moses or Musa was upset with Al-Qadr for slaying a boy in front of him, and Musa was saying, "Why did you slay him when the innocent person had not done anything?"
Exactly.
Now, when we go to the interpretation, the tafsir says the boy was going to grow up, be a kafir, and lead his parents away from Islam. And so he was ordered to be killed.
Who said that?
Oh, let me send you the link in the back chat. This is from Tafsir Ajilalain. There you go. Who told Al-Qadr to kill the boy? It's an important question.
So unless you can show us where God commanded him to do it, you don't have an argument.
So you don't respect the scholars and their interpretation of this?
Did the scholars say that God commanded him to do it?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the interpretation. It's quite clear that the Al-Qadr was given the instruction to do it. It's legal.
And the prophet of God, the one who is claimed to receive direct revelation from God, was mad at him for it. Why do you think so?
Because Moses at that time didn't have the revelation as to what the boy was going to be doing in the future.
But Al-Qadr did.
Al-Qadr. Now remember, Al-Qadr appears multiple times in the Quran. So I think he's also a messenger of Allah. and he
No,
he's
he's
saying
not.
that what happened?
Wait, who did you say is a messenger?
Al-Qadr. Al-Qadr.
He thinks that Al-Qadr is a prophet.
The prophet.
No,
Yeah.
he's not.
What was he then?
He was a man. He was a follower.
So you're saying that
He's
Al-Qadr
just
was
a
not?
servant of God. That's it.
Okay, yeah, a servant of God. Okay, I'll take it. A servant of God. I'll take that.
Yeah, we're all servants of God.
So but basically,
Yeah,
he was
he's no different
justified.
than
If you look at
anybody.
the interpretation, he was justified in killing the boy because the boy was going to be a kafir who was going to lead his parents away from Islam.
Which
So
verse
my
are you
question is,
exactly
if you're
talking about
saying
here?
that no one gives, God never sent instructions for someone to do that, then who gave Al-Qadr the instruction to do that? According to interpretation, he's justified in doing it.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing in question is divine command theory right here.
Yeah. So here, I mean, there's really no issue. We don't know where the source of knowledge came from. It could be God. It could be other
No,
men.
but it couldn't be God because
Right,
God
for
has
us,
clearly he's
exactly.
clearly laid out that children should not be murdered because they haven't reached the age of accountability yet. So it couldn't have come from God.
Yeah, I would agree.
But his destiny was that he was gonna lead his parents astray.
But I mean that can be somebody's idea, somebody's interpretation. Where did God command this specifically? That's what I'm asking. I'm asking you to bring me something that's equivalent to First Samuel 15:3, where it directly says God commanded His people to go and kill infants.
All right, let me do this.
Yeah.
Let me do this.
It's not only that, but
give
it's
you
also
another
for
hadith.
instance, even the jinn as well. Like the
I
jinn
think
know
there's
things
another
of what's
hadith
going
that
to happen in the
references
future.
this story, Al-Qadr, and it says that give me a second here. Let me find it. I think I had it here. You know, I have a lot of hadiths in my mind. It gets lost sometimes.
Is that going to change the concept or what?
No, it's not gonna. It's gonna prove that Al-Qadr's actions were justified because Allah told him to do it.
Where does it say Allah told him to do it?
Well, the prophet. Let me give you the hadith, and we'll.
Allah having foreknowledge of what Al-Khidr is going to do is not going to make him do it.
Let me see if I can find the hadith. Show me a second here. Give me a second here. I'm searching on Sunnah.com here. It might take like a second. I remember seeing it the other day. Yeah, here it is. Let me put it in the back chat. This is Sahih.
Yeah, I know this hadith. It's by Ibn Abbas.
Yeah.
It's Sahih. Graded by who? Wait 1 second. So, I mean, look, I haven't checked the isnad of this particular narration. First off, it's in Sunnah Abu Dawud, which is not a part of both Bukhari or Muslim. So basically, I'm not sure if you know how the other books work. There's 6 books within, Sitta within our authentic narrations. And so 2 of them, Bukhari and Muslim, are considered to be Sahih, all of them, within the Isnad. There are some within both of them that are weak in Matan. But apart from the other books, those are books for scholars to decide which is, say, authentic and which is not. So this would include like people that could have lied, people that could have been thought to have been munafiqs, etc. Like those type of people. So some sheikhs later on, so centuries, such as Albani, who lived actually not that far ago. I believe actually died like the turn of the millennia, but he says in this one hadith that it was classified as sahih, and he believes, Albani believes, that this is sahih and that he trusts the members of the chain of narration. That doesn't mean that, this is unanimous. It's just one scholar's opinion. But let's take a look. Had the messenger last for the youth of his parents were people of faith. He created infidel. He created infidel the day he was created. Yeah, what's wrong with this?
Yeah, so it means that the killing was justified, right?
Yeah, no, but we're trying to understand if God gave him the instruction or not.
So are we? So I'm confused here. So are we saying that the killing? Are you saying that the killing was not justified?
I mean, we don't know.
Well,
Like, what's being asked here?
Do you accept Jama'a al-Tirmidhi?
Sheikh Tirmidhi, yeah.
All right, here's another one. This is what he says. This is what it says in this hadith. It says, the boy that Al-Qadr killed was destined to be a disbeliever.
Why does he keep calling it a hadith?
Created. That was his destiny.
Right.
So they had to kill him. They killed him so that he wouldn't fulfill that destiny.
Who said that was his destiny?
The hadith says this hadith says his destiny.
Yeah, who told him that it was his destiny? Was that his own view, or who did he get it from?
Well, these are your books, bro. You're asking me.
But you're the one that are bringing the references. So show us where in these references does it say that God commanded this?
So are we? I'm confused here. I'm confused. So are we saying that? So you're saying that then who commanded? Okay, so then who commanded Al-Qadr to do it?
We don't know, and that's the point. That's why this isn't equivalent to 1 Samuel 15:3, because in 1 Samuel 15:3 it directly says that God commanded this.
There's two forces in this life, right? It can either be from Allah or Shaitan. Who else could it be? So if it's not from Allah, then it has to be from Shaitan. According to all these hadiths, this was a legitimate killing because the boy was destined. It was his destiny to be a kafir. That's what
According
it says.
to who?
The word here says destiny.
Where does it say that?
If you look at the hadith that I pasted.
Yeah, we just looked at it, and that didn't say what you said.
I pasted the second one from Jama'a al-Tirmidhi.
Okay, let's pick this up again. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at this.
Is the word destiny in there?
The boy that Al-Qadr killed was destined to be a disbeliever the day he was created. Okay. So taking this at face value, does this say that Al-Qadr, that he was justified in doing this?
I mean, that's what the interpretation says in the tafsir.
No, it doesn't.
So if he was not justified, did Al-Qadr commit an illegal act? I want to get it on the screen for everybody to hear. Did Al-Qadr commit an illegal act?
No, I'm not saying that he did, or that it was illegal or wasn't, or that it was morally justified or it wasn't, but we're looking at where Al-Qadr got his source of knowledge from.
It could be from Allah or Shaitan. Where else are you going to get it from? Al-Qadr is a servant of Allah.
Well, yeah, that could be one thing. I mean,
are you saying that servants of Allah cannot be influenced by Shaitan or Jinn?
Al-Qadr appears multiple times in the Quran, and nowhere does it say that he's from Shaitan.
Is it possible that he came to his own conclusions, what he found the most rational, but it may not have been from God, but it's not from God?
Well, wait.
Here's a servant of God.
Here's the other aspect. Here's the other aspect of this. Here's the other aspect of this. Did this boy reach the age of accountability?
Apparently not.
Well, where does it say that?
Well, because if it was his destiny, Musa was upset that a young man had been killed. And Musa said he was innocent. If you look in the Quran verse, let me see here. The Quran says he was innocent. Musa said he was innocent.
Innocent of what?
Let me see what Musa said here. Let me read the actual verse before I put words into the mouth of good old Musa. Let me look at the verse again. What did Moses say? Moses says, then they proceeded till they met a boy. He cut her, killed him. Moses said, have you killed an innocent person?
Yeah,
You killed
because he
none.
thought. Okay, so Moses, obviously in the context, he lacked clarity. He lacked knowledge of the situation. He didn't know who this kid was, and so he just saw Al Khidr kill this person, and he's like, "Why did you do this?"
Well, hold on. Wait a second. There's somebody in the chat also says that the word that's used in this is ghulam.
Yes, it is.
Does ghulam mean boy?
According to Tasfiyah Jalalain,
Yeah.
yeah. Jalalain says it means a boy.
It says boy, yeah.
So
Okay.
the boy was killed for sins that he had not yet committed. He was going to grow up to be a kafir. So he had not been a kafir yet.
Well, wait, hold on. Is ghulam boy or just a young person?
I can
Well,
check.
I'm going by what the interpretation says.
I'm 18. I think an adult could call me a ghulam.
Well, like I said, I'm going by your own books, bro. I don't want to make things up. I just go by what the tafsir says.
Me either. I'm not
Tafsir
sure
says
what
boy,
exactly a ghulam is. So
I go with a boy. The hadith says boy, I go with a boy. The Quran translation I'm looking at says boy, I go with a boy. So I'm going by what your own book says.
That's not how hermeneutics is done. So
I'm
we
going
can go
with
to the
your own
original
books.
codexes and see. What
So
verse
are we
is it
going to throw
exactly?
away
Person in
Ibn
chat.
Abbas and Jalalain and all those guys into the under the bus because they said boy?
No, I mean, if, like, for instance, like, I'm 22. If I'm talking to my 16-year-old brother, I call him a kid. If I'm talking to my 18-year-old brother, I call him a kid. Does that mean that they're what?
it's
A
like
high schooler, a middle
between.
schooler? No, it's just the way.
Mhm.
It's just language, the way it works. You
Okay,
have to put it
I'll
into its
grant you
correct
that. I'll grant you that.
parameters.
I'll
Like
grant you
I
that.
wouldn't.
That's logical. I'll grant you that.
I wouldn't.
But
Yeah,
Yeah.
you wouldn't call like. I don't think you call a little, toddler a ghulam. You would just call it to a person who hasn't, made it so much in life. Who's just like barely starting in life, young person, teenager, whatever you want to say. Just a young person, though.
I'll grant you that. But don't you
What
think
verse is it so I can check?
this is a 1874 or 14, let me see, 1874, I think. 1874.
Real quick, H2O Taco, thank you very much for becoming a member. May Allah grant you rewards in this life and the next. I mean.
But what I find interesting here is that he was killed for something that was going to happen in the future. Now, usually you get punished for things that you've done, but he was punished for future sins, for sins that he was going to be committing.
Right. So, I mean, you do understand the point. Like, even if, like, I'm checking it right now, but I need to find my dictionary. Like,
There can
let's
still
say
be one. There can still be one who's called a boy, right? But they've reached the age of accountability, and once they reach the age of accountability, then there can be justifications made.
But but even if I grant you that he was killed for something that he had not done, bro.
Yeah, so that's a totally different argument, bro.
Wait, do you think we think that it was justified?
Well, I don't know if you guys think it's I'm just going by based on what the hadiths that I've read.
Okay, do you think
Al Qaeda was justified?
Do you think Al Khidr here was acting in his own free will?
I know. I believe he had based on the hadiths, he had revelation, and so he proceeded to do what he was told to do.
Wait, I'm trying to understand here.
Well, maybe
like,
he
who
had
would he get
insight.
the revelation from?
Well, he's a servant of Allah, so maybe he had some sort of a wisdom or something that Musa didn't have privy to.
Servant of Allah, like everybody on stage right now, all the Muslims on stage will consider themselves servant of Allah. That doesn't keep us from being able to be influenced by shaitan or jinn.
But then why are they justifying what he did then? If you look at all the readings and interpretations,
Just because someone is justified in what they do doesn't mean God ordered it.
I mean, this is I think based on what I've read so far,
That's pretty clear, right? Even if you did the rational thing, from your own rationality that you thought, even if it's justified one way or another, that doesn't mean that God ordered it. And I think everyone would agree.
So are we saying Shaitan told him to do it?
We don't know. We're not making the claim, but we're saying that that is definitely a possibility because we know that that exists. We know that there are, people that do black magic. There are people that are fortune tellers, and that this power exists. And so, if this happened, then absolutely.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We could speculate about this, all day, but there's nothing explicit about it, right? You cannot compare this to Samuel in the Amalekites. You cannot. Where God is literally giving an order for these specific. You can't, right? And even then, we try to give you chances. Like, hey, how could this be? We try to give you the chance. Hey, how can you justify it? Because God says do not murder, and then He orders to murder, and all these things, right? But you're here speculating on something that's very not clear. So
it seems clear to me. The Hadith seems clear to me. The Hadith.
How does it seem clear to
They
you?
said he was destined, so he had to be killed because he was destined to be a kafir. I mean,
Who
the
destined
word destined is in there.
Do you know? So do you know that the jinn can understand the destiny of human beings?
But I'm a Christian, so I'm not familiar with jinns. But based on my maybe in your religion, yes, maybe that's. I don't know anything about jinns.
Okay, so jinn are unseen or metaphysical entities with free will that are just like us, but we just can't see them. And they could, if they're evil, they could influence you negatively. They have powers more than us.
I'm looking at a lot of Islamic interpretations for this thing, and they're saying that qadar was justified, bro.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the problem that we need to bring up, because this is what would make it analogous. Is this ghulam, or boy or young man, however you want to say it, has he reached the age of accountability yet? If he's reached the age of accountability, there's justifications. If one has not reached the age of accountability, it would be considered murder and thus not justified. Which in Samuel 15:3, infants still suckling on their mother's breast. That is not somebody who's reached the age of accountability yet. That's the analogy that you're trying to draw.
Well, all I would say is Moses called him innocent. So, and also when God rained fire in a place like Sodom and Gomorrah and kills everybody in the city except Lot and his people, innocent people die in that fire, right?
Yeah. Did it say that infants were murdered?
I mean, I would assume that the inhabitants of the city would include infants.
Well, yeah. Who did that? Did God do that, or did humans do that?
Well, the fire that came down from heaven, Sodom and Gomorrah, that came from. I mean, humans can't make fire.
Exactly, which means that would not be analogous to this because we're talking about humans doing these actions.
Okay, then let's stick with al-Qadr. So if God is doing it, let's stick with al-Qadr. Musa says he's innocent, so I'm going to trust Musa here and believe that it was a boy who was innocent, and based on whichever information al-Qadr was privy to, the boy he found out the boy was destined, to do bad things, and so he took him out. Simple as that.
And if that boy was at the age of accountability, then that would be justified.
I mean, a lot of the interpretations I'm reading here, it says he was just an innocent boy. It doesn't say accountability, but it just said he was a young boy.
Yeah, you can be innocent of certain things, but still be a sinner.
I would say he was innocent.
I mean, I'm innocent of a lot of things, but I'm still a sinner.
Let me see here.
You could say that he's innocent from getting his parents to get away from the belief, to leave the straight path. He's as of right now, he's innocent of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a lot of tafsir here, and they say innocent, innocent, innocent boy. But he was a kafir. He was going to be a kafir. And remember, so this is in line though. When I look at this, this is in line with destiny being pre-written, you know, before someone is created. And so it doesn't matter if even if he's 1 year old or 3 year old, at least in Islam, if it's pre-written, you know, because there's a hadith that says Adam's sins were written 40,000 years before his creation. So it was already written 40,000 years before the boy was created. You know, there's insight knowledge that, you know, it doesn't matter how old he is, he was always going to be a Catholic.
So hold on. So you're telling me that God didn't know that Adam was gonna sin? Is that what you're saying?
What'd you say? Can you repeat it? I can barely hear you.
Are you saying that you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Are you saying that God did not know Adam's sins, that he was gonna sin?
No,
Because
God
it
knew.
seems like your God leaks foreknowledge.
No, I'm saying in Islam,
Yeah.
in your hadiths, 40,000 years before the creation of Adam, he was destined to do what he did.
What do you mean by destined?
That's what the hadith says. It says 40,000 years his sin was written down. Adam.
Yeah, God knows what he's going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like he was made to do that. He still had the free will to choose.
Well, it said destiny.
Listen, bro, God knows it all, right? He's just giving everything the free will to actually practice it. It's that simple.
But my point is, you know, it's very.
Just stop using the argument.
You shouldn't say that. Well, this is particularly to the argument that Khalil was making. You know, from a religious standpoint, you know, when God commands someone to do things, we try to find, you know, reasons as to why he did it. But you cannot just make a blanket statement and say God cannot command someone to do X, Y, and Z, right?
Well, yeah, I definitely wouldn't say, you know, this verse refutes the entirety of Christianity, because again, you know, this goes back to, is it evil because God does it, or and all this stuff, right? This is not like a definite thing to say Christianity is wrong. Obviously, this is just a subjective conversation right here. But I think we're getting more into, you know, murder versus murder, how explicit the verse was, and things like that. And then you try to make an analogy with a Khidr which failed because of how unexplicit and vague it was. And now we have to speculate. But either way, I wouldn't say any of these conversations could refute neither religion.
Well, I would say, well, that's true, but I would say this negates the Samuel verse. Completely negates.
No, you're trying to fit the Samuel verse, equalize it to what we have, and it's not.
I mean, it's completely. Musa says he's innocent, so we have to take Musa's word for it.
Bro, that's not explicit. He just went over what does innocent mean. Innocent of what? You know, there's so many things that you're just ignoring. But
I mean, these are from your books, bro. I'm not making this up. He was destined.
Bro, stop using that. Okay, so did God not know that Adam was going to sin? Answer that.
He did. 40,000 years before his creation, according to the hadith.
It doesn't matter how long. Like what? How is that?
Remember, the reason why we got here is because of that verse, right? You're saying that you're saying that God would never command someone to do what was done in the book of Samuel, right? That's why we got here in the first place. And I'm trying to prove to you that you have the same problem.
I understand. No, I understand. But you can't use the argument that he was destined to.
The book says he was destined. Your own
no,
book says
you could just say this conversation is destined to. It doesn't matter. It's just, you know, like it's saying the same thing, that God knows it all, that God knows what he's going to do, right? If God doesn't allow someone to further express their free will, it's up to God. It's also up to God, but at the same time, being destined is not an argument for no free will, is what I'm saying, because you would agree that God knows that Adam was going to sin. God knows that we're going to have this conversation now 1 billion years from when we're going to have it. And if you don't agree with that, then your God is not all-knowing, right? So just because it's
Yes,
destined doesn't mean we don't have free will.
Fair enough. I mean, but in my opinion, okay, that's fine. That's fair enough.
And another thing to add is that when we, even though we are destined to do what we're going to do, when we make bad choices, the angels write down what we do. And when we sin, the angels actually hold off from actually writing that sin down to see if we will truly repent for it.
Well, some people aren't some people explicitly created for hell?
Explicitly created for hell.
Yeah, they're created to go straight to hell.
No, we're not Calvinists.
So when they were in their father's loins, they were not created for hell.
What do you mean by that?
There's
Like,
a
you got to
hadith that
modify your
says that,
statement because it
there's a
I
doesn't
hadith
really
literally,
make sense.
bro, I
some
literally just went over this right now.
Oh,
infants
come
that were
on. Don't
created.
bring this whole thing up where the prophet's at a funeral with Aisha.
Yeah. So the prophet was at a funeral with Aisha, and Aisha was
We
under the
know it.
impression.
We know it. We dealt with this
Now he's
last.
gonna go and actually say after he said don't go over.
Okay.
I might get food if we're gonna go over this one, but
He's going to make an argument that the prophet, peace be upon him, said that babies can go straight to hell.
Yep. Peradventure.
we've been over this. Just go rewatch the live stream.
Yeah.
So,
I think there was it a sister in here or was it a brother that asked Khalil? I forgot.
I don't
I
remember.
think it was
well, someone wanted
last
to know where
live
infants.
or-
Someone wanted to know where infants go, and the conversation took the path of
yeah. We answered it. We went in depth with it. H20. Are you there? Or is that H2O?
It's H2O. H2O Taku. He's a new member. That's why I brought him up.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so the issue here is this, right? I'm gonna leave in a few minutes and then come back. But basically,
well,
what we're saying is this, right? If we accept, like for instance, in this case, right? There's a lot of unknowns, right? So where did this knowledge come from? There's nowhere in the tafsirs or hadiths or even in the Quran that explicitly states that Khadir got this, this wali from God, right? We don't know where he got this information from. We don't know if Khadir was justified in believing what he perceived to be knowledge of the future. And so we can't make a stance, or we can't have a stance on this and say this is exactly the position, right? And so in this case, there really is no moral judgment that we can place on this specific act. Whereas on the other one, we understand in this case that, say, like the entire problem we're attacking is just the divine command theory, right? Whatever God says is good, right, is therefore good, right? That is essentially what we're attacking, right? And in this case, if God says to act in X and then you do not X, that would be a contradiction within the commandments or the ethics of God. So you could say, for instance, you could hold non-classical positions and say, like, God's character or his nature changed, right? And so God's character is always good. So when he told, in Exodus and Deuteronomy, do not murder, that was his nature. But when he was talking to Saul and Samuel, right, in that particular instance, his nature changed. And so whatever was good also changed with it. So, when he told them to go kill the babies, in that case, then, whatever God said at that moment in time would be what would be considered good. So, in fact, killing infants and, the camel and the sheep, that in and of itself would be a morally good act to do. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
there's
it
two
does.
types of ways to get around it. You could try and say that, or you could try and say you can sort of try and find ways as if it were justified. So it was just an act, right? It doesn't really have any like ethical like connotation on it. It's just like if I go to the movies, is that morally good action or is that a morally bad like action? Really, it doesn't really have an action, right? It doesn't have that ethical connotation on it. Like you could try and make it like that to then say it was justified, and then that in and of itself would just be killing, and it wouldn't be murder. So there would be no contradiction. But it's
I
going
mean,
to
I
be
would
very
say,
hard to justify it.
I would say, I mean, that's a fair point, but I would say, if I were to look into this, I would say, God in His own wisdom, because you could have a situation where these infants can grow up, become, soldiers that can attack God's people, and so God is stopping it at the source before it even begins.
Hey, can
God
you
in
guys
His
hear me?
wisdom is doing it,
Yeah, I can hear you now.
right?
Okay, good. So actually, I had a question for you guys. So, have you heard like lectures before on Surkov and the story of Killer?
No, I haven't.
I've read a few. I haven't listened to lectures, but I've read a few things on it.
Right, because I thought I would just chime in that in every lecture I heard from every reputable scholar that I know, they do say that it was divine will that the child would die, but not because of what the child would do in the future, but because Allah does not test people with what they cannot handle. So whatever you are tested with, you will be able to handle. And as for the parents of the child, the kind of criminal the child would grow into, the parents would not be able to handle it. It would throw them off of Islam permanently. So
Yeah, so I
yeah.
heard. Yeah, I was actually. I think it was something like. I believe it was Atada. He said something like his parents would rejoice. No, his parents rejoiced when he was born, and grieved for him when he was killed. Right, and basically they said that like if he stayed alive, he would have been. He essentially would have been the cause of their doom. Right. And it was something like yeah, I forgot the rest, but that's pretty much it. Like they were essentially afraid for his oppression and his fitna that he would bring to his parents.
Well,
Yeah.
that justifies that Qadr had divine knowledge to do what he
Right,
did.
so
It was from
so
Allah.
the justification that
He
I've
had
heard in the
knowledge.
lectures is that one, the parents would not be, tasked with handling something they can't handle. One, and two, because the child was so young, goes to heaven automatically. So it's a mercy for the child as well, who would have gone to hell. And then actually after that, God gifted the parents with a child who was better than the first one, who was actually would be a righteous child who would actually lead them to a higher ranks in paradise. So like that whole situation, it did had these kind of wisdoms behind it, and it was to test Musa alayhi salam, and to show him that even though he's the one of the prophets who showed the most patience when dealing with Pharaoh, even for him, he doesn't know everything. So it's like a lesson for us through him.
I would disagree a little bit with the assertion that the kid was going to go to paradise, because
Oh my God! Come on,
everything is
man.
by the mercy, according to Islam. Everything but is by the mercy of Allah, right? And
Yes, but
based on the
children
interpretation
go to heaven,
that
man.
I've looked at, none of them say the boy is going to go into paradise. It says that the boy was taken out to save the soul of the parents, basically. So basically, you take out one for two. That's what I've seen. Now, your interpretation might be right if you can bring maybe if they have a hadith that says the boy went to Jannah after he was killed.
Well, where would the boy go?
We don't know.
No, we do know.
Based on your own hadith, the prophet says if he makes it to Jannah, it will be because of the mercy of Allah. So we don't know where the boy is going to go.
No, we do know where they're going to go. We do know that when children die, they go to heaven. And therefore, this kid being a child at the time of the death, right, he would go to heaven.
That's not what the hadith say, though. but that's fine.
The Hadith says exactly that. He died as a child.
The Hadith
Where did
says
dead children go?
the Hadith says some children are created with some are created for hell when they were in their father's loin.
Yeah, because those children grow up and they become men and they choose to sin.
And God knows that, and we already went over this.
That's not what the Hadith means, man.
So
You guys are
what else
Okay,
would
one
it
second,
mean,
one
bro?
second, one second. Wait, no, one second, one second. It's like this. Imagine I have eggs, right? I have like different types of eggs. On this side, I have eggs that are meant to be consumed, in that we're going to sell them at the corner store, right? And then on this side, I have eggs that are going to be essentially hatched, and they're going to be chickens, and then these chickens are going to go to the slaughterhouse. Okay, I say this, right? I make the claim, and when I have the eggs in front of me, I make the claim that this set of eggs are destined to go to the slaughterhouse. Does that mean that I'm going to take this egg right now as it is, and I'm going to slaughter it and take it to the slaughterhouse? No, that's not at all what I mean, right? When I say that they're destined to this place, what does this mean, right? It can either mean two things, right? Intuitively, it would make sense that I'm going to hatch these eggs, and then when when the chickens have got enough fat on them and they're built, then I take them to the slaughterhouse, right, to consume for meat, right? Not that I'm going to take this egg, right, and I'm just going to take it to the slaughterhouse as an egg. That's not what I mean. It is destined for it, right? So similarly, when Allah says that certain children or certain souls are destined for hellfire, God knows that when this soul grows up and it exercises its will outside of the age of accountability, right? Then it chooses to go to hellfire, right? It is destined. God foreknows it's going to do that, right? And through its own free will, it exercises its own free will to go and sin and to go to hellfire. God destined through foreknowledge. He knew what that what that soul would do, right? So
I'm looking at
this entire principle of just saying, oh, the children don't go to heaven because
Hey,
some children are
hey,
destined.
hey,
From a
Khalil.
basic English standpoint, let's do this. From a basic
Hey,
English
can you
standpoint, when
look in the
someone
chat?
says,
I think brother wants to say something. Just look in the private chat.
Did you understand that, by the way?
well, I mean, I'm looking at the English in the Hadith disagrees with what you're saying.
There's no hadith that disagrees with me.
When someone says in English,
Like,
per
okay,
adventure,
one
maybe
second.
otherwise.
Let's take an
How would you
example for Ibn Kathir, right? Ibn
forget
Kathir.
about? Let's
One
forget
second.
about
No, please. What do you?
text for now.
One
Let's
second.
focus
No.
on English. Let's forget about religious.
Let me say this one
If
point,
somebody
and
says,
then I'll listen. Okay, one point, and then I'll listen to you. Okay, Ibn Kathir says, with regard to the children, right, there is no dispute among the scholars, right? Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, he said there's no dispute concerning the fact that will be among the people of paradise. This is well known among the people, i.e., the majority of the scholars, the ulama, and this is this is what we are definitely sure about, inshallah.
okay,
That's two
so
of the biggest scholars in Islam,
okay, so if
saying that
somebody
there's a
says,
unanimous consensus. Sorry, go ahead.
all right, somebody says, just if we're speaking plain English, right, and somebody says per adventure, maybe otherwise. How do you understand that?
Yeah, perhaps otherwise. So take,
So
for
if I
example,
say,
in that same egg example, right? I have eggs. I have two sets of eggs. One going to the corner store, and one going to, the slaughterhouse.
Uh-huh.
I say, this egg, or this egg right here, right, is destined to the corner store,
Uh-huh.
or perhaps it could be destined to, the slaughterhouse.
Exactly. Thank you very much. So
Right.
Aisha
Now, what does
said
this
the
mean, though?
infant
What
was
does
going
this
to
mean?
heaven.
What does this
Aisha
mean,
said the
though?
infant was going to heaven.
Now,
And the
one
Prophet
second.
says
No,
it could be
please,
otherwise.
one second. So, okay, so do infants, so if I get slaughtered as a 3-year-old baby, right, and I'm going to heaven, does that mean I'm going to be a 3-year-old baby in heaven? That's
I don't know what
from your
you're-
logic. That is exactly what would follow.
What you do in your heaven is based on your religion. I'm just going by what the Hadith says. I'm just
Yeah,
looking at
I'm
what it
letting
says.
you
From
know.
an English standpoint. I'm reading this from an English standpoint. That's all I'm doing.
Yes, I'm reading it from an English standpoint too. Like what are we speaking Spanish right now? Look.
Yeah. So
I
if
think
it says per adventure, it could be otherwise. It means it's the reverse. It negates.
yes.
It negates
Okay.
what was said before.
Is it negating time passing?
I don't know. It's just negating whatever you said before. So if I say
No, because if
you
we're
know,
saying
I'm
no
gonna
time
go to
passes,
I'm gonna take
then a
a
3-year-old would be
plane
a
to
3-year-old.
Florida, or you know, or take a plane to I don't know, Mexico, and you know, let's just say I have my key in Florida or Mexico, and somebody say it could be the otherwise, right? It could be one or the other. It negates where you're going.
That's
right?
a false analogy.
And so in this case, Aisha presents an argument, well, not an argument, presents a definite statement saying that infants go to heaven. And the prophet says, per adventure, it could be otherwise. So he negates it and says,
yes. Okay, so do infants go to heaven as infants?
I would
Yes or
think
no?
so. I would think so. If they're going to heaven, I would think so. They go to heaven
No,
as infants.
they don't. They don't.
Well, maybe
So
that-
every being in heaven, right, enters at the age of what? Ahmed, do you know? Starts with 3.
Oh, say that again. The age what?
What age are the people of paradise?
33.
Exactly. And the same height as Adam alayhi salam, or Prophet Adam.
Mm-hmm.
So, if this was the case that some children, right, presumably per adventure, right, go to heaven, right? If we're using the same logic, they would, if they died as a 3-year-old or as a 2-year-old, they would be a 2-year-old in heaven. That is not the case. Similarly, when it says that some children, right, or some infants will go to hellfire, that's not negating the fact that time is going to pass, that these children are going to grow up and they will enter hellfire, right?
Like I
That's as
said,
simple as that. I really like.
I'm just going by what's
I'm
written.
gonna-
That's fine. I mean, that's I can only go by what's written, right? If you have any that explanation, and if you can put it in the back chat, I can probably look at it later, and maybe come back if I can, if it makes sense to me or not. I mean, because I just have the hadith in front of me, and if you have another
Just
thing on
rewatch it.
counters, I'll-
Just rewatch the stream, like our segment.
yeah, I mean, because if you guys have another link that says something else, you know, other than this, because I also have what about so if that's the case, I mean, if everyone goes to Jannah by the grace of Allah, then it really doesn't matter the age.
Sorry?
If everybody goes to heaven by the grace of Allah, then it doesn't matter the age. That's the point. It doesn't matter the age. You can be the most prayerful Muslim. You can have you can do all the deeds, but if the mercy doesn't follow you, you might not make the cut. And
how do
somebody
you
might
get the
pray
mercy?
once. What?
How do you get the mercy?
You know, that can be maybe you follow some commands here and there, but the mercy itself indicates that you're not on point being following everything, but based on some criteria,
So
you got the mercy.
God says this, right? He promises Muslims and humanity one thing. He says, if you die in a state in which you have more good deeds than bad deeds, right? You will be given my mercy. He promises humanity this. Do you understand?
Go for it.
So anybody with more good deeds than bad deeds at the time of death is granted and is promised Jannah by God. Okay? So
Promised?
yes.
Can you send me a link where it says people are promised Jannah in Islam?
Absolutely. There's many, like a plethora of verses talking about God's mercy.
Of promised going to Jannah?
Yep.
Doesn't Muhammad say that even if he makes it because of mercy and he can't guarantee it or something like that? Let me
Yeah,
check.
nobody enters based on their good deeds, in that they don't go in without God's mercy. You get
Anyway, I
in
gotta run.
with God's mercy.
Gotta run. It's been a great discussion. Probably join tomorrow or maybe the next day after. All right, thanks.
All right, take care, man. I'm gonna go grab some food real quick. I'll be back.
Actually, before you go, real quick, he left. I was gonna ask him. Al Khidr is not mentioned by name as he mentions.
In the
Tester
Quran,
claim,
yeah.
in the Quran, in Hadith, it is, yeah, but in Quran, as Tester claimed that he's mentioned by name, and he also said multiple times. First
He's
of all,
not mentioned once.
yeah, he's by name. He's not even mentioned once.
I just
And
let it slide though. It's just
yeah,
I can't connect everything.
yeah, I tried to put it in the chat, but I mean, he left. I couldn't tell him because he had to go, but that's a blatant lie because he's not mentioned by name in the verses that allegedly reference him. Don't come up multiple times as he says. It's literally just in Surah Al-Kahf in that one story. So he made two blatant lies, and I just wanted to clear that up for whoever's listening. That Al-Khidr his name does not appear once in the Quran, and the story that allegedly references him is literally just mentioned once, not multiple times. I'm sorry, Akhi, I didn't mean to hold you up. I literally just wanted to clear that up.
No, you're right, Akhi. MashaAllah. I think it's only just interpretations of a few classical scholars on this position, but again, it's just I don't know. I think we say what needs to be said. I'm sorry, I got a headache. I'm gonna grab some food, inshallah, and then I'm gonna come back in like 5 minutes.
Inshallah.
Yeah, you guys mind if I ask something else?
Go ahead.
Right, so Christians always come with this narrative that they know they will be saved, but Muslims don't, and it's sometimes I'm not sure how I would explain to them how it actually works.
Okay. So you want like a good argument against that?
Yeah, like like how everyone enters heaven by Allah's mercy, and that you try to earn the mercy by your sincerity, and your good deeds, and that like the other brother was saying, that Allah actually promises you heaven under certain conditions, and there's a lot of those conditions as well. But I'm not sure how I would explain it, like in like a concise explanation.
I get you. It's funny you say that because even Christians differ on this topic itself. Whether it's just once saved always saved, or you saved but you also have to believe this and that, and also do this and that, and not only that, but there are specific things if you do, you're not really a real Christian. But it's never based on the Bible. It's all in opinion. Ask them, if Hitler was a Christian because he was saved. They have such like really deep problems that they wouldn't be able to solve using their logic. That's first thing, right? And which is why works and having to do more good than bad, like the scale we have at when we die. There's your good deeds are higher than your bad deeds, and that is your purpose, to produce more good than bad in your time on earth. Because if you're not doing that, then what are you really doing, right? If you're not producing more good than bad on earth, then you're not fulfilling your purpose, and you're going against God, and therefore you're not going to be saved. Even though if you didn't do more bad than good, then you still have your belief in Allah, the oneness of Allah, and the knowledge you have of the prophets. You're still going to be punished, right? You're not guaranteed heaven, even though you did more bad than good, because that would be unjust, correct? So you would pretty much, it's pretty much like, the criminal who just gets to, be free without having to actually be punished for the severe crime he did. So, like, it sounds fancy and lovey-dovey in the heart when, Jesus died for you and you're saved. That's it. You don't got to do nothing. Just believe that. Even though when you dig more and more into it, they're going to say, well, your fruits have to show and you still have to do this and, you can't do that. They don't know. It's just a statement then that, oh, in Islam, you need works, and here we just have to believe. It's really not the case, and they can't even prove that. And even if they can, it's not a justifiable position because it's unjust. I hope that, gave you some type of, yeah.
And the thing is too is arrogance. Like, we can't arrogantly be like, oh, I'm going to heaven. Like, no. You know what I mean? I feel like it's we humble ourselves. We submit and humble ourselves to Almighty Allah. Like, we can't arrogantly be like, oh yeah, Allah, you're gonna you're gonna put me in heaven. I did good. Like, no, we can't. We humble ourselves, and we do enter only on His mercy. And Sheikh Uthman ibn Farouk, may Allah preserve the brother, he brings up a good example. He says, I mean, well, Hitler was Christian, and as far as Christianity is concerned, if you take Jesus as your Lord and Savior, then you get to heaven. So is Hitler gonna get to heaven? Like, come on.
Yeah, and I guess there's also a lot of narrations about how on the day of judgment, a lot of people, or at least a few examples that I've heard of, they will make it to heaven even though their deeds were not quite there. Like, as someone is being dragged away to hell, he calls out to Allah. He calls Allah by His mercy. He's like, you were the most merciful, so I was hoping that you would forgive me. And then Allah will say to him, He called me by my mercy, so let him enter paradise. So, like, if you have narrations like these as well, it's like the amount of hopefulness that you should have in the mercy of Allah as a Muslim is tremendous. So I'm not sure what these Christians are all complaining about.
Yeah, it's it's literally, bro, the way they say it, it's not, forget the way they say it, right? Would they believe that, oh, we're gonna enter heaven using this method, and this method for them is, blood and all that stuff. What we're saying is it's the same exact thing. We can only enter if Allah gives His mercy on us, right? Because whether you're the shittiest person, whether you're the best person, it's all decided by who? Allah, right? But there's the just attribute of God in which you have to punish even though you believe, right? But just because you believe in the American government and that you think their laws are right and correct and you support everything they say, that doesn't mean you just get to break their laws and do whatever, and just say, yeah, I love this country, and just do whatever and not go to jail. It just doesn't work, right? So there's the just part and the mercy part. They have supposedly I wouldn't say they have mercy, they just have payment, right? They have the payment part, and then they have the just part. They don't actually have the just part because it's unjust to just throw everyone in heaven for their belief, because the actions have to be accounted for. That's the whole point of a test. That's the whole point of a day of judgment, is for your actions to be accounted for. And that's, what they lack when they come with you. Jesus died for you. That's all you need to believe and be saved. What do you think of that?
Yeah, the Christian version, it definitely sounds off. Like I was talking to a friend, I was telling him, so every time we talk about the Christian version, I find something new that's wrong with it, and it would take us hours to compile the list of all the things that's wrong.
This is off topic, but Mr. Adian, he posted specs of a PC Core i9, 64 gigs of RAM, 3090 graphics card, he said once you have these specs that you won't need an upgrade because these are the current highest specs you can get. Mr. Adian, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I can upgrade from a 3090. I can get a 3090 Ti, and I can upgrade from 64 gigs of RAM to 128 gigs of RAM. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's corny, but I just had to.
Yeah, I mean, the new parts are coming out in a few months, and the 3090 and the 3090 Ti are, even on the graph, they are barely noticeable improvements over the 3080 and the 3080 Ti. So getting that in the first place is just not a good idea.
Yeah, I'm just glad that the whole mining thing is died down because at least we can buy these graphics cards now. Because, like, was it 2 years ago when you can hardly they were just out of stock? Was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago? It was within the last few years when like mining crypto was such a high thing that you couldn't even buy a high-end video card. They were just so out of stock everywhere.
Yeah, starting at the end of 2020, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, Jazakallah khairan for the answers. So I actually have to go because I'm trying to talk quietly here, but everyone else is sleeping.
Ma salam, akhi. Jannah will
Damn,
be.
where everybody at?
I know Kino went to eat. Said he'll be in back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Connor's in the chat. I don't know if Khalil's on. Khalil, are you here? Yeah, bro's gone.
He got me back. He said Jannah will be Intel Core 1 million. He says, "Bro, just become host and let me on." We can't make ourselves host, can we? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's contradictory to my nature of being a guest. Can't just be a host.
Can you make a rock so heavy you can't move it? I mean, I can't.
Yeah, I could do that.
I can't create a rock, but I can find a rock that's heavy enough to where I can't move it.
I mean, I'm sure you can create, for example, right? A bunch of people, they make a building. Can any of them, even if they all gathered up together, pick up that building and, carry on their back? If you manufactured a car all by yourself, does that mean you could carry the car? No. So I would say no, you can't. You could make something that's so heavy that you can't carry.
But I can put the car in neutral and push it.
As a human.
I'm just joking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Connor's a Christian, right? I don't think he's an atheist.
Catholic.
Right.
That's cool, Connor.
Wait, what line do we use against atheists? Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I really wish when Khalil comes back, inshallah, when I tell him, can you make a rule for the panel when you bring Christians to argue? Have a no what's it called? Deflecting rule. They can't deflect and be like,
Hmm.
but in
What
Islam,
about
yeah.
you guys? Because here's the thing, right? For you to think that, like, we're going to be bringing you an argument which already, and it's a problem and it already exists in Islam. Like, you think we're that ignorant to do that? It's pointless for you to say, what about? Because clearly you're having a misconception of what you think, that is, or whatever. So you should just defend yourself. And if you can't, you're like, you know what? You got me. I can't. But hey, what about that in Islam? Instead of just saying, what about, without defending your belief.
And that's the thing. Okay, I'm yet to find not even just a non-scholar Christian, like not even just the typical Christian, even their so-called scholars like CP and whoever. Like, I'm yet to find one that doesn't use Islam to preach their own religion. It's as if the religion can't stand on its own, because Islam is self-evident. You don't need to
Yeah.
compare it to anything. SubhanAllah, you literally do not need to compare it to anything.
Yeah,
So
because the truth is, you can't compare truth to falsehood. I mean, you can just being like, hey, this is true and this is false, but you can't put it in a similar way, you know?
yeah, and I remember this may not be the best analogy, but some like random brother on Discord, he brought up a good well, I want to say, I mean, it's a decent example, but he was like, it's as if like the Mustang, the car, he compared, like, he used cars. He's like, instead of Ford advertising how good their Mustang is, they literally just trash on like the Dodge Challenger and say the Dodge Challenger has flaws, this and that. It doesn't drive good. It's terrible. Blah 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 blah. And they don't advertise the goods or about the Mustang, or even advertise the Mustang at all. You get what I mean? It's like they don't preach their own religion. They just bash Islam. Like, how is that preaching your religion? And when they bring things up like when Tester kept talking about the whole Khidr thing, like, number one, how does that disprove Islam? Number two, how is that whatever argument he was trying to make? Because the guy is really incoherent. How that's not gonna make a Muslim be like, oh, gee, the story of Khidr.
Well, here's the thing, right?
It's not
he
gonna.
was comparing it. He was trying to compare it to the Amalekites in the Bible. That's why. The verse where it says
Oh
through
yeah.
children. Yeah, he was trying to compare it to that, and he was like saying, he's pretty much saying that, what about you guys? You believe that God ordered a killing of this baby through Khidr? That was his argument because of the Bible, the thing we pointed out.
So he's comparing bashing babies' heads.
He's comparing the go kill all women, men, children, infant, suckling, sheep, and donkey. Yeah, and to the thing in the Quran, or not even the Quran, but yeah.
But even with the story of Khidr, I mean, the wisdom is shown. It said that the boy was gonna be a tyrant, basically. But the story is still better because, number one, the wisdom is shown. Number two, whatchamacallit? Oh, dang, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, it's a win situation. The the boy goes to heaven, and like all three are saved, and his parents are Muslim. But for the violent verse in the Bible to bash the baby's heads violently against rocks and commit mass murder for the woman and the animals, like, come on.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, inshallah, when Khalid comes back, I really want to tell him, like, let's we he needs to put like a no deflect rule, because unfortunately, um a lot of Muslims fall for it. And like, mashallah, Sheikh Uthman, like, may Allah preserve him, may Allah grant him Jannah and elevate him to the highest ranks, like, mashallah, what the brother does. But he tends to fall for the same thing. Like, he'll be arguing with Christian missionaries, and he'll hold it down for a while. He'll tell them, no, answer this, address this, and he finally just caves into them shifting it on Islam, and he starts answering questions about Islam. And well, like, I love the brother, mashallah, what he does is amazing, but like, he unfortunately falls for the same tactic that the Christians always pull, which is, let's deflect and put the spotlight on the Muslims. Like, no, they need to address these issues. Like, address the issue that that Jesus, nowhere in the Bible does he say I'm God. In the Quran, it's clear. Allah says, like, throughout the whole Quran, I am your Lord. I am God. Worship and worship. You can have a jahil, somebody who's completely ignorant of Christianity and completely ignorant of Islam, have that person read the Quran and have that person read the Bible. Once they're done, ask them, in regards to the Bible, who is God? I can guarantee you they're going to be like, I don't know. It doesn't really clearly say. And ask them after reading the Quran, who is God? They won't hesitate. They'll say Allah is God. It's clear as day in here. I think Kino's eating a buffet. Well, until the brothers come back, I'll just read the chat. Raccoon says, at computer, can I join? LOL. Computer says, yeah, bro, for sure. Raccoon saying, you're muted. B. What? Raccoon replied, haha, thanks. Computer replied, Raccoon, for sure, man. Darth replied to Raccoon saying, yeah, tried looking into it, but can't find it. At least someone realized they made an error somewhere. Raccoon replied, no, you're not. Mr. Adyan replied to Raccoon, is going to meet his ancestors where he evolved from. Computer replied, to Mr. Adian. We would be in Jannah, so IDT, any shark will eat me. I don't think any shark will eat me. Raccoon, stop reading the chat. All right, I'll stop reading. It's nothing to do. The brothers aren't in here. Darth. Yo, is biryani the sixth pillar of Islam? No, akhi, it's the 20th. I demand that you continue to read the chat. Well, I've been summoned, so here it goes. Mr. Adian replied to computer. I'm talking about the part where you wanted to travel back in time. Raccoon replied to Darth. You watch it later, bro. Akron, Famo, just scroll up and read something more interesting. Okay, let's see what's going on. Man, I wish I can put videos up on the screen. Akron said, dude, Tester is a clown. This is such an easy argument to communicate. 1. He was innocent to Musa, but Musa alayhi salam didn't know the future or what he would do in the near future. Musa alayhi salam didn't aware about the kid's future. Khidr was made aware about it. This is why Musa alayhi salam said the kid is innocent. Computer said, Bushra, Ali, are you here? Raccoon at EA Dawa. The word destined isn't there. Yusuf Athman said, not stated in their text, even implicit.
Bro, what are you doing, bro?
Oh, I was just reading the chat until somebody came back.
I've been here. I've been listening to you.
Oh. And somebody told me, why not, though? He knows how to be offensive and defensive. Otherwise, people would say he's not, can't defend it. Listen. Oh, no. I just want to make sure I'm not muted. No, Mr. Adian, hey, I'm with you. Like, wallah, like, what Sheikh Uthman ibn Farouk does, like, it's impeccable. Like, mashallah, like, the brother is amazing. He does nothing wrong. And he defends Islam, like, beautifully and perfectly. I'm just saying, like, he'll ask Christians questions that they can't address, that's impossible for them to address, such as contradictions in the Bible. And they'll pull the same tactic where they shift the conversation away from Christianity to Islam. Sheikh Uthman, mashallah, he has patience like nobody else. Like, I don't know anybody that has his patience. And he'll double down on them, like, no, you need to address this, and the Christians will continuously try to shift the spotlight away from Christianity to Islam, and eventually Sheikh Uthman, unfortunately, I don't want to say falls for that tactic, but he's so pure and mashallah he's so eager to defend Islam that he starts answering questions about Islam. But I really like it's just annoying when the Christians do this, when they start like deflecting and turning it away from Christianity onto Islam. And most of us unfortunately fall for this, when like we should start like saying like, no, we will answer your questions, we can answer your questions, but address these glaring issues in Christianity first. Like that's what I mean, Mr. Adian. I wasn't like discrediting or the brother in any way, shape, or form. Like, mashallah, what he does is beautiful, and his eagerness to defend Islam is beautiful.
Yep. I really don't know how he
does it and just keeps calling that.
But you know what? Hey, it's a win-win. We get to defend Islam and at the same time make these Christian missionaries look like cowards, that they couldn't address the questions that Sheikh Uthman or any other Muslim da'i, for that matter, really.
He said it seems like Christians are reading tafsir more than anything Christian related. Like they really need to study their Bible and arguments against their Bible before they come to the tafsir, bro. Honestly.
Exactly. And they don't. A lot of these Christians, you ask them questions about the Bible, they can't even answer. They didn't even know it was in the Bible. Like, the bashing babies' heads against rocks. I mean, how about that other verse that says you can beat your slave with a rod an inch away from death, and as long as they don't die within 24 hours, there's no sin upon you. So, Ahmed Akhi, if you were my slave, I can beat you heavily with this rod, and as long as you live past 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, I won't get sinned for it in Christianity. And mashallah, Sheikh Uthman, he brings that verse up to them and they can't answer to it.
You just cannot defend this. You just can't. Like, honestly, I'm not saying it's okay or anything, but I'm saying there's more justification for saying, God orders the murder of these people and the children, more than saying that you're allowed to beat your slave, and you're not going to be punished if he dies a day later. Like, this is just extremely unjustifiable.
Yeah, there's no way around it. Just like the paradox of the Trinity. Like, literally, there's no way you can't, because like just logic and language, the Trinity, it's like saying this door is also a window and a roof at the same time. It's illogical.
Yeah. I wonder how long till Kalu's back.
Bro, Kino said 5 minutes, like 20 minutes ago.
That's it. There he is.
Sorry, I had to go deal with something on TikTok.
Oh, TikTok. Why didn't you do it on stream?
Because he wouldn't come. It was somebody that was already live on TikTok. And I found out that I was banned again on my main account. Again.
Yeah, I get that, but like, why did we not hear the conversation?
Because I don't have the capability of right now I have to try and keep quiet, so I can't like blare it into my microphone like usual.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But no, it was just it was. You know who Danny P is? Older
I've
black
probably
gentleman.
seen how he looks like, but I'm just not sure of the name. I've seen him probably before, but I'm just not sure which one it is.
Let me see. I'm trying to make it so you can see.
Oh, this guy? No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I went on there and he was talking about morality of God. So I went on there and brought up 1 Samuel 15:3. And he said, God can do what he wants. And I was like, oh, so God can do anything? And then I brought up the whole, can God lie? Can God sin? Can God, and he's like, no, he can't. I'm like, so he can't do everything. Yeah, he can. He can do what he wants. But I thought you just said that he can do whatever he wants, but he can't do this. And then I'm like, can God become Satan in all evil? He said, yeah, if he wants to. And I'm like, okay, can God act against his nature? He's like, no. Like, come on, bro, pick a struggle. And then somebody in the comments said, you're using logic. The Bible was not written in logic. And I was like, I absolutely agree.
And if only they knew what they meant when they said that, or understood.
I have no clue. I finally figured out why.
Connor was here like 10 minutes ago. But
so whatever happened with old Tester?
oh yeah, he had to leave, but pretty much brother wanted to correct him on something that Khidr is never mentioned by name in the Quran.
Yeah, and he was claiming that he was mentioned multiple times in the Quran. Yeah. What just happened? Oh boy. Uh-oh. I've been mentioned in a YouTube video that's premiering live here in just a second.
Well, what's the channel, brother?
I'll pull it up and we can watch it. It's a channel called Seeking Truth. I'm absolutely obsessed with me and Jake.
That's just James Bamber.
Yeah, I think it's James Tired, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's literally from tonight's stream. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah, friendly Muslim.
Walaikum salam, bro.
Let's see what this scaredy cat has to say.
I bet you it's about what Brother Isa said.
Yeah, it's about like the can you trust that dawah for people who question well-known facts about 9/11? Isa, are you there, or did he go to sleep?
He hasn't spoken in a while.
like there's a lot of people that are like just disingenuous, right? Like you can provide them proofs. Like for instance, like there's people that deny that 9/11 happened, like altogether, like that it was just some like CGI or whatever. There's people that believe, no matter the evidence you bring
I'm one
forth,
of those
those
people, you know.
bring
I'm one
forth
of those
those
people.
We're looking at there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
You don't think? Okay, but look.
No, planes did not hit the World Trade Center. They're not.
Okay, no. I'm literally saying that there's people that like that don't even believe that the towers went down.
Oh no, yeah, they definitely
There's
went down.
people like that, like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
No.
That makes sense.
Like you can bring as much evidence, for example, about like the moon landing, or as much evidence about the shape of the Earth. People will always be disingenuous, right?
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
It's a freaking noodle. Your argument is invalid. Get over it. Find a job.
This is the most common conspiracy theory. So much so that it's essentially become a meme these days. And like a lot of memes, it's nonsense. No, jet fuel cannot melt steel beams. Jet fuel burns up to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, while steel melts at around 2500 degrees. However, steel does begin to lose strength at around 600 degrees Fahrenheit, and with the weight above the impact point on the North Tower similar to that of the Titanic, the weakened steel simply could not hold, and the tower collapsed.
No matter what. And so, like, there's people that fall. Wait, Khalil, you're muted.
Are you serious or are you joking?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
About what?
The planes hitting the building.
Yeah. Well, no planes hit that building.
Controlled explosions. When the towers collapsed, this added fuel to many conspiracy theories. However, modeling has proven this inaccurate. Research at two universities and Dr. Frank Greening showed that with the way the fuel spread on impact, and with the weight transfer from the building above the impact site, the building would indeed fall almost entirely vertically.
So you're telling me, Khalil, are you telling me that an aluminum plane hit the wall? Like, bro, you remember the yesterday or
Man, I wish Esau was on.
right over his head. Right. So in the cartoon,
Yeah.
like the roll runner, he hit the wall like this. Check it out. Come on, you're telling me that an aluminum plane hit a steel frame building and just cut right through it like butter? That is bullshit. Would never happen.
What? 737?
What?
The World Trade Center. Who are you talking to? Oh, God. Oh, my God.
United 175, New York. We have some problems over here right now. We might have a hijack over here, two of them. Jules, this is Ryan. Listen, on an airplane that's been hijacked. If things will go well, I'm looking good. I just want you to know I absolutely love you. I want you to do good. I'll absolutely fine.
Brother, so they were putting this video together as we were chilling up here. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, babe.
What are those people gonna do? Sorry. Doesn't happen. Have you seen Loose Chain on 11? Have you seen that? Yeah.
Yeah, no, but
9/11 was an inside job.
No, I don't disagree that it was an inside job.
Oh, there's Winston, hold on just a moment. We got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit another building. Flew right into the middle of it. Explosion. My God, it's right in the middle of the building.
What I disagree with is that we have like actual proof that planes hit the building. I'm not saying those planes weren't helped with certain bombs that may have had things that caused steel.
Leo, if you say to me that they were maybe Tomahawk cruise missiles, I would agree.
It's as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the two towers. A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
I would agree 100%. But a plane, it's not gonna, not even a drone, brother.
How do you deny the video footage that we have of planes literally flying? into
Okay,
the-
how about this? The Pentagon. Did you see that little tiny
No,
ass?
no, the Pentagon is questionable. You were talking about the towers.
No, I know, but all this is related, brother. All of it's related. If you look at what happened at the Pentagon, first of all, when you listen to the story of how these people were circling and making these maneuvers in these planes, it didn't happen, right?
Hopefully, it will put to rest some of the conspiracy theories about September 11th. Also, it's important that there be a complete record for history.
The FBI has re-released a series of photos that document the horrific terror attack at the Pentagon on September 11, 2001, which left 184 people dead. The 27 photos document the aftermath of the attacks, including images of the building's exterior, interior, overhead views, and images of first responders who rushed to the scene. American Airlines Flight 77, traveling from Dulles, Virginia to Los Angeles, was hijacked by Al-Qaeda terrorists who struck the building at 9:37 a.m. Eastern Time on September 11th.
The jet engines, where were they? The engines of the planes, where were they? Never found. Never found. So if it's never found, then what the hell hit it? It could have been a missile. It could not have been a plane that is going to land or hit these buildings.
American Airlines Flight 77, traveling from Dulles, Virginia to Los Angeles, was hijacked by Al-Qaeda terrorists who struck the building at 9:37 a.m. Eastern Time.
And just leave like these holes in there. Brother, this went into like the third ring of the Pentagon. There's absolutely
No, like the Pentagon is a lot more questionable. There's a lot to do. But you said that the planes did not hit the towers.
I don't believe that the planes hit the towers. I think it was something else that did that. Let's say there were planes.
That looks exactly like a plane?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pentagon, and there's, you can see perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord.
What I'm saying is, hang on. What I'm saying is, it's easier for me to believe you to say, look, they were planes, but there was, some type of ordinance that was attached to them or something like this that caused it. If you say that, I would say, yeah, okay, I agree. Yeah, I would agree on that. But it wasn't no damn plane, like just a regular plane hit the building, and then that stuff just like the entire building just collapsed on itself in free fall speeds, like 8 seconds.
No, there was talk of multiple bombs going off on other floors of the building. It was definitely helped. Yes.
Charges.
No, yeah, I'm with Khalid.
Man believes that a family that lived in the upscale gated Prestantia neighborhood in Sarasota may have been involved. Abdulaziz Al-Hiji, a recent USF graduate, lived in this home with his wife Anoud, where sources say they were visited by some of the hijackers before the 9/11 attack.
They lived for about 5 or 6 years.
There definitely were airplanes that hit the building, but I don't really.
You're not understanding what I'm saying, brother.
No.
The
Okay,
airplanes-
I'm with you.
The airplanes is what they're saying. The airplanes is what they're saying that these supposed Muslims, and as a matter of fact, these Muslims, I from what I understood, they went to their embassy in Saudi Arabia. It was like, wait, they have me on TV. Like, this is not me. I'm here. How is this possible?
On this day 10 years ago, Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan received word that the day of the attack had been finalized, September 11th. As for the hijackers, they had set their targets by this day and were moving into place. Several, including team leader Mohammed Atta, prepared to wire unused cash back to Al-Qaeda bank accounts. One of them, Mohan Al-Shiri, calls United Airlines on this day to correct the spelling of his name on his September 11th reservation record. All 19 of the hijackers were in the U.S. on legal visas, issued in their true names with no real background checks. Officials say today that would not happen.
Right. What I'm saying is that it wasn't regular planes, like a
Commercial
well,
airliner.
a commercial airliner. And if it was a commercial plane of sorts, it must have been carrying some sort of ordinance to create those holes, because you cannot fly a plane no matter how fast into these buildings and it creates a perfect cookie cutter like this, and then you
And you said this is the cookie cutter.
steel reinforced building. It's not going to happen. Aluminum will always look. They have video.
South Tower WTC 7 was also destroyed on 9/11. It took around 7 hours for the building to collapse. However, the National Institute of Standards and Technology has supported the theory that WTC 7 was more damaged by falling debris than previously estimated. WTC 7 may have withstood the debris or the fire, but both factors, combined with the unusual design, brought down the building.
Videos online of like in an aluminum plane, obviously, like being sent at like 500 miles an hour into like something equivalent to like what the World Trade Center was. Bro, it completely obliterates that plane. And you look at this wall or whatever, like nothing happened to this wall. You'll see like some markings here, but that's about it. Listen,
I'm with you. I believe it was an inside job. It's just, I mean, it could have been rogue planes, but I mean, whatever plane it was did hit the building. But I am with you. No building, no high-rise skyscraper has collapsed due to fire before and after 9/11.
Minoru Yamasaki was born to Japanese immigrant parents in Seattle in 1912 and was a graduate of Garfield High School. In 1929, he enrolled at the University of Washington, where he studied architecture.
As a matter of fact, the architect, the manager,
Hey, it's me.
that worked on designing the Twin Towers is on video saying we built these buildings to withstand multiple impacts of the largest jetliner at the time.
Bro, what the hell is going on right now?
They're talking to me. He says back. He says back. Yo, bro, like you're famous over on Seeking Truth channel. Like,
Okay. Who okay, so what's going on?
yeah. So Seeking Truth took the whole entire conversation we had earlier about 9/11 and made a whole clip edited video of everything.
I want to say Seeking Truth, man. Good job.
Yeah, I'm gonna put some in the comments. Watch. Hey guys, if you like the content in this video, feel free to subscribe to EA Dawa and Isa Dawa. Thanks for the
Promotion.
shout out. Yeah, thanks for the.
No, wait. No, wait, hang on. There's a word that you use here. Publicity. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Not in the social media world. God damn it, Assalamu alaikum. Yo, that
Assalamu alaikum.
I thought you were trolling me, Khalil, because I literally passed out, and then my baby is still thundering lightning like crazy, and my baby's fussing. I wake up and I just go to check the stream, and I'm looking at like what the hell is Khalil's trolling me? Like he's like, damn, bro, that was quick.
No,
how do you
no,
make
like-
a video like this right like while we're doing the freaking a stream? And
Yo, this guy right here, he literally like at the very beginning here. Hold on.
Happened like all together like that. It was just some like CGI or whatever.
Watch what he
There's people
does.
that believe, no matter the evidence you bring
I'm
forth.
one of those people, you know. I'm one of those people, you know.
We're looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That
Just
is the
clips all
World
these
Trade
videos
Center,
together.
and we have unconfirmed
Like,
reports this morning
this guy loves
that
you,
a
he said.
plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
I guarantee you, he knows that the whole 9/11 thing was an entire. I guarantee you, he doesn't believe it was done by Muslims or whatever the government told you. People don't believe that no more. That's done. They believed that for like maybe 5 years.
Yeah.
And then after all the evidence started coming out, it slowly started changing. But yeah, man.
Is it done? Is it over with?
And then it comes back. You just you're like, what the hell? How did that happen? So
Tuesday morning, an American Airlines plane crashed into the World Trade Center.
Yeah. This just in, we're
Matt just
looking
mentioned
at
we have a breaking
obviously
news
a very
story to tell you
disturbing
about. I'm
live
gonna tell
shot
you
there.
what
That is
we
the
know
World
as
Trade
one
Center.
watching premiere.
Center.
That's you, Khalil.
Yeah, I'm the only one watching.
Oh, a computer?
Oh, computer was there, yeah.
Computer,
Just stop trolling.
you don't have to say anything to him except, hey man, thank you. But yeah, he's too scared to come up here and talk about what he believes. So he comes into our lives and he just hopes that we like say something that sounds kind of clickbaity so that he can clip it out and then make. So basically, I get it. You know what I mean? It's like like Jesus, right? When the lady comes up to him and says, I don't know, she like what's the whole thing where it says in the Bible, even the dogs eat from the crumbs of the master's table. So yeah, we're the masters. We're throwing breadcrumbs on the floor or whatever, and he's the runt, the piece of shit or whatever the hell you want to call him. He has no life, so he's getting rich off of our success.
He already deleted my comment.
Yeah, these people like they'll tag me in videos, and I never go to their videos. I don't give them the time of day. I don't watch it. I don't do any of that crap. Nah, ain't no point in losing my mind on a piece of shit Christian. It's just another piece of shit Christian. It's normally the Christians that do things like this.
Yeah.
No, like straight up. I'll go on TikTok. I'll just be talking about something, and there's literally people who come in there who are Christians, name dropping me, my wife, and I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, well, I was just, isn't that your name? I'm like, you have to like dig kind of deep, in order to find this information. So if you're digging that deep, it's for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So you're trying to dox me.
Yeah.
And like they think that we're like stupid. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. None of my like my name isn't just out there. You have to kind of like dig deep in order for people to find my name out or my wife's name or something like this.
Yep. Yeah, so real quick, Ace said, can you replay that? I missed it. If you want to rewind this video, don't go to his channel and give him any view time. The guy doesn't need any help from us. I just had to watch it because I was like the only one watching. So if you want to rewind this video on here and watch it on this channel, it's quite funny. I gotta say, he makes entertaining videos. The guy's an idiot, but
I guarantee you he'll never ever come up here ever.
No, I've already tried to reach out to the people that we have mutual acquaintances with, and said, hey, I want to have a conversation with this guy, and he denies to ever have a conversation. We don't know who this guy is, Kicked and On. We have no clue who he is. He's some guy in the UK. That's all that I know. And he's obsessed with me. He's obsessed with Issa, and he's obsessed with Jake.
Yeah. He has a video of me talking about me beating up David Wood.
Oh yeah.
Because David Wood took a page of the Quran and stuff that is in his mouth, and I was like, no matter how crappy of a book I think the Bible is, I would never do that, because I know I wouldn't do anything even of that nature. You know what I mean? Like to try to disrespect the book itself. You know, take pages, rip them out, or eat them, or stomp on it, or something. Like, I would never do any of these things because I have respect for what they believe. At least, I mean, look, this is what they consider to be their holy text, and besides, some of the stuff in there does contain the words of God, I believe, and of the prophets and things like this. So I couldn't see myself doing something like that. But people like David Wood, and like I said, I wouldn't kill him. You know, I'm sure if he went to the Middle East and did something like that, David would not turn up, right? I wouldn't do that, though. I'd beat him up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd fight him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for the citizens to act upon the Sharia. Like, there's a whole process that goes with it. There's just like in the United States, you just can't find somebody on the street and be like, okay, you're guilty of the death penalty. I'm just gonna be the citizen that kills you right now. No, he's got to go through his due process.
You know. And their daddy Paul talks about this kind of stuff. Like, you're not allowed to be this type of Christian at all. None. Yeah. Zero. Like, you cannot be like this. You know what I mean?
My gosh, look at this. Where was Islam when Christianity is superior? First off, I have no clue what the question means. Where was Islam? So it's talking about the past. When Christianity is superior, accept it. We are superior. Amen to Jesus. Okay, isn't I can show you statistics on how Christianity is the one Abrahamic religion that is losing Christians faster than any other than Judaism or Islam. Islam is the fastest growing Abrahamic religion, and Christianity is the fastest depleting Abrahamic religion.
Dying.
Statistically speaking.
Dying, aka.
Yes, it is dying. People are tired of this whole Trinity BS. Holy Spirit, activate.
You know, in fact, there are a bunch of churches being converted to mosques, or masjids, rather. Mm-hmm. Let's not say mosque, but yeah, masjids. I'm not making this up. You see it. Look at you don't be watching or like seeing those ads that come up from like some of the Muslim brothers, like, hey guys, help us, donate to this cause. We're taking this old church and we're making it into a masjid. Bro, I've seen so many of these videos, man. Yeah, masajid, yeah. But it is true, man. Oh, bro, I had to get up. I thought you were trolling me, son. I was like, this bastard made a video this quick?
No, Seeking Truth did. I got a notification on my phone. Seeking Truth had tagged me in a video. I was like, all right, guys, let's watch it. And then next thing you know, it's about what you were saying about 9/11.
I knew it. I knew that's what it was going to be.
Yeah.
I knew it when you were talking about it.
Wait, you knew that someone was going to clip that out?
Yeah, I almost even said it. I was like, yeah, a bunch of white Muslims or a bunch of Muslims talking about 9/11 in America. Yeah, that's just going to be clipped. Of course it is. Jesus.
And like I said, bro, nobody believes this anymore. They are that narrative that was fed to them about what happened on that fateful day. I'm sure there are a bunch of dumbasses that still believe that. And when I say a bunch, I mean like a handful of people, considering the amounts that do not believe that. You know, like I've talked, and you know, I worked in the oil field in Texas. Okay, speaking to a lot of yeehaw buddy Christians, and they do not believe it. I guarantee you they don't.
Yeah, they took a poll in the early years after 9/11 in New York, and the majority of New Yorkers, I forget the percentage, I think it was like 70% or something, took the position that they believe it was a inside job, or that the government at least had former knowledge that this was going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was this one video that came out. You can't find it now. I mean, I'm sure you can find it maybe somewhere in the internet, but it was called the Loose Change 9/11. Like, man, when I started watching this stuff, like I was hooked on it. Absolutely hooked on all this stuff. And I have no problem. Like, yo, if Muslims did it, I'd be like, yeah, they did it. Oh well, you know, these people were Muslims. They did it. Yeah, of course. We do not condone any violence against you know, innocent people, men, women, and children. You know, it doesn't matter if I don't care if you're a Muslim, you could be the damn Pope himself or the Khalifa. If you're doing something that is not right, legal, morally, or otherwise, like I have no problem calling you out. I don't care who did it. It's just look, it wasn't what they said it was. So it is what it is, bro. Yeah, you're right. Snake juice.
What's up, Connor?
Connor. Hey, Connor. Get to the chopper. Oh, sorry. That's a bad reference. I was thinking Connor with the T-1000 and Terminator.
It is Sarah Connor.
Yeah. I think Connor went to bed. I wonder what that picture is of Connor. Is that like nutsack hair or something? Or is that like his forehead? I don't know.
It's a face. It's a face with hair covering it, but that face is looking funny.
Wait. Who is this? No, Asif.
How can we help you?
Yo, I'm back.
Connor.
Yeah.
Yo, what's your picture of, bro?
Nah, so my picture, so I actually inherited this account from my brother, and this is the picture before he gave it to me, so I actually have no idea.
It's a face. It's clearly a face, isn't it?
I think it's like a really low quality picture of my brother's face, but I'm not really sure.
That's extremely low quality.
Well,
Bro,
yeah,
I thought that was a cartoon.
like I don't know what it is, but it looks to me like someone was quickly like moving their phone and then just snapped a picture of someone while they were blinking. But I don't know.
Yeah, that no guy is just one of those guys that come into the room and go, and then leave.
Where he just like comes in and screams.
Yeah, he just comes in, blows an air nut, and then leaves.
I don't think I've seen that before.
Oh yeah, they come in here all the time, and they're like, they sit in quietly, and then we're like, hey, what's up? How can we help you? And they go, and then leave, or they go and then just leave real quick.
Yeah, small D energy, bro. Small D energy.
Small D energy.
Oh, Godhead energy.
Little Godhead energy. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Connor, how can we help you, Connor?
Actually, I wanted to ask about like a couple things, but I just wanted to hear like a philosophical argument I heard for Islam, and I don't mess around with the philosophy that much, but like I wanted to know if like y'all held to the claim that like Islam is the only monotheistic religion in the world.
Yes.
You think Islam's the only monotheistic religion there is?
Yes.
It's by if you, because here's the thing, right? People like monotheistic is a label, but when you really break it down, you have to get to the logic of it. And if the logic of the concept of monotheism is not adding up to monotheism, then it's not really monotheism, right? Which is why Islam is like pure monotheism, which is true monotheism, and which is why we say yes, it's the only monotheistic religion, like actually monotheistic, not just labeled as monotheistic.
So why like I think I like know what y'all say about like Christianity and why that's not monotheistic, but why is like Judaism not?
I think it depends. You know, what concepts do you apply to God? Because not all Jews are the same. And I mean, I would even say, you know, some people hold to some certain, you know, ideas about God and Islam. But you know, when it comes to the explicitity of it, you know, and what your concept is, if it's contradictory to being one, then you're just labeling it as monotheism, and it's
So
not really monotheism.
So how does Judaism do that?
I don't know. Um, they apply attributes or certain things to God. It's like, for example, like a sun, you know, something like that. It's not really from what God's nature is. You know
Well,
what I
like
mean? It's not like it's a contradict. Okay, let me rephrase that. Right? They would do minor shirk, not major shirk.
they would like limit God, basically.
No, minor blasphemy, and there's minor blasphemy and then major. Major blasphemy is literally worshiping something other than the God, right? But minor shirk would be is like taking a concept or a person above that that God. Even though you still believe in that God, but you just take that over him, and that is minor shirk. Right? And I would say like pretty much all Jews are doing minor shirk.
Or worshiping someone above God?
Yeah, even if they don't think so.
Like in what sense? Like what are they putting above God?
Oh, they're rabbis. Even if they don't like put him in a trinity with the rabbis, it doesn't have to be that way. It's as in they take others' words than God's. Or they would like read into it or make up stuff into it. You know, they would make up laws for themselves, even though, you know, they would make the halal haram, they would make the haram halal. They would do so many things, and then people take their word for it instead of actually taking God's word for it. And then that would be minor blasphemy because they're taking somebody else's word for it, even though they still believe in one God and all that, you know. Yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean you're not blaspheming when you're taking somebody else's word.
So you think Jews aren't true monotheists because their rabbinic tradition contradicts the Old Testament or contradicts their scripture?
No, that depends. I said it depends. You know, obviously, when you get to the bottom of it, you know, the layman Jew will tell you, yeah, just one God, that's it. You know, but with the philosophy they study and the things they have, you know, the Kabbalah, it gets deep, and it's not really monotheism anymore. So yeah, like on a surface level, anyone could tell you, yeah, I worship one God. When you really get down to that, it's really not, and that's what I'm saying. Unless you just, you know, you don't like say, oh, I hold to this philosophy or that philosophy. I just believe in one God. That's it. You're like, okay, cool, right? You're a monotheist, a pure monotheist. You know, you believe that God is one. does not beget, is not begotten, nothing comparable unto him. That's true, pure monotheism. If you're doing that, cool. If you're doing a bunch of extra stuff, then gotta get that figured out.
Yeah. So Allah speaks about this in the Quran that even the Jews have taken their rabbis and monks and things like this as gods besides God. Right?
But I guess just like how have they like done that? Like, what's the difference between like how Jews view their rabbis versus how any other religious tradition views their leaders?
They believe
Because
they're divinely inspired.
Ahmed, wait. Yeah, true. That and because of that, what they say goes, right? In Islam, we do come to consensus, but we are humans and we're fallible. So if someone says something that goes against the Quran, which is the word of God, then even and this is just an example, if the prophet himself said something contrary to the Quran, we would never follow it. I'm just saying, first of all, that's stupid. The prophet wouldn't do that, right? Peace be upon him. I'm not saying that he would or he did or anything like that. What I'm saying is, if he did, even the prophet himself, if he did, we would disregard what he said and we would just follow what Allah. So if the prophet says don't pray, Allah says pray, we're gonna pray.
Yeah, and that's like dependent on the authenticity of the hadith and things like that.
But I believe that like
that's the Ahmed. That's not the point, brother.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, that's not the point at all. I'm just giving him a hypothetical. So basically, when the rabbis and these I guess they're scholars, whatever, when they say something, they take it as law.
Right. The difference is you're saying Muhammad's words rank below God's words, but Rabbi's words are on par with God's words.
Pretty much, yeah. And not only that, Allah condemns the Jews for having associated partners with him, which is to call their prophets sons of God.
So what about like other? What about?
And just remember, Connor, this is not me saying this. This is Allah saying this in the Quran.
Right. No, I feel you. So how are like Sikhists? Like Sikhists, to me, Sikhism seems to be like super insistent on monotheism. Like why is that not monotheistic?
I don't know more about or much about these about this group of people.
Yeah, so I think the issue they have is that that is I mean, I could be misrepresenting them, but if I assume is that they believe that the universe and everything, it's like is that God is everywhere. God is in everything. You know what I mean?
I don't think they believe that.
They do, but it's all one. Everything is God in a sense at the end of the day.
Well,
and it boils down to it, God being contingent and not necessary. It's like saying it's like a pretty pantheist, I would say.
Yeah, they're not really like, I don't know. I guess they're not really like pantheist though. They're like, they think that like God has like a special relationship with everything, and everything is like particularly special, and like I guess just sort of like people like, I don't know, like have at least an inkling of like the wisdom of God in their heart and whatnot, but it's like I don't know, like they're and I don't know too much about them, but like I've read a little bit of their scriptures and they seem to be like it just says over and over again that there is one God that is like independent.
Right, but the Jews believe also that there's one God also, right? Don't they?
And so do you.
Right, Connor?
Yeah.
And so did the Christians.
Sure,
And so
but
do Hindus.
Hang on,
Many.
Ahmed. Yeah, so these other groups of people believe that their religions are monotheist, and I'm telling you that they're not. So, I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe. Christians are not monotheist.
like, how do you know that these other religions aren't monotheist though?
It's like it's easy to debunk every religion. Khalil actually goes through that very, very quickly. I think within a couple minutes he can explain to you how Islam is the one true religion.
Well, I mean, I agree that there's a ton of factual problems with Sikhism, but I don't really think that you can say not being monotheistic is one of them. You know, like,
I mean, I'm willing to bet money, and I know that's haram. I'm not going to bet any money, but I'm just saying it's an idiom, right? I'm willing to bet that Islam is the only true monotheistic religion, and there's no other religion like it. I don't have to dig into every world religion in order to, or excuse me, into every religion in the world to prove that. I am quite certain that Islam is the only monotheistic faith, true monotheistic, not monotheistic in, what we say, but then believe something else. You know what I mean?
I guess just like, where do you draw that confidence from?
It's the Quran.
The Quran says that believing in Muhammad as a prophet is the only way to truly follow monotheism.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
Because being a Muslim is the way.
Yeah, Surah Al-Ikhlas, right? Chapter 112 of the Quran. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. So say he is Allah, he is one. Ahad, it means one. And this is a unique one that refers to Allah alone. You cannot use ahad for anything else. You can't tie it to a tree or a person or something like this. So he is one and indivisible, right? He is the absolute, needed by all. He begets not, nor is he begotten, and there is nothing or none comparable to him, right? So if you say that Moses is the son of God, then this faith is no longer purely monotheistic. It's monotheistic in the word that they use, right? But is it monotheistic in what they believe? No, absolutely not. So Allah condemns them for doing this. He condemns the Jews, or excuse me, the Christian for worshiping Jesus and Mary and and this and that. And then you can apply the same standard to all the other religions. Hinduism, they believe in Brahma, Ganesh, and Vishnu, and Krishna, and all these other, deities that manifest, or excuse me, they believe in the one God that manifests in a million different deities, and this is polytheism. Obviously, it's paganism. We don't believe this at all. So if Hinduism and Islam makes Sikhism, then there's got to be something wrong there. That's what I'm saying. I don't know much about it, but I know that this is Sikhism is a mix between Islam and Hinduism. I know that there's something wrong in there.
Well, they don't claim to be. That's what others say about them. They claim that their prophets just appeared in a Hindu/Muslim environment, and the truth just happens to be similar to both. But they're not like I don't know. And I don't know. That's not the only one as well. Like Baha'i as well.
Baha'i.
Yeah, however you say it.
Yeah. I think they have a prophet that came as well. And if there's a prophet that came after the Prophet Muhammad, then that's null and void. So just like Nation of Islam.
Well, even if it's, because obviously I agree with you that it's void in some sense, but I guess that doesn't really make it not monotheistic.
No, yeah. So the Nation of Islam believe that Elijah Muhammad is the prophet, and I think the other guy's name is William Fard or something like this, that he is Allah in the flesh. So yeah, this is not monotheistic at all.
But
About Baha'i, I don't know. I don't know. I think they have another prophet that came after. So the religion in it of itself, it's false. It's falsehood.
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you that it's false. I guess it's just seems to be monotheistic. Like, I don't know.
Well, I'm reading up on some of it right now, and there's a couple things that I'm seeing. And one of them is the 10th guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He refers to God as his father and God's creative power as his mother. So there's problem number one.
You're talking about Sikhism, right?
Yeah, Sikhism. Similarly, another example is that the scripture and
So if I would have bet my life on it, I would have been right.
well, it says it's a monotheistic religion with pantheistic elements, advocating for the belief in one universal God, signified by the term Ek Ankar, literally there is only one God or one creator or one maker, is a phrase in Sikhism that denotes the one supreme reality. It is a central tenet of Sikh religious philosophy. And they also say that God is outside of time and space, without form. Sikh scripture, Ik Ankar means the formless one. The monotheistic unity of God is more loosely rendered as the one supreme reality, the one creator, the all-pervading spirit, and other ways of expressing a diffuse but unified singular sense of God and created. The tradition Mul Mantar goes from Ik Ankar until Nanak Hasbi Bihisak. Guru Nanak, the first guru of Sikhs, is living forever. The existence of Guru is eternal. Sak means right, true, and real. It means Guru Nakat is real from ages and will remain true. The opening line of the Guru Granth Sahib. So they say that it's monotheistic, but yet God has a son. God is also a mother. Yeah. There's a father, there's a mother, there's a son. So they call it monotheism, but it looks like their belief entails multiple people or persons. I mean, I have to look into it more, but I mean, from what I'm seeing right here, we're looking at some shirky stuff right here.
Some shirky stuff.
Yeah.
What are you?
Guys, I'm gonna have to hop off. Go to sleep. Pray for
All right, brother.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'd have to look at that. I think that, like, that's like vaguely familiar. That 10th guru. It's been a while since I looked at Sikhism.
Yeah, Gobind Singh. Gobind Singh Ji. So Gobind Singhji. He also refers to God as his father and God's creative power as his mother. Eternal gurus also. So now there's eternal persons that exist alongside of the one creator.
Well, the gurus aren't sure. At least, like, I haven't heard of, or I don't know that much about like the father mother thing, but I know that the gurus being eternal is sure. I have seen that a little. Like, it's just saying that like it's not saying they have any like the four omnis or anything like that. It's just like mainstream Sikhism is just like they just don't die, like they're just living forever.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't really seem like sure that God just miraculously allows someone to live for a very extended period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't know.
Oh, plus they sing and make music.
They sing music?
They sing and make music.
Is that shirk?
I don't know if it's necessarily shirk, but it's haram.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Of course it is. If they don't believe in Muhammad, there's going to be a lot of haram things in there from a Islamic perspective.
And Guru Sahib is the holy scripture to the Sikhs and regarded as the living guru.
That's an interesting one. Also, like, do you think that modalism is like not monotheistic? Like, I really don't see.
No, I would see modalism as monotheistic. Yeah.
So, how then is Hinduism not monotheistic? Because they're not polytheists, like they're modalists.
So this is about like the Baha'i. So Babism and Baha'ism are a movement that originated from a Shia sect called the Shia in 1268.
Did you say Taqiya?
Yeah, under the protection of Russian, Jewish, and English colonialism, with the aim of corrupting Islamic belief. Absolutely, see, this is what I'm saying. The origins and leading figures.
Yo, Issa, what happened to your mic?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
I don't know. It's probably breaking up.
Trash box.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're good now. We can hear you.
Yeah. So basically, these people here, or that guy, or whatever, claim that to be. So this guy, I guess, claimed to be a messenger like Musa, Isa, and Muhammad, peace be upon them all, and he even claimed to be better than them. Stop it. In 1266 AH, what is AH, bro?
AH?
Yeah. Right here.
I got no idea.
I don't know. Never seen that before.
Yeah. I don't know. He claimed that the divine was incarnated in him. Extremely not monotheism. So we can just discard Baha'i.
What is it that's not monotheism about that?
Right here. Says
that prophet was.
He claimed that the divine was incarnated in him. That's like God incarnating in Jesus or something.
Right.
So, so this is not monotheism. Thank you.
Khalil, you grant that that modalism is monotheistic, right?
I would say that modalism is monotheistic depending on how you use it.
So would you agree that Islam is the only
I would say Islam is the only monotheistic belief, even though I believe that modalism in both in Christianity and in like Hinduism is talking in Christianity, modalism is God is one person and he acts in three different modes, possibly simultaneously. I would say that that's monotheism. Yeah. Hinduism, on the other hand, I think it argues for there to be one creator God, and then there's these other demigods that are basically like, you could say, modes of the one creator doing its own job. But there are stories within Hinduism of these modes like in battles with each other.
Yeah.
So how could it be like it's almost like the one God is fighting with himself?
It's like, because I basically have some Hindu family, so it's something that like I've got, I guess, the basics to it a little bit. I think even more than that, they believe that like Brahman like came into being at a specific period in time. So that's something. But I think they're also like pantheists. But yeah. I just wanted to know if y'all would hold to that. Islam's the only monotheistic religion. It's like one of y'all say yes, one of y'all says no.
So I would say that if you hold that like the Christian view of modalism, I would say that is monotheism. Yes. But you still have the issue of God entering his creation. And then if you're calling that creation God, and yet
that's it. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't see. That's where it falls apart for me. Is if you just say that there's one person acting in three different modes, that's fine. But the minute that one of those modes enters in creation and takes the form of man, or the form of an animal, or anything of that nature, that's when I don't see it as monotheism anymore.
Right. So you would the only major religion you would apply monotheism to is like Arianist modalist Christians.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's fine. If you're an Arianist modalist Christian, cool.
Yeah. So Islam would be the majority of monotheists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm with you.
I disagree. Islam is the only true monotheistic faith.
But I guess the point is that a Muslim could disagree with you on that and still be a good Muslim.
No, I didn't say Khalil was a bad Muslim.
Yeah, and that's good because if
I'm just trying to figure out, like, with an Arianist modalist, that's one who believes that God is one, that God acts in different ways, which doesn't make. I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does many different things, so acts in different ways. But an Arian does not believe that God incarnated as a man.
Mm-hmm.
So God stays as the one person outside of creation. I don't know where I would.
How else do they act, Khalil?
Huh?
How else? Okay, so you have to define exactly what you mean, right? You're saying, okay, so God is acting in the form of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but the Holy Spirit is the one person of God. In modalism.
If you mean metaphorically, I would understand that. But if you're saying, because we believe the Holy Spirit is Angel Gabriel, right? So is God acting in the Angel Gabriel? Absolutely not. He gives commands, and Angel Gabriel fulfills those commands of God.
Sure, yeah. We believe that Angel Gabriel is a creation, a separate entity from God. Yes, but the modalist would say that the Holy Spirit is just a mode that God acts in. It doesn't have its own personhood, doesn't have its own mind or center of consciousness. It's just the mind and center of consciousness of the one true God.
Representative.
It's like if I was to, how do I explain it? They're like avatars. Representative,
yeah, but this is the thing. Now we're just kind of. I think we should just stick to the belief that we already have, which is that Islam is the only true monotheistic faith, and all of the faiths are not monotheistic.
Yeah.
If they preach it, like I said, the Jews, they might preach that they're monotheistic, and we would agree that Christians even believe that they're monotheistic. But then when you look at what it exactly is that they teach, preach, and believe, it's not monotheistic at all, right? So
exactly.
So if the moment a group of people says Moses or David or whatever, or Jesus, all these people are sons of God, you have committed shirk, right? Because they believe that they are on the divine realm with God, right? In sorts, that at that point, it's no longer monotheism, even if you call it that.
Yeah, I would have.
It's
you
like,
know what?
it's like
I don't even know if there's any Aryan modalists out there. It's just that's a completely, like, I get what Connor's saying, but I've never ever even heard of one of those before.
Right. So think about this. Think about this. Hang on, real quick, Connor. So, like, you know how when we say Jesus was a Muslim, and then the Christian says, "How dare you say Jesus was a Muslim?" I'm like, okay, well, Jesus is a Muslim because he believed in one God and he worshipped the one God alone without associating any partners to him. He submitted to him. He is a Muslim by definition, even if you want to call him something else. That's why I say if someone does something outside of monotheism, even if they call it monotheism, it's not monotheism.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
So then that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out how an Aryan modalist would fall outside of monotheism.
So you could call an Arianist modalist a Muslim then.
Well, would an Aryan modalist Christian accept the Prophet Muhammad?
Well, you can be a true monotheist and not believe in the preachings of a particular person, I would argue.
Well, yeah, but there's a two-part to that. To being a Muslim, there's a two-part, and that's one, to believe in the one true God, which, okay, I'll grant that, and then two, believe in all the prophets that came before, including the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. They wouldn't accept that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't consider them Muslim.
But it's like, but it's like, I guess, like, if I've never heard of Islam, like, it would be better for me. Like, if I've never heard of Islam and I was like a Trinitarian Christian, then it's like, okay, that's debatable. But like, if I was an Arianist modalist, it would be like, yeah, he's for sure a Muslim in the sense that he submits to Allah.
Well, I mean, he for sure is in a much better place than like a Trinitarian Christian.
Yeah.
Much better place.
So like the word itself, Muslim, means one who submits to the one true God, right? So and I'm just using this loosely, right? So let's say you never heard about Islam, but you only believe that there's one God, one supreme being, and you worship that one supreme being. You don't associate partners with that God. You are a Muslim by definition, right? Even if you haven't heard of Islam, but you believe in one God, the one true God.
Yeah. You attempt to do his will and all that.
I'm sorry?
And you attempt to do his will and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, I guess as whatever I mean, you've never heard of Islam, or I'm just saying, like, if you've never heard of any religions at all, but you believe there's a higher power, this creator, and you worship that one creator the best way you know how, I would believe that you are a Muslim based on the definition of the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of what Catholics say. Yeah.
Yo, is Chloe sleeping, dog? We could hear her snore, bro.
Now my mic is deciding to work just fine.
I know, right? She knocked out, bro. Oh God.
She's got to be up in an hour and a half.
Poor thing.
Should I just like kick her real quick?
Why?
Normally when I like nudge her, she stops snoring. Let's try it.
Leave her alone, bro. It's all good. It's all good. She gonna kick your ass, boy. Anyways, I'm gonna try to get back to bed. Inshallah.
Feel that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so I'll let you know if Seeking Truth makes any more videos about you.
About us. Hey, you see how he got me when I turned around and did the little
cookie cutter?
Yeah, cookie cutter moment. That's a podcast moment right there, bro. Oh God. All right, he's definitely not seeking truth, Snake Juice. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here. Hopefully I don't have to pop back up, because y'all know me. I just, what's going on now? Anyways, thank you guys. We'll see you again maybe tomorrow, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Oh yeah, Issa, hey, we're not gonna be on because we get the 9 o'clock thing with Haroon.
Oh yeah. I gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So then, yeah, guys, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, right?
Yep.
Oh,
I believe he's Eastern time. I think he
yeah,
is.
yeah, he is. He is. He better be. I'm pretty sure. What is it? Missouri? He's in Missouri. I think he's in
Yeah.
Missouri. Not Missouri. Mississippi. I think.
Mississippi. That's what it is.
Mississippi? I think it's Mississippi. But yeah, so tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Khalil and I are going to be in Harun, the American Muslim Reverts, live. We'll probably do a community post about it, Khalil. That way our people can see that we'll be over there. So you won't be able to see us live because it's not going to give you a notification when we're in his live, right? So just remember, around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be doing this thing, inshallah.
Yeah,
And-
I'll put a community post up. I'll put the link to his channel and the link to the video up in the channel so you guys can go over there. If you subscribe to his channel and turn the bell on, you'll get a notification when we go live with him on his channel.
Yeah. And yeah, you guys should definitely subscribe to the brother. He's a good brother, and you know, he's been a Muslim for quite some time, and he's trying to do some good things, inshallah.
And when you come in, show him some love. Give him a whole bunch. Spam the chat with a whole bunch of cowboy hat emojis.
Hell yeah. And be like, yo, Issa sent me. I have been sent by Issa to come in and show the cowboy hat emojis. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Oh man, he didn't do the yeehaw, buddy.
He's going to. You know he is.
Yeehaw, buddy.
Oh man.
Yeehaw, Ben Ikra.
Benekra.
Man, we should go.
There he
Yo,
is. There he is.
Yo, Ben, I hope you subscribe to my channel, brother. Because if you didn't, I'm gonna go to England. My wife is from England, so it's easy for me to get over there. Right? So I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna cut your beard. Hey, paisano.
Issa.
By the way, very quickly. Ben has a beautiful beard. Okay, I wanted to tell him that last time he was on our stream. Beautiful beard, but mine is better. And the only reason mine is better is because I have white in it. All right, Ben, when you get the white, man, come and see me, bro.
Yo, don't be too loud. I'm Seeking Truth watching here with you talking about you got white in your beard. Oh, and by the way, Issa, Ben Ikra is in the chat. That means he's necessarily a subscriber.
Is he in my chat?
I don't know. I think so.
No. He's in yours.
Oh, he's in my chat.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
This fellow like
Ben be trolling. Ben be trolling, bro. I will lie. He be trolling everybody's chats, yo. Like I was watching I think Jordan's chat. He just popped in there. He'll like say some like random shit, and then he'll just take off, and then he'll go to what is it, Hamza's live. He'll say something there, and he just like pops in and out and shit. Mashallah, alhamdulillah. Yo, Safia, thank you very, very much, sister, for let me see. She became a green hat. Alhamdulillah. She is a yeehaw buddy. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you, sister. Ameen. Yo, hang on. Bilal, yes. Okay, look. So he says, no, Issa, your beard can't beat Ben Ikra's beard. Bro, stop simping, bro. Don't simp for Ben. Okay, simp for me. My beard has white in it. It has like the whites on the side, and then it has like the black in the middle. So it's cool looking, right? I will tell you this: he has a very nice mustache, and it connects to the beard perfectly. He does. He does that. I am jealous of his mustache, beard connection. MashaAllah. Limited edition white hairs. Yeah, guys, definitely go subscribe to Ben Ikra's channel and Raccoon. Link there. Yeah.
Let's go, Ben. Let's have a beard off.
Beard off, and I actually trimmed mine. I trimmed my man because of my baby. I just literally trimmed like the couple of hairs that was like poking out. So let me paste his right there. There you go. That's Ben Ikra's channel right there, guys. If you are not a subscriber, please head over to his channel and subscribe, inshallah. My barber cut mine too short. Yeah, I would fight my barber straight up and down. I would fight him. Because when I accidentally make a mistake cutting my beard, I want to fight myself. Look at Khalil. He froze. Look at him. Oh, damn. You froze for a second, bro. Yeah, I be doing that too. Like I poof it all out and then I brush it like back down.
Yep, that's how you get it. That's how you get it to look nice and thick. You can box it off.
Nah, I don't box it off. I try to round it off.
You gotta look geometric.
See, the thing is, like, you know how like Muhammad Hijab has his beard like on the sides, how it, like kind of sticks out. That I can't have. Mine cannot be like that because it would make my face look fat.
Yo, hold on, wait a second. Hey, from the Muslim brother, you see this?
Yeah. I saw it. Listen, little guy. Yeah, I talk to everyone. I establish relationships.
Wait, what the hell is going on here?
Nothing. Some guy's tripping. Islamophobe channels. Dude, do you not see Christians coming to the channel all the time? What are you talking about? It's Ben Ikra.
Oh, man.
Yo, my wife's gotta sleep, and this is the only room that my desk is set up in. Is the bedroom.
Yeah, you gotta deal with it, man. His wife will kill you. His wife will kill you. Yo, Ben, do you play Apex Legends by any chance? I bet you're like, no, I don't play Apex Legends. Apex Legends are for children.
I gotta focus on Skyrim.
Yeah, I have to play multiplayer games, bro. I mean, I can do like every once in a while, like play solo games, but gets boring after a while.
Dude, Skyrim's such a good game. I've been playing a game called Persona.
Yo, Ben, download Apex Legends on. We can cross stream on a PC to Xbox, or not cross stream. Excuse me. Multi or cross platform play, right? I'll teach you the ropes, bro. It's good, bro. The game is really fun. It's 3-man teams, and it's not like it's kind of like Warzone, but this is actually developed by Respawn Entertainment, which were the guys who were hired to create to develop Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2. They also did Titanfall, but because Modern Warfare 1 and 2 was so successful, I think the story was that they wanted a little bit more money, and Activision should have absolutely given them more money because they made them extremely successful. They didn't want to do that, so they fired him instead. I was like, "Oh, you want more money? Get your ass out of here." Anyways, so that game was really, really good. But yeah, man, you download that Apex Legends, bro. I'll teach you the ropes, man. It's fun as hell too, and they got a bunch of different characters with a bunch of different like abilities, and mix and mash.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, Asadullah. Asadullah came over here with the eggs. Okay. All right.
Came over here to egg the chat.
Whenever you guys see Jordan M live, I need you to go over there and just pop a whole bunch of cowboy hats.
A whole bunch of cowboy hats. Yeah, but real quick, Jesus and disciples were Muslims. Brother, Friendly Muslim has been doing a lot of work for the Dawah. He's been a great brother. He's been hard at work. You don't see it, but the brother's been doing great things. So if you don't like him, I mean, he's welcome here anytime. He's dialoguing with the Islamophobes, so the Islamophobes can have discussions and be exposed by us who give dawah. If you don't see that, I'm sorry, brother. You're just not going to get it.
This is the whole thing. I'm speaking to people that are going unchallenged when they speak to about Islam. I can have conversations with these people. They are then being respectful. They are then we're reaching out. To be fair, what this person doesn't understand is I've gone on to ex-Muslim channels, and Muslims who have left Islam have then contacted me afterward and said, brother, you know what? After hearing you speak, I've understood a different side of Islam. Yeah, I don't even want to give out the number, right? But it's more than double digits of people that have contacted me afterwards and said, bro, listen, can you put me in touch with someone? I want to speak about Islam again, etc. People have come back into the fold of Islam because I go to places and establish a relationship with people and correct them. Also, I get the opportunity to speak about something. If they say a hadith is wrong, I can go through that hadith and go, listen, you're wrong about this. All right, fine, you're wrong about this. Listen, in the Muslim world, there are some misjustices happening in the name of Islam, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are some bad things that happen. And I get to talk about these issues from a Muslim perspective. So if people don't like it,
Friendly Muslim, brother. Why I don't even understand. First of all, I don't understand why you have to like clarify yourself or make I believe your intentions are in the right place. Forget this guy. And secondly, like this guy is really crossing the line with the way he's talking. I mean, if you're a Muslim, you shouldn't even be talking to the in this manner, right? Because to me, it seems like you are assuming the position of Allah, which is absolutely haram, right? Do you know what his intentions are? And if you know that his intentions are to engage with these people to clear up the matter, and you're here lying about them, and you're a Muslim, then you have yourself a really, really big problem.
Mm-hmm. And if you have an issue with people having good, fruitful conversations with known Islamophobes, then you have an issue with me, because I sat down and had a very nice, cordial conversation with apostate prophet. Very nice, cordial conversation.
Even though he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if you got a problem with that, bro, move on. Don't come back. I don't need your subscription.
Yeah, neither do I, frankly.
I mean,
we want solid people here, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like stop with all the name calling. Like, all right, you said what you said. Leave that shit alone. You do it again, I'm gonna recommend that Khalil block you, like straight up, or I'll just do it myself.
Isa. This guy was in the chat during the time that we were talking about 9/11.
Yeah,
I think this is Seeking Truth right here. Seeking Truth is in the chat again.
Do you know why I hate this channel? Because it stops me working. Like in the UK, this is like 9:30 in the morning. I've got my cue for breakfast. I'm about to videos, and then I just have a little look on YouTube, and you're online. I'm like, I've got to watch a little bit. Now I'm not working. I'm on the stream now, and I'm. How am I going to get my work done?
Not me, bro. Yeah, I don't think your mic's connected.
My mic.
Yeah, you sound very echoey, like you're just going off of a regular laptop mic.
1 minute. Yeah, you're right. It's set as default, which is this microphone. So 1 minute.
Boom. There we go.
Okay.
SubhanAllah.
Oh, so yeah, I just thought I'd join in with the snoring.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Join
My
in the
wife
room of snorers.
Fast
Mashallah.
asleep. Half the
Okay,
time
this
it's
is
me with my camera
This
on.
is a beard off, by the way, brothers. This is a beard off.
No, mine's been leveled down. Like some like Turkish barber cut it down, so it's not at a good level now. This is like level, like if there's like if you're a D&D character, yeah, and you're leveling up, like mashallah, Isa's like a level. He's like a level 6 wizard, yeah, and I'm like a level 2 halfling thief. It's rubbish. Like, look at that. It's really pointy there.
But that's the
I used
shape
to, mine used to be like that, like Khalil's, but mine's rubbish.
That's the
now.
shape that I like my beard though, like that. Like Muhammad Hijabs, it's like out here, mashallah, it's a big beard, but you know, it's like out here, it would make my head look fat, and it's already fat, and I don't want my head looking that
Yeah,
fat.
that's good. Good point actually. If you got a round head, a pointed beard's good for you.
Yeah.
SubhanAllah.
I'm thinking about getting rid of the mustache again.
Don't shave it completely because that looks ridiculous, especially on white guys with white Muslims.
I'd
Look
be
so
shaving it
stupid. They look Abraham Lincoln, bro. I did it once.
I'll
did
shave
it
it to
once.
here, right here. I'll leave the points.
Yeah.
But this will
Bro, like I don't know what it is when white people shave their beard, shave their mustache completely. They just look like an Amish or so. It doesn't suit. It doesn't suit. I did it once. So I was like, you know, I was trying to shape my mustache, right, and then I messed it up. So I just went, you know what, I'm just gonna try. I've never done this before. I'm gonna shave it all, right, and I just looked like like a weirdo of the village. Like, honestly, it just really weird. And it for a whole week I looked like that, and then and there was enough stubble there after a week for it to be, you know, acceptable. So yeah, subhanallah. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it.
Yeah, so I did mine to look like a particular group of people. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to mention the name because we got people like what's his name, Seeking Truth, trying to make clips of us in the Middle East. These people in the Middle East, bad people that they call bad. Yeah, I did that on purpose just because I want people to look at me and be like, "Oh my god." This is before though.
That's what
now
actually
when I do it. Now when I do it is because I messed up on my mustache or something.
Mr. Adyan says, Ben, go Andrew Tate Bold, please. You ready?
Oh my.
Can't do it 'cause the thing.
Yo, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You got to come over to Apex, bro. Download. It's free.
No, I'm not a fan. I've played it once. I think it's rubbish.
Yeah, but bro, you know, when I first played the game, I hated it too. Even though I was a first person type dude.
I'm not into first person shooters, bro. I've tried it. I'm not very good at it. It's repetitive. And it's not my thing. If you want to play Chivalry though, bro, that's the. To be honest, I haven't played a computer game for like weeks. I haven't got
Can you use a controller on PC?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying for
I
that game, because I know some games you can't. Okay,
just plug it in.
Right. Is that a PlayStation controller?
No, it's a Stadia controller. It's like Google did this thing, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of it? Yeah.
It has a PlayStation layout. Chuck it.
No, I don't care. I got it for free, bro. Like, Google started this thing called Stadia, which is streaming games. Yeah, right. But I was a YouTube Premium member, and they offered it like a free trial to YouTube Premium members. Right, when you sign up, right, it's free for a month, and you get the controller for free. I was like, yeah, definitely. And then I cancelled it after a month. So you just got a free controller.
Nice.
So YouTube Premium, don't see all those haram ads. There you go.
Yeah, look at that.
Or you could use Brave browser. You get no ads.
Yeah, I just downloaded it and yeah.
Here, I'll
no
show
ads
you
whatsoever.
I don't know if you know about it. Do you know about it?
Nah.
Here, I'll show you right now. Here, check it out.
Never heard of it.
Okay, so this is the Brave browser right here, buddy. So it's connected to cryptocurrency. So what it does is like, look here, I'll go to like YouTube real quick. Here, check it out. Benekra, look at that. I'm sure this is monetized, right? But well, no, this is a
Yeah, it's
supposed
my
to be-
tonight's live stream.
yeah. So let me go here. Let me see videos. 27, 11,000. This is definitely monetized. Okay. Oh, come on. Anyways, this is like there won't be any, and I have the lowest quality. What the hell is going on? It's
It's bad
loaded.
internet, maybe.
Nah, it's loaded. I'm on here. Everything is. YouTube sometimes does this. I don't know, but still, the point is like when this comes, if the video was to play, look, there's absolutely no ads. I mean, you still get your, whatever click rate cents or whatever the hell it is. You would still get that, but this literally just blocks all these ads, and that's why when you see here, like here, trackers and ads blocked.
Oh wow.
Bandwidth. So, and this is connected to the BAT token. So, I think like every time like little pop-ups come up, you don't have to.
Wait, which currency is that? Let's have a look.
The BAT token.
What's the 3 letters? Click it again.
BAT.
BAT. Cool. Let's
Yeah.
have a look.
No, BATT.
BAT. Yeah. So I'm on a Telegram group that that basically posts which currencies are halal and which are haram. Wait a minute.
Like this
Oh,
one
no,
right
I
here.
might got rid of it actually.
Yeah, so look, I think this was July 7th from I received 24.18509 tokens, which is about $10.
Pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, but this
nothing.
is only for like when an ad comes up, it's like a box, like a card that comes up here on the left-hand side or right-hand side, bottom side. You click on it, and I just exit out of the ad, unless it's something that I'm actually interested in, But I'm not buying any of this stuff. They're just giving it to me. So
Yeah.
and that's just for using, the Brave browser, But yeah, it's pretty cool. And I told Khalil about it, and he's been using it. And this, like I said, I mean, I think this is better. It doesn't like it doesn't sell any of your personal information. It's not like Google. You could add the Google. You see up here how it has the Google sign. Yeah, it's just to say that my default search browser or the default browser
I get you.
Google, or you could use the Brave search engine, which is not as updated as Google, but
Also, Issa and myself were kind of looking at my computer and how it was running, and we also saw that the Brave browser doesn't use quite as much memory or bandwidth, as Google Chrome if you use it. So it's easier on the computer itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alhamdulillah. I'll check that out, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Wow, guys been live nearly 7 hours. I'll just have a look at top left. Of the stream. 6 hours. Obsessed. That's a day's work, guys. That's full time streaming.
That's what we
That's
do.
ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like, when did you start? So it's 9 now, right? It's 10 now, actually.
We started
10.
at 10.
Yeah, it
10
was
10 p.m.
10 p.m. It's almost.
What
5.
time is it there now?
Almost 5 in the morning.
Oh, that's why your wife's snoring. I get you.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yo, Ben sounds like one of them characters off of what you played man, what's the name of that game, bro? Oh my god, bro. I forgot the name of it.
Well, it's 5 a.m. I don't blame you. It's bedtime, bro.
Damn, man, it was a really good game too. It was with the like this one character. He he's English, and damn it, man, I gotta.
Why are you thinking about
Fable?
that?
Fable.
I sound like Fable.
Yeah. Yeah, you sound like Fable.
I wanna ask the chat, right? I want everyone in the chat to type 1 if you're from the UK, because I want to see how many people in the UK are watching this. Because mashallah, got quite a lot of people watching, yeah. I want to see how many people will get up this early to watch these guys, inshallah. Because what I found is when you're in the UK, the best time to stream these sort of streams is normally like after 9 p.m. That's when you get loads of views. But you guys are smashing it at like this time of the morning for the size of the channel. It's really good, mashallah. I just want to know how many people in the UK are watching.
We
I want to see
consistent. We stay pretty consistent with anywhere between 90 and 130 people.
Yeah, we had I think we maxed out yesterday. It was or was it yesterday? I think it was
138.
138.
Yeah.
Yeah. Considering we've only been doing this a couple months, but
yeah, I remember when the channel. I remember when I remember seeing the Gauntlet, the first episode, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." So that people are stretching out with this idea. It's wicked, mashallah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing
I
was,
worry though. I think these types of streams are dying slowly in popularity. So I remember the heyday during lockdown when EF Dawah kind of started it off, and then when Hamza did his Hamza Den thing, and it was getting like 2.5K views at Panela. Like, but now it's really dropped down. I think people are a bit bored of it because it's the same sort of stuff repeated or same people. But what's cool about this one is you're getting completely different Christians and atheists, which is really good. I feel sometimes people are scared to go on the EF Dawah or Hamza's Den, or they think they're, the Christian and atheists think that there's some sort of trick to. It's a bit like Muslims don't go on CP. Yeah,
I do.
Streams.
I try to. He won't answer my calls.
Brilliant, really.
I've been on lives before to where his little minions come in the room. You're scared to debate CP. You won't call him. I was like, well, how do I get a hold of him? Here's his Skype. Call him on Skype. And then I share my screen and I call him like 3 or 4 times. And they're like, he's waiting for you right now. And I'm like, well, as you can see on the screen, I'm calling him and he ain't picking up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
See, the thing is, this. Yeah. Like I said, I think in Harun's live earlier, like, yeah, we give dawah to those who want to hear about Islam, but we deal with polemics a lot, and
yeah,
we're here to fight. We're not here.
Yeah, I definitely can see that. Like in your the vibe in your streams is very like
confrontational.
If it was boxing, yeah, EF Dawah is like. EF Dawah is just like pads helmet as well, just in case.
Yeah.
But you guys, you're just like pit fighting gypsies, like in the ring, bare knuckle, biting's allowed. If no one sees it, you can get away with biting.
Yeah, man.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah,
I don't get a lot of time to watch the stream, so it's like I see like when you guys are live, I may watch like 20 minutes and then come off again. But yeah. Can you imagine? My job is to do editing for Dawah channels and Islamic organizations, and imagine I've just got to watch this all constantly, all the time. So in my spare time, I'm like, nah, bro, I'm gonna watch some comedy or something.
Yeah, that's why somebody was like,
I'm gonna head off.
Okay, Connor. It was
all right, Connor.
But, see you later, mate.
CP. Right. Somebody was asking what is CP. That's Christian Princess. There's old CP.
I don't think these guys have any effect anymore, to be honest, bro. Like they might have.
Yeah, that's why David Wood got rid of his channel, because I mean it's just like same thing, and he's probably getting rebuked by tons of Christians who are actually like.
I'm going to be honest. I think somewhat the big, and this is the same with the Muslims as well sometimes, yeah. When someone's got a big platform with apologetics, the real hard facts are that the majority of people watching are people that agree with your point of view. So people say, oh, my intentions to do dawah, or like a Christian, my intentions so Muslims come away from Islam and all that. But really, in their hearts, they know that their main audience is the people that agree with your point of view. And it's actually like the 5% that see that, like when people do dawah videos, like Speaker's Corner videos, yeah, I bet you 90% of the people that watch that video are Muslim, yeah, and they're just watching it because they want to hear the argument, or they want to hear someone else's belief system get smashed, or something like that. But that 10% that are non-Muslim, right? That's the gold Even though, and this is why, guys, if you're watching, if you're one of those Muslims that already knows all the arguments, already is convinced of the deen and all that, but you still watch like these sort of videos, you guys are actually doing a justice to the dawah, because you're actually enabling it and getting it out there and reaching it to the non-Muslims, because without you watching it, they wouldn't get any views and it would just flop. So may Allah reward everyone that supports any dawah streams like this. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, because it's really important. And yeah, so I think what with David Wood, I think basically all of his audience is people that don't like Muslims and, you know, love David Wood's character and stuff like that. That's why when Hatoon took over, the views dropped big time. No, I'm not saying that they like, I mean, so some of the videos like 15k and stuff, and to a channel like our size, that's quite a lot. But if you got to think, look how many subscribers that channel's got, look how many video views that previous videos got. But now Hatoon's on there and it's like nothing compared to that. And it's like giving someone your channel is not a good thing. So imagine this, bro. Imagine you're going down the main high street where all of the restaurants are, and you're wanting some food. And you see, Turkish food, and you're like, "Whoa, I fancy some Turkish food." You get down, you go in, right,
and Hatoon is behind the counter.
No, you see everyone eating Turkish food, and you're like, "All right." You get the menu, and it looks like Turkish food. Yeah, cool. And then just instantly they switch it, and they're serving Chinese food. You'll be like, "What's going on? This is not why I come here. This isn't what I wanted to eat." And then if they put it in front of you, you might just go, "No, I'm not eating this. I want it Turkish." And you go off and find Turkish food. It's the same with a channel. Yeah, if someone's subscribed to David Wood to watch David Wood and to watch his style of dawah, and then they get served with Hatoon, they're gonna get up and leave. Like this is why
it's like when you go to a McDonald's drive-through and they tell you the ice cream machine's down.
Yeah.
David Salman, Jazakallah khair, brother, for the $5 donation. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you. The brother says Khalil's beard is the best. He's like Gandalf, Santa hybrid. Hang on a second. He has no white.
So basically, David,
I have whites.
David's basically called you a magician and a pagan god in one go. Astaghfirullah, man. Look at this. Like using that as a good thing. Like a wizard, a man that commands the jinn to do it. No, I'm joking. Don't worry.
You guys see the damage control.
Anyway, guys, I've really got to go. I'm meant to be working, man. That's an hour I've done work where I should have done work. So see you later, guys. Salam alaikum.
Pointy beard.
Ben better get to work.
Did you see how old Pointy Beard had to throw me under the bus and then leave the stream right away?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Oh my god.
That is not no damn Sam Shamoon.
That is not Sam Shamoon. Hey, show your camera before you come up. Show your camera. I bet you he leaves right away.
No.
There you go. There he is. Somebody popped in the chat saying they were Sam Shamoon. I was like, that ain't no Sam Shamoon.
Mm-hmm.
The real Sam Shamoon too scared to come up here.
Hassamo.
Yeah, he don't do that whole philosophical stuff.
His real name is Hassamo, and it gets under his skin when people call him by his real name, which is why Sheikh Uthman ibn Farouk calls him by his real name, Hassamo.
Hassamo.
But he'll like call people in the chat like filthy dogs, and they're Christians. Like he's like, yeah, you filthy dog. He calls them the B word. And they're Christians in his chat.
Did you see last time how he paid it went over to his channel, and Sam Shamoon treated him like absolute crap, and he came back to this stream, and I think he became a member to both me and Issa's. He sent a super chat or became a member or something.
I think it was super chat.
Nazmi in the chat. Yeah, his actual name is Hassamo. It's not Sam. He Uncle Tom's his culture. He doesn't. I guess he's not proud of wherever he's from, so he has to Uncle Tom his name by calling himself Sam and not his actual name.
Yeah.
And he keeps on mentioning that the church that he's representing will kick him out also. Like this will be like the third one because of his views or whatever. Or maybe just the way he conducts himself to be attached to any church.
Where are you from? I am from Cincinnati, Ohio.
My address is 123 Apple Street, Cincinnati, Ohio.
123 Apple Street. By the way, love the name. Love the name. Taha. It's like my favorite surah.
Surah Taha.
Do they call Cincinnati the Natty for short?
They call it the Nasty Natty.
Oh, the nasty
The
Natty.
Nasty Natty. Yeah.
Wow, that doesn't sound mischievous.
We even have our own beer here. It's called Natty Ice.
Oh,
yeah, it's disgusting.
Let me get out of here, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Anyways, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. People, talk to y'all later.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
You forgot the yeehaw buddy again.
It's coming.
It's coming. Just be patient.
Yeehaw! we should
Yeehaw, buddy.
We should have it as like a recording, and Khalil, when somebody does like a donation or something or super chat, play it every time.
Yeah. Been working on something. That's the new Isadawa, one of the new Isadawa logos.
That's dope, bro. That's really good. Mashallah.
Yeah.
Khalil, since you're from Ohio, have you tried Cane's yet? Really?
Ugh. Makes me sick to my stomach. Why do we need Cane's when we have Popeyes? Like, why?
I don't know. I have family down in Ohio, and they just swear by it. Like, this is the best chicken. And
no, not at all. Not at all. They got this special sauce. And I mean, the sauce isn't bad, but like, the thing is, when breaded shrimp, when the bread gets soggy,
yeah,
that's what happens to it.
Okay.
And like, have you ever had Popeyes?
Yeah.
Like that crispy, like flaky breading, that's where it's at right there. Like you can't beat that. Yeah, and their biscuits too. Like, yeah, Cane's ain't got nothing on them. Now, if you got family, is your family in Cincinnati?
No, they're closer to like the Cleveland area.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like, do you know where like what's it called? Westlake is?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in like it's close to like where Cleveland.
Okay, I'm a little bit south of Cleveland right now. I'm in a city called Dayton.
Oh, okay.
Dayton, Ohio. But no, I was gonna say if they're from Cincinnati, you should ask them if they've ever heard of Skyline chili. Skyline chili is amazing.
Yeah, they haven't brought it up. I'll ask though. It sounds good.
Oh, it's so good. Hold on, let me show you what they got. Find Okay. So this is a three-way right here. So you got noodles, you got chili spaghetti on top of the noodles, and then cheese on top of that. They got cheese conies with the chili. Like Skyline. Skyline's a bomb.
Now, does it actually look like what it's like in the picture? Like when they
Yeah,
serve it?
absolutely, yeah. Like legit. Like it's not like those hamburgers that you see at like fast food joints where the hamburgers look all huge and then you get it and it's just puny. No, like legit, like this is what it looks like. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, because you see, I've tried spaghetti with cheese on top of it, but never with chili and cheese.
Yeah, you can add beans, you can add onions. Yeah, I don't add the beans or onions. I just get it's what's called a three-way. Yeah, there's a one with that's a tiny little one. That must be like a kid's size, but no, normally you get these big ones right here.
Actually, I'm gonna look that up. I want to see if it's near where they live.
So like it's spaghetti and then it's like chili and then it's like cheese.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, it's Cincinnati famous, so it's like there's one up here in Dayton. There's a Skyline Chili up here. They also, you might hear Gold Star Chili. It's a place that sells the same type of stuff, but it's like Skyline or it's Cincinnati tradition. Gold Star Chili. See, different company, same exact thing. They got the three ways. They got burritos. Yeah, this is like a chilito. It's basically noodles, chili, and cheese wrapped in a tortilla.
Wrapped in a tortilla. That's like
wrapped in a tortilla.
How do the Mexicans feel about that, bro?
It's
How
so
do the Mexicans
good, bro.
feel about
It's
that? That's
so
some
good.
blasphemy.
Yeah, you can make chili cheese fries with it too. Look at that. Oh, man, that's making me hungry. No, I made my famous Afghan special for dinner tonight. It's the meal that I would used to eat when I came back from a mission, and the mission took like 20 something hours, and we would get ourselves into some crap. When I made it back alive, I went straight to the chow hall, and I would get a plate, and I would at the bottom of the plate I would put a whole bunch of fries. And then on top of that, I would put a whole bunch of chicken nuggets. And since it was like in the morning time, like 3 or 4 in the morning, they're starting to make breakfast. So I just take white gravy and I just country gravy and just douse the chicken nuggets and fries with gravy. I mean, it sounds weird, but bro, it's so good. Fries, chicken nuggets, and gravy. That's all you need.
What's white gravy? Is that like cheese sauce?
Have you ever had like country fried steak?
Country fried steak. What? Country fried steak? Like, is that like steak that's battered or something?
It's different. Hold on.
Oh, okay, so Skyline Chili is like a 40-minute drive from where they're at. So, like, inshallah, the next time I visit.
Let me know the next time you visit. We'll meet up.
Yeah, so I want to see. Is Cincinnati far from like the Cleveland area?
Yeah, I mean it's a couple hours, but yeah, that's
okay.
white
It's
country
like
gravy.
Okay, so it's like a bechamel sauce. It's like a white sauce kind of thing.
Yeah, a lot of times, and this is why.
If you were gonna make it, what would you put in it?
What would I put in what? The gravy?
This white gravy, yeah.
I'd ground up some turkey sausage and put it in there. Normally, that's why I can't have it when I go to restaurants, is because normally this white gravy is made with like bacon grease or some type of pork grease, and it has like sausage in it. So I can't have it. So that's why I buy it at the store and bring it home, and I make it myself and put turkey sausage in it.
Right, I'm with you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a country fried steak.
Okay, so they take a normal steak and they put it in
It's
batter
not
it basically.
it's not like a steak. Like I need to figure out what country fried steak actually is. I mean, I've eaten it before and it's amazing. Let's see. What is country fried steak?
SubhanAllah, I remember looking it up a while back too. I'm like, country fried steak. What is it? Exactly. I remember this website too.
This one, yeah, country fried steak, also known as chicken fried steak, is a southern food classic, but it's easy to make at home. Tenderized round steak or cube steak is breaded and fried to a crispy golden brown. Okay, the pan drippings are used to make a flavorful, creamy milk gravy to smother the steaks. Served with mashed potatoes for a decadent comfort food dinner.
Right, so it's like KFC, but they put a steak in it and
deep fry it.
Yeah, is the steak well done then?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's one thing. Is prime rib haram?
My Englishness is standing out here. Sorry, chaps. This whole white gravy and Kentucky fried steaks is just an abomination to my English taste buds. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. What was I gonna look up?
Prime rib, as long as it's not from pig.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that prime rib is like extremely undercooked. So it's got legit blood like in it. Like I know I'm normally get mine like medium.
Oh, so it's like almost raw. Is that healthy to eat it like that though?
Well, honestly, it's more healthy to eat raw meat than it is. Well, I mean, it depends. I don't want to put any bad information out there, but no, like if you look up this guy on TikTok, his name's Liver King. Like the guy eats like bull testicles and raw meat all day long, and like this dude is like jacked. He lives like the primitive ancestors.
Yeah, I've seen that guy, man. He's like a beast, dude. Like he had all sorts of health problems, and like he just eats raw. I think I was on TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy right here. See how I'm playing that? Yeah, those are bull testicles.
Are they supposed to be like high in protein or something?
I don't know, but that's the dude. That's the dude right there. That's Liver King. So yeah, he has an app. Like, but that's this dude. This dude is just like, he's a freaking beast. Yeah. Can you hear that?
No.
Okay. What in the hell? Yeah, but the dude is absolutely insane. Like built to a T. He has an entire app. That's what the guy was looking at, was an entire app of like the way you need to live your life. Like it's a complete lifestyle to where he eats like liver and liver with every single meal, like raw liver. He eats bull testicles, like all kinds of stuff, and just works out all the time. He has like certain sleeping methods towards his bed is like basically on the floor. Like he has a mattress that's on the ground. He's a rich house. Like he's got a very big house, very nice house. But he just basically just works out all day and eats testicles. And the guy is just ripped.
And like his whole family's on the same sort of routine now. Like,
Yeah, his whole family does it. Yeah.
See, that's hard to do because, man, cheeseburgers and pizza just taste too good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is it that the best foods have to be the fat foods? You know?
Yeah, bro. That's what ticks me off. You know, McDonald's they have all their greasy, nasty hamburgers for like $1 or $2, but if you want to go there and get a salad, it's going to cost you your left arm.
Yeah, I mean, like, there has to be some sort of conspiracy behind this. I mean, like, that's true. Like, any healthy foods are way more expensive than the fat ones.
Mm-hmm. Wow, apparently Joe Rogan made some claims about this Liver King guy, and then he responded to him. Interesting.
what did Joe Rogan say about him? He's a beast.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So he doesn't have a natural body. That's what he said. Yeah. Joe Rogan suggests that he was full of steroids. Liver King responded to the accusations and cleared the air. I don't touch this stuff, adding that he's been grateful to Joe Rogan for bringing me onto his ecosystem and that he'd love to go on the podcast someday, Brian Johnson said. Interesting. Yeah, but Liver King's got one hell of a beard, too.
Oh, okay, 3 steps ahead answered it for me. He's like, it's no conspiracy. Processed food is just cheaper. Okay.
Yeah.
I like this comment by Lerner. I feel so happy because the Messiah paid for all my sins and that he fulfilled the law. I think people would not agree fully on that, you know.
I feel so happy that Christianity is dying. It's a known fact, statistically speaking. Christianity is dying and Islam is growing in vast numbers. Guys, can you tell me the last time you've seen on TikTok a recording or any type of evidence that there's been a Christian Shahada?
Very rare.
No?
Very rare.
I've never seen one. Never seen somebody doing a Christian Shahada.
I've seen 2 in 4 years. Maximum. That's all I've seen.
And the thing is, when you look at the charts, like Pew and the I've looked at like 3 different ones, and it's dying like crazy. Like, I remember I seen a percentage, like how many Christians there were in the U.S., and it showed like from the 90s to 2007 to 2015 to 2019 till now, and it drops like double-digit percentages. I mean, as far as the U.S. is concerned, I think they said it was like in the 90s, it was like close to like 90% U.S. citizens identified as Christians, and now it's like 60. I mean, 30% in just 20 some years. It's just a crazy amount to lose.
Would you say that Unitarian Christianity is sort of picking up, or they're trying to push that in some places?
I've been seeing more and more Unitarian Christians because this whole Trinity thing just doesn't work out.
So what's the basic Unitarian sort of belief thing being pushed out? That Jesus was not the son, or he was an adopted son, or
No, that he's not God at all. just that he was a man and that he died on the cross for our sins. And then that's when you can argue, how the hell does a man die on the cross for your sins, when in the Bible it completely condemns that. So they have their own problems.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. So
Yeah.
they're just like, he was just a prophet, and his death meant what? Death on the cross was a fulfillment of what? Do they
Some
even
kind
call
of
him
prophecy.
the Messiah, or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so they say the Messiah came to fulfill. Wow, I need to speak to some Unitarians, man. I need to do
Yeah.
some networking.
I mean, if you want to, you can try and reach out to Stand on Scripture. I mean, he don't like me too much, as you saw the other night.
Yeah, I went to his TikTok and looked. Yeah, I mean, I'll reach out and see if I can arrange a convo or a.
He said he doesn't debate anymore. He told me, he said, I don't debate anymore.
Who's it?
His name's Stand on Scripture. He's a English bloke. He's a Unitarian Christian. So maybe Friendly Muslim can reach out to him, because you guys speak the same lingo.
I don't speak his lingo. He's from up north. He speaks Geordie. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to adjust my tonage so he gets my English. No, he's alright. I mean, it's not that bad.
Oh my god! Like these comments, bro. Like they crack me up. Like, bro. Yeah, does Christ live in you? Is Christ inside of you as the Holy Spirit's also coming inside of you?
Astaghfirullah.
I love these comments. I'm filled with the blood of Jesus Christ. Like, what does that mean? I'm filled with the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit came inside of me. Like, what?
Yeah, I've even had like, I've bathed in the blood of Jesus, and one time I said, listen, it was really bad. May Allah forgive me. Like I said, yeah, but anyone can do that, because you can buy it online in Nigeria. They actually sell it in a bottle. It's called Jesus blood. So this guy was like, yeah, I've bathed in the blood. I was like, bro, anyone could do that, man. Look, check it's online, bro. You can buy them online for $15.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, when I was an atheist, I had so many like memes and pictures that had to do with Jesus. Like there was one to where it was like Jesus face palming, but you could see his nose because he had a hole in his hand. You could see his nose coming out the other side. And like there was one that said, Jesus doesn't like watching you masturbate, but he just can't help it. And it was a picture of Jesus with his hands over his eyes, but there was holes in his hands, so he couldn't help but look. Astaghfirullah. And you know, I don't mind saying stuff like that, because I don't think we believe in the same Jesus at all. Isa is not the Jesus of the Bible.
Yeah, and that picture they keep drawing the guy with long hair. I mean, I don't know.
Michelangelo's lover?
Yeah.
Yep. Their picture of Jesus is a picture of a gay guy. And then the most renowned Bible is the King James Bible. Which King James was like diddling dogs and stuff.
Yeah.
It takes some crazy people to take after.
Like when Tester comes in here and Khalil, when you ask him a question about Christianity, he dodges it so fast. Like when he wanted when he kept saying, "Show me explicitly where in Islam," and then you told him, "Well, show me explicitly where in the Bible Jesus says I am God." He ran from that one so fast.
It's because he knows he's being hypocritical, and then he tries to do the same thing with us, and then we're like, "This is how it's not analogous." Like,
He was better today, but when he started going through the same old thing, and you've gone through it, and you just like watch the replay, bro. And you're
Yeah,
going to spend 45 minutes talking about the same thing.
here's the
It just
thing:
shows you
you will
refuse
not.
to understand it.
You'll never see me bring Tester up. It'll always be Issa. Issa entertains him. I'm done with him. I am absolutely done with that guy. He's a complete waste of my time.
Because Khidr is mentioned by name multiple times in the Quran. Multiple times.
Yeah, show me. Show me.
Exactly. His name doesn't even come up once. The thing is, I think this guy, he just goes to his like Christian cronies and they tell him, "Oh, next time you go on the panel, you should say this." And he's like, "Okay, I'll save that one for tomorrow when they go live." And then
Oh
he waits.
yeah. I know what channel he's from. I know where he reports back to. So I know they all. I know where people are clipping these things, and watching them. So they'll have an argument, or Daddy Sam will give them an argument, and then they'll come here and try and work it out and use it, and then try and clip it. So it's all old hat, man. It's these arguments have been recycled over and over again. Um, you know, just they don't have anything left, and I think that's why they've lost steam. Because how many times are you going to recycle the old arguments over and over again?
Exactly. I just want to know where were Hasamo and David Hammerwood and Christian Pringles and whoever. Where were they when Jesus was getting mocked? Like when Netflix wanted to show that one. I don't know if you guys remember. This was a couple of years ago, maybe even more recent than that. Netflix wanted to put that gay Jesus movie, astaghfirullah. I mean, where were they to, show their backlash? None of the Christians did. As a matter of fact, it was Muslims that made a petition to have Netflix to forbid Netflix from showing that. They're like, this is very disrespectful to our religion. Like, you're putting our prophet, as astaghfirullah, gay. I don't want to say it. It was the Muslims that stood up against this. And you look around, it's like, where are the Christians at? Are you too busy
Yeah.
making arguments against Islam? Like, come on.
Trying to do what they can.
Yeah, I mean they've got no. I think from the early church, essentially when they were making statues and portraying a certain look, no one sort of said no to it, and no one opposed it, and they just carried on pumping out the machine. I mean, people don't actually read, and Christians don't give the Roman Empire enough credit, as to how they completely took over places and enforced the religion of Christianity. It didn't grow through love and these gospels and these loving beings were talking, speaking about it. No, 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 no. The Roman Empire. I mean, if you look into Constantine and his interaction with a cross over a battlefield and the things he did, for example, kill his son, and I think his wife and his mother-in-law and his first cousin and perhaps another uncle. Then you'd really see the history of how brutal it was.
Yeah, and I think that's why Christianity grew so big, was because of the Crusades. Like, they basically forced Christianity upon the masses. But now, when you have, for an example, like in America, where it's a secular country, and you can't, crusade your way through and make, force people to become Christians. When they lost that, the Christians started apostatizing like wildfire, and Islam, because it spreads organically, you could see the difference.
Yeah, I mean, if you like people, they do the whole, they burnt the Uthman burnt the copies of the Quran, and I'm like, bro, Do you actually realize that they actually burnt people that were held a Bible, and also the person? Like, it wasn't just like their Bibles that they were burning; it was the people that they were burning also. Like, it was actual law that if you had, like, once they did, they ignore this, that they would recall the Bibles when they were doing a rewrite. So there'd be a council, and then all of a sudden there were these other smaller councils where there were rewrites, basically, and they were then distributed. And if anyone had a copy of the other version, not only did they want that Bible would be burnt, but the person would be burnt also. You know, if you really look into Roman law, man, these people can say nothing. Really, they can't. And we don't actually expose it as much as we should do. As Muslims, it's not even part of our dawah that we sort of take people through the whole Roman Empire and the church history. You know, I saw a timeline of the church history. They were killing each other. The bishops was killing this bishop like every 2 weeks. I watched a 3-hour video of the timeline of it. I've got to find it again. And like literally every week, someone was getting chopped off and killed. There was no consistency at all.
With what?
Oh, with like the church fathers and everything that was going on with the early church and up into the Roman Empire and their bishops and, you know, the timeline of what was going on between East and West. That's a whole history in itself between, you know, how the Protestants came, like just the whole lineage of Christianity and how it broke off. Bro, do you understand the difference between Calvinists and Baptists?
Yeah, there's a difference.
What's the main difference?
Well, is that Baptists don't necessarily believe in the elect. That's what Calvinists believe in, is the elect. Like, there are people that are like what Tester was trying to argue that Islam did, is that there are people just destined for hell. That's why I told him, I said, we're not Calvinists. Like we don't believe that. Baptists believe that you need to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, but because Jesus was baptized in water, that you need to be baptized in water. Same thing with the Catholics.
But don't
Calvinism has this idea of what's called irresistible grace. So if God wants you to be one of his elect, you're already one of his elect. So all of the names of those who are going to heaven are already written down in the book of life at the beginning of time. So there's some Calvinists that do believe that there are babies that, you know, are born and die a few days later, and those babies can go straight to hell, because if they weren't written down in the book of life, then bye-bye. It's unfortunate.
So someone called James White an extreme reformist.
Yeah, because he's Calvinist.
Okay. So reformists are leveled out then? So sort of like extreme, medium, or I don't know, how would they grade them? Or
Well, reform theology, a lot of times entails some type of Calvinism. Not always, though. A good conversation to really get a good understanding of the different views is William Lane Craig and James White having a discussion over Calvinism versus Molinism. I think Molinism makes a whole lot more sense than Calvinism. Molinism gives the ability for free will. Calvinism basically is basically determinism. Like they hold strong to the idea that no man seeks God. David, thank you for the super chat. Maybe vampire bishops chopping heads and drinking blood. They eat the flesh of God already? Yeah. Yep, the questions you got to ask about that are how many communion wafers does it take before you eat an entire Jesus? Or when you do eat one of those communion wafers, are you eating toenail or ear, like ear cartilage, or for some foreskin? Like what exactly are you eating?
Can you share your stream? Can you type in Christian torture? Christian church. Hang on, let's have a look. What's this called? Hold on, let me have a look first.
What is it?
Church torture something. Let me see. Christian.
Are you talking about where like the entire church lays down and like the priest goes by and like takes his belt and spanks everybody?
What's it called? Yeah, Christian torture devices. Yeah, Christian torture devices. Can you imagine that there's actually something called Christian torture devices? Like it's actually part of their
It's
history.
a thing, yeah. I don't know how I believed in this stuff for so long. It just blows my mind. Christian torture devices. All right, let's see.
Khalil, when you were a Christian, did you just when you seen like the errors in it, did you just like dip right away, or did you go through like a phase of like, let me give it the benefit of the doubt. Let me, see if this is defendable or justifiable, or did you just be like, oh man, this is bad. Let me just.
So I did a little bit of hand waving for a while, and then just was kind of like agnostic, and then from there became an atheist.
Gotcha.
Christian torture devices. All right, so there are. Okay, let me see. So there's Heretic's Fork. Heretic's Fork. This kind of like Satan's one-step method to better posture, as a sharpened fork was planted beneath your chin,
Bro,
stabbing jowls.
your mic is choppy, bro.
Freaking wood dog. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Yeah, so a sharpened fork was planted beneath your chin, stabbing jowls anytime you'd lower your head. I'm sure it resulted in many misunderstandings. Are you looking down your nose at me? No, just being tortured for being a heretic. So we got, oh crap.
Judas chair. Judas chair.
Let's see, the lead sprinkler. If you like, myself, grew up Catholic, you might recognize this as a doohickey priest used to sprinkle little drops of holy water on the crowds during certain masses. It's basically the same idea, only here molten hot metal is used in place of refreshing blessed water. Wow. Scold's brittle, sometimes referred to as Brank's brittle. This torture device relied heavily on public shaming and was used primarily on women. Aside from having to wear a heavy iron mask on your face, the device was outfitted with a spike riddle that dug into the victim's tongue any time he or she tried to speak, commonly used on women who were considered to be gossips. I have to assume this inhumane torture device squashed that habit quick. There's the hanging cage. This guy just hanging out. The hanging cage was designed to be too small for your frame, so you either had to crouch inside and backbreaking yoga-esque poses, or if you were lucky, you'd be strung up and able to stretch your legs out over the village green. At any rate, the most unlucky souls trapped in the hanging cage would die of thirst, exposure, or starvation. The Iron Maiden. Aside from being a righteous 80s metal group, the Iron Maiden was an intense torture device that impaled victims while also enclosing them in an iron coffin. Not a very nice way to spend Sunday. Some argue the Iron Maiden is fictional and that mentions and actual examples of the device were made for entertainment purposes. There's the Pearl of Anguish. Unlike regular pearls you would probably welcome in your mouth, the aptly named pair of anguish was designed to go into. Why did I say pearl?
Yeah, and your mic's choppy a little bit at the end.
Jesus H. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. The pair of anguish was designed to go into an orifice. I mean any orifice, and expand painfully. It would inevitably cause momentous problem, as you can probably assume, and often death. There's the rack. The rack consisted of a table fitted with straps for all four limbs, which were systematically pulled in opposite directions in order to literally stretch victims until their bodies gave out. Actually, that was, I think, wasn't that used on the first Muslim martyr?
I have no idea. I stay away from that sort of.
Yeah, I think the what's his face? His mother. Crap. Who was the first woman to be killed? Muslim
Sumaya.
woman. Yeah, I think they did something similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it involved. I don't want to, get too graphic, but it involved stretching and impaling.
Yeah. Despite sounding, here's the strappado. Despite sounding like a new item on Starbucks' confusing menu, strappado is a form of reverse hanging that would suspend a victim from their arms, bending them the wrong way, dislocating them in the process. Add weight to the victim's feet, or just let you hang there. The Catherine wheel. In this device, the torturer in question would have his or her limbs tied to a spoke of a giant wheel, which would rotate until the bones broke. Wow. Then a lovable bystander would bludgeon the victim with an iron mallet. Huh. Hang, drawn, and quartered. Victim is dragged or drawn through town behind a galloping horse to their own execution. The victim is hanged just enough to be very uncomfortable, but not dead. They are then further tortured, disemboweled, or beheaded. The victim is cut into 4 different pieces or quartered. I'm thinking they probably should have called this drawn, hanged, and quartered, but I'm not surprised. There's the saw. This is one of the things that is pretty much exactly what you think it is. A victim would be hung by their legs, only to be sawed completely in half by 2 very mean people. Wow. Obviously, there's crucifixion. The Spanish donkey. It is, in fact, one of the more vicious entries on this list. Victims would be straddled to a spiked triangular block of wood with weights tied to their feet. Every so often, more weight would be added to the feet. What you got was a wedgie for the ages. There's the brazen bull. A nice counterpoint to the Trojan horse. Brazen bull, or also often the Sicilian bull, was an iron cast of a bull with just enough room inside of it to fit an unlucky individual. I think you see where this is going. The bull was placed over a roaring flame, literally cooking the victim inside. Number 2, Judas Cradle. Jesus' worst friend has the honor of being the namesake of this completely horrifying device. A pointed pyramid that, people were placed atop, booty first. Of course, weight was added to the victim's feet, leading them to either full impalement, septic infection, or at least a few loud groans. Just kidding. It almost resulted in horrendous death. And then there's the angry rat box. Execution would starve some already ill-tempered rats, place them inside a cage strapped to a victim's abdomen, then pull out from the bottom. The rest of you can probably imagine, but probably won't if you know what's good for you. Here's the top 15 Christian torture devices.
Wow, they actually had a 15. So that means they could have had even more than that. And the top 15.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. These are just the ones that made the chart.
What authority did they have to sort of make these devices, do them, and carry out this? Was this through the church, or was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was through themselves, or like. How long have Freemasons been around?
Yeah, true.
Freemasons are pretty weird like that.
Organizations before time.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is like you had the Mithras, sort of. People don't talk about this, but they had Mithras and all the Roman gods that were active at the time also, and how they sort of adapted them. But they uncovered these Mithras little temples, and they'd be giving a sacrifice, and having these communion dinners and things like that. Beforehand, there was all these little undercover sets of different, cults, maybe you would call them.
Possibly.
Essentially, yeah, undercover cults, or one believed in Mithras, and they had their underground temples, and they got rid of them. But yeah, before they decided that Christ was going to be their the religion of choice for the state and start pushing it out. Actually, you know what? Actually, bro, so as a thought, like, like how they were doing with like EF Tower and going through like doing a historicity stream, or doing like a focused stream also of one topic, and really having a sort of detailed look at something, might be something to consider for future streams, or getting an expert, or reaching out to some people and getting them to talk about it. Is there anyone you want to? How's that Samuel Green debate coming along?
He's on vacation right now, so we're just basically going back and forth trying to find a topic that we want to discuss. And then once he gets back and lets me know how the rest of his schedule looks like, we'll probably schedule the actual debate.
Anybody else on your list of people you'd want to talk to? Or
not any people that have actually responded back yet, but
oh, Jacob came on before as well, didn't he?
Yeah, earlier tonight I think he did.
Was he on for long, or did he? What was he?
No, I don't think he was.
Oh, God.
Him and Issa started going off on it again.
Oh, okay.
What?
No, I just read. No, Issa and him going at it, and then I read this comment, which is quite funny from Lerner.
What does he have to say now? You will come to the Christ. I just know it. Yeah, right.
I'm happy again for your Christian counterparts who I speak to educate me on their version of Christianity, because everybody seems to have a different opinion on things like Isaiah 53 and Psalms 22.
Yep.
And if that wasn't a sign, when the guy said you're gonna come to Christ, I don't know. And again,
Yep. When he says that, both me and the wife's alarm for Fajr goes off.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
And again, Lerner, I am. Look, the fact is, I do speak to these people to get their take on these verses and things like that, and see what their arguments are. Because within the land of Christendom, there is a wide consensus on things. A huge consensus. I'm hearing terms that I have never heard before recently. And when you can sort out this whole Christian love-hate thing that goes on, you actually want to talk to some of your Christian brethren, who are doing takfir on people based on Isaiah 53, and Psalms. Like, it's like, oh, what, you've got a different opinion on this scripture? Well, you're not, you might as well be a Muslim then. You might as well be a Muslim. I've never heard that, but I've heard that recently. Like, there's a whole lot of takfiri going on in Christendom.
Yeah, I don't disagree. They got pissed off that one night, didn't they?
Oh yeah. Man, you should see the aftermath, bro. I've been sort of checking in. It still goes on. Like, if it's not this person, then here's this other person that has a difference of opinion. Oh, well, he's a heretic, and you haven't really been saved. We know that you haven't been saved. Oh, and that person actually challenged Matt Dillahunty to a debate and got turned down, and then called in and got hung up on. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, just yeah.
Who is that?
Praise.
Oh, Praise I Am, got it.
Yeah, so he called it, like, he emailed him first and said, look, would you want to do that? And then he said, no, I'll take a pass on it. I think he wanted to argue biblical slavery. And he said, no, I think I'll take a pass on it. So then Praise was like, yeah, you coward, and blah, 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 blah. But then he called in and called up and said, oh, hey, how you doing? And he was like, oh, are you the guy that sent me the email? And he was like, yeah. He was like, shall I read out this email? And he was like, and he was like, well, why? I said no politely. Why would you call me a coward and start name calling and stuff like that? And he was like, well, and then he like sort of just hung up on him, basically. And he said, well, if you, instead of emailing me, if you would have called in, then it would have been a different story instead of being a WWE wrestler. But yeah, so he wasn't having it at all. But I don't think he's actually in a debate type of agenda at all. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think he's. You know what? One thing I was wondering is, why are in a way atheists so eager to talk to theists also, and to prove, like, it goes the other way. They're apologists for atheism, whatever that may be. And so why does it matter so much that people still have a belief system also. But maybe is it case because of like we're right and you're wrong type of situation?
I don't see how could it be anything more logical than that.
Yeah, I mean that always seems to be the sort of, yeah, we're right not to believe, and you're being dishonest by believing. And I think you're a good bridge in sort of explaining the rational belief system also. You know, in terms of how you rationally concluded to become a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
That one atheist we had on earlier, he was really close to being a theist. He believes in a necessary existence, that it's eternal. He just doesn't want to accept that it has a will. And I'm like, you're almost there, man. If you just accept that it has a will, you're a theist at that point. But I think Kino was talking to him, one of the brothers, but it was like short lived and yeah, reincarnation. I think yeah, reincarnation was the he was in here earlier.
Yeah, it's funny because I invited him. I picked it like I started chatting to him in Hamza's den, and I was talking to him and I was telling him to come over, and so that's his story of how he sort of found out about here and he's come over and he's become a good member. But you know, he's eager to learn and talk. I think, you know, he's happy to sort of go through the points and, you know, just wants a bit of patience with him basically.
Yeah, he's really close. Like from what he said, from what he explained, he believes he's really close. He like I said, he believes um what he believes is it's eternal, it's the necessary existence, etc., etc. He just doesn't believe that it has a will.
And Brother Khalil, do you want to wrap it up, or you think about wrapping up? Your alarm went off then.
Yeah, I got to get ready for Fajr, but not sure if we're going to be going live on our own channel tonight. But like Brother Issa said, we're going to be going on live on Brother Haroon on his channel. So inshallah, guys, keep a look at that. I'll be making a community post sometime before it all goes down. So I'll help you guys out. Give it a like and share, please. Inshallah. Do you brothers have anything that you'd like to add before I just end it?
No, just salam to the chats, brothers and sisters, and yeah, if anyone, you know, has any issues with me at all, my DMs are open. If you've got any questions, I'm never afraid to answer. You know, why I talk to certain people, and you know, the basis of the relationship that I have with these people. So not a problem at all. Assalamu alaikum to all the brothers, and thank you for tuning in and supporting and sharing the message. And inshallah, we'll see you at Haroon's channel later on today.
Inshallah. Assalamu brothers.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. And thank you for everybody in the chat for all the support you guys give. May Allah grant you guys rewards in this life and the next. And to Friendly Muslim for all the amazing things he's doing, you know, befriending all these Islamophobes, or according to person in the chat. You're doing great work, brother. I appreciate all the help that you're giving for the cause of Dawah.
Real quick, sorry, 2 seconds. Friendly Muslim, I'm sure, mashallah, you do a good job. When you said the Murtads reach out to you and they say, you know what you explained. I also want to say, Sapiens Institute, they also have a call line, and it's free for Murtads or anybody with.
Yeah, no, Brother Yusuf ponders. See, brother, this is another part of what I do is when I speak on these channels, I also get a chance to talk about things like sapiens. I get a chance to talk about brother Mohammed Hijab, and his fundraising to make a mosque in Norway, and like there's so many topics that I've been able to talk about in favor of positive Muslim voices, which doesn't get heard on these platforms. But yeah, no, brother, the Lighthouse. I mean, I speak to brother
Yeah, the
Zors. Yeah. No. I've been working behind the scenes with those brothers and having conversations about how to bring them to Pakistan and India. So I do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, brother. Sort of messaging people and reaching out and getting tying people together. But yeah, no, Sapiens again, Lighthouse mentoring is perfect, and that's actually why I've referred brothers and sisters to that. They've come to me, I've said, listen, there's this available. Sometimes they've just had questions. I had a brother contact me, and he was suffering. He was a 19-year-old brother. I'm going to share this quickly for people, if you really want to know what started this. Yeah, I had a 19-year-old brother. He was a devout Muslim, but he was homosexual. He didn't act on it, but he was struggling with it. His family were trying to get him an arranged marriage. He was literally going to leave Islam. He was considering taking his own life. There were so many things going wrong with this brother. And just by speaking to him, giving him some patience and saying, listen, brother, these are misconceptions you've heard about Islam, or, how you should be understanding what you're going through, reach out to your family. The brother reached out to his brother. I said, brother, I'm struggling with this. His older brother embraced him. They spoke to his family. Within like 3 days of talking to his brother, he was going to leave Islam. He was possibly going to take his life. He was going to abandon his family. He came back to his family. He stayed a Muslim, and he understands the challenge that he personally has to deal with. And so that was a life saved. So I can only take that as Allah's will. And that only happened because I spoke on a platform. Because this brother couldn't speak to anyone, and he thought, oh, I'll find, somewhere on these ex-Muslim platforms. But yeah, no, I'm so happy, like, that other channels and, Brother Khalil and all of us are helping spread the dawah and being able to talk, and Muslims being able to come to Muslims and speak, and then direct them to something like Sapiens and Lighthouse and Brother Yusuf and all the brothers doing the good work. So, alhamdulillah, may Allah preserve us all while we continue to do this and support this ummah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Ameen.
All right, guys. I got to go pray, inshallah. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. Thanks everybody in the chat, and I will see you on the next stream. Like I said, don't forget to run over to Brother Haroon's channel. I'll post a link in a community post. But inshallah, I'll see you guys later. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.